be successful, which is going to be tough for him to do. But yeah, it's almost necessary. We have Ellie here getting her stash together because she's gonna go and head to Seattle, I guess, alone, and is willing to do whatever to go get her revenge on Joel. So yeah, in her initial conversation that she had in front of the council, she was more so um, she tried to play it as though she was not looking for revenge. She was just looking for justice, and um, you can tell that that plea did not it didn't win the folks over. Let's just put it like that. And it'd be hard to believe, especially knowing Ellie and her demeanor and the way she carries herself and the way she's thought and acted throughout the show. She would not be one that would be going for justice. She would definitely be out for revenge, which is exactly what she was doing. And then Dina shows up at the door. Dina ends up coming or agreeing to come on the mission with her, because of course Ellie should not be going out alone. So Dina is going to set out. So when I'm watching the episode, the first thing I think is that, man, like these two young ladies going out here trying to to take on this revenge mission. There's no way that I would do it. There's no way that I would feel comfortable if I was them. It's not like they, not to say that they can't be successful in their mission or that they're not tough enough, but they wouldn't strike very much fear in me. So they'd have to be on top of things, like really, really, really on top of things in order to get the jump on a large group of people in order to take them out. And I just would not have confidence that they would be able to do that. So yeah, they end up walking. They ended up getting some help from um, him once again, which is I wasn't expecting that. I wasn't expecting that he was going to be there for them, but it was a show of respect at the end. He ended up shaking their hands and saying, like, like I got horses for you, swapped out their weapons, got you some food, and set them on their way. So yeah, that was kind of cool to see that kind of come full circle and that he was going to help them out on their mission. So they get out on their way. Ellie ends up visiting Joel's grave, which was a very poignant moment. She ended up dropping some coffee beans um, right on top of his grave. So yeah, we all know Joel loved his coffee. And they continue on their way. We got to them camping out. And this was another thing I was saying while I was watching it. How could you feel comfortable sleeping out in the middle of nowhere like this? Like, it's one thing to go camping. Camping by itself is a scary situation. This is coming from somebody who's never camped before, but camping in and of itself is a very scary situation. And for them to be out there camping with infected around and also in the middle of nowhere, just the two of them, like, I wouldn't feel comfortable. There's no way I would have been able to go to sleep, but they somehow were able to do so. Um, and then they did a little bit of flirting back and forth. Dina's sort of playing both sides with between her Ellie and Jesse, which I don't really like Dina for doing that. That's not cool. I feel like she's kind of leading Ellie on a little bit, but we'll see what comes of that eventually. Keep going more through the episode. Dina and Ellie come upon a body in the middle of the road that causes Dina to go looking around, and they ended up finding the bodies of that entire group of whistlers that we saw earlier in the episode, which was tough, man. They looked like they were taken out by the wolves too. Shows that the wolves are ruthless. They're willing to take out kids, even people who seem to be pretty defenseless. They're willing to take them out too. So I think that in a situation like this, that's kind of how the Fireflies were. The Fireflies, if they leveled up a little bit, I think that's what we have here with this group of wolves, and that they are ruthless, no holds barred. They're going to do whatever they need to do to take care of their people. They'll take out anybody who they need to, which honestly can't blame them. Can't blame them. We see Ellie and Dina 9 miles away from Seattle. Had them walking down the highway, which reminded me a lot of The Walking Dead in the very beginning of that series when they were walking down the road in Georgia, the highway in Georgia. Reminded me a lot of that. and we see them getting closer and closer to Seattle. We see the wolves rolling around in their heavily armed vehicles and look to be very, very, very deep. So this patrol is probably about, maybe 30 to 40 people deep. So yeah, they're rolling pretty deep. They seem to be very well organized. We didn't get a glimpse of Abby, but we got a glimpse of some of her lieutenants. And yeah, so that ended up concluding the episode. Oh man. I would not say that this was my favorite episode of the series. I get why this episode had to be kind of slow. Like I get it because you're coming off of an incredible, very very fast-paced episode where you had a ton of things happen. So you need to sort of reset and bring things down a notch. And I get that. And this episode did a good job of that. However, it wasn't as entertaining at all. I would say of all the episodes that we've watched so far through all three, this one is the weakest of them so far, but it's understandably weak. So I kind of get that. If I had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, as we do on this channel, I would give it a rating of probably a 3. But like I said, I totally understand it. I get why this episode is slow. So yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and end it there. I appreciate everybody for hanging out for this live stream watch party of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 3. We do these weekly. We have so many other live streams. We're going to be live streaming another episode of The Handmaid's Tale coming up on Tuesday. Don't be a stranger. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below. Hit that notification bell so that you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. I truly appreciate you for checking this out. My name is JD, and I will see you when I see you. Peace. All right. So let's get into the recap that we're going to watch of episode 3. and get some discussion going around that episode. I think it was a bit of a letdown because we're coming off the crazy events that happened in episode 2. So coming into episode 3, you expected a little bit more action, but there was absolutely, well, I won't say absolutely none, but there wasn't a ton of action that went down in the episode. But I think you kind of did need that coming off of what was a crazy and chaotic episode 2. So I'm very interested to see what they end up going with as far as episode 4 goes and the rest of the season, because we have gotten to the point now where I have a feeling that they're going to finish the entire second game during this season of the show. So what are we going to do for season 3? Is the show just going to be over? Those are questions that I do not have answers to, and I haven't heard anybody else speak on that either. So I'm really interested to see what happens with that, and if we end up having more of if the show continues and goes ahead of the games. Once the games come out, are they going to reuse some of the events that happen in the series in the actual game and let you play them out? I guess if it worked the opposite way with the show now, it would be okay if we saw what was going to happen and then you got to sort of play it out in the game, which would be interesting sort of flip on the way things are currently. But I don't know if I necessarily want it to be like that or not, but they're running out of a story to tell on the show, at least. So we're going to have them end up bringing a whole bunch more into the world, or they're just going to divert and do their own thing, which is kind of what they did with Game of Thrones, because they did not have the end of the Game of Thrones show, which they were taking inspiration from the books. They did not have the final book written, so they didn't. The final book still isn't written, so they didn't have that guide to go for as far as the rest of the show is concerned. So that last season was kind of rudderless, and it showed, especially the ending of it all. It really showed, and I don't want to see that happen with The Last of Us. So I hope that if they end up producing more content as far as the show goes, that they'll have some very direct guidance from the people who are going to be making the third game, if that third game is even going to come out. So yeah, a lot of questions surrounding that. A lot of questions. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a recap.
Third episode starts outside Jackson's walls. The bodies of the infected horde are still smoldering. Inside, a woman is preparing Joel's body for burial when Tommy enters the room and takes over. He lifts the sheet over the body to see Joel's face. The angle doesn't show us anything, and then gets to work cleaning his brother's body with a rag. He
Yeah, that was a tough scene, man. Seeing him look at his brother like that, knowing that he was gone, knowing that he's not going to be back. Um, just brought some finality to it all. Seeing the watch in his hands, like, man, that was rough. That was rough. Heck of an episode. And I can only imagine how those people who haven't seen the game felt when everything that went down in that second episode went down.
pauses when he sees the broken watch. Give Sarah my love, Tommy whispers. As the camera pulls back, we see a lot more bodies laid out in the morgue. At the overrun hospital, Ellie comes back to consciousness, remembers what happened, and screams as she sobs. The staff sedates her. 3 months later, Jackson is rebuilding.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily expecting that 3 month jump. And the fact that Ellie had been in the hospital that long was crazy too. So I was not expecting that. If you're liking the content on this channel, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We're going to be watching the episode shortly.
Ellie is physically healed, but the hospital won't release her until she talks to Gail. Yeah, I miss him. He meant a lot to me, the teen says. It's the truth, but she says it too quickly and easily, and Gail knows she's just repeating what's necessary in order to be discharged. Ellie says she didn't talk to Joel when she saw him on the porch after their New Year's fight, but she asserts that your final moment with someone doesn't define your whole relationship. She also pretends not to know what Joel meant when Gail mentions his "I saved her" comment from therapy. Man, I wish I could have let him off the hook for whatever it was he was talking about, she says. Gail gives her some major side-eye, but authorizes her release anyway. At Joel and Ellie's house, mourners have left notes and flowers at the fence. The house feels so empty as Ellie roams around it. She takes
Yeah, to me, that was the most emotional part of the entire episode, man. Like, I could only imagine having pretty much only one person left on the planet that you have a very close emotional tie with, and to have that person be gone, and then to be in the house that that person lived in, and to look through their clothes and see their old possessions. Like, man, that was rough. That was rough. That would bring anybody to tears and to really going into a deep depression. And you can kind of tell that she is battling through that as best she can. She tries to put up a very tough exterior, but we know on the inside that she is completely broken, man.
his gun and puts it in her waistband, but is brought up short when she turns and sees his clothes hanging in his closet. She cries as she gently touches a sleeve, then cries harder as she buries her face in the cloth. Downstairs, Dina enters the house and calls for her. Ellie quickly stops her tears and dries her eyes.
If you're
Dina
tuning
brought
in right
cookies
now,
as a
we're
peace
watching a recap of season 2, episode 3 of The Last of Us. We're going to be watching season 2, episode 4 of The Last of Us coming up when it debuts on Max in about 15 minutes. So, yeah, jump in the chat right now. Let me know what you think of episode 3. I did not like it quite as much as episode 2, of course. It was a little low on the action, but understandably so.
offering because I'm about to make you angry. Though she visited Ellie a bunch of times during
These
her
Dina
convalescence,
faces
she
and Ellie
lied about
faces,
not being
man.
able to identify Joel's attackers. I know most of their names, and I know where they're from, she admits. And Dina was right. Ellie is mad. You cost us time. You let them get away, she says.
Hit
But
that like
Dina
button,
reality
folks.
checks her. A lot of other people died, and no one, including Ellie, was in any kind of shape to form a posse. Second, because she knows where Abby and Co. are heading, maybe let them get there first. She's near tears as she reminds Ellie, I loved him too, you know. Ellie softens and takes a bite of a cookie, a sign of a truce. So, here's what Dina knows. In addition to Abby, there's Manny, Owen, Nora, and another woman whom we know as Mel. One of them had a patch on their backpack that said WLF, which reminds Dina of a group Eugene once told her about, the Seattle-based Washington Liberation Front, a regional group fighting Fedra.
I can't wait till we get to the episode that's going to be the Eugene focused and centric episode. Yeah, can't wait for that one. I don't know exactly when that's going to come in the season, but if they're going to be devoting an entire episode to Eugene and his character, I know that it's going to have to be a good one. I'm guessing that one is coming up either this week. I haven't looked at any previews and stuff, so I don't know. So I'm guessing it's either this week or next week where we get that Eugene sort of centric episode. But I know that one's going to be good.
Dina hasn't mentioned any of this to anyone else. So, she asks her friend, now what? They share the intel with Tommy, who, surprisingly to Ellie, hesitates. She argues that if the situation were reversed, Joel would be halfway to Seattle before the sun came up. He agrees that would be the case, if Tommy needed saving. But when we lost people, no, it would just break him like it was his fault. I saw that time and time again. He counsels Ellie to bring the matter to the town council, and he promises he'll back her. Come here, he says, pulling Ellie to him in a hug. She obliges him, but after a moment puts her arm around him and squeezes back. Then he lets her know that they buried everyone 10 miles south out of town. If you want to visit him. She nods. When we're on our way to Seattle, she says. Somewhere else in the woods.
I still don't know about them traveling together. I know they end up going, and this is part of the game too, but I know that they end up traveling and going to Seattle by the end of the episode. But like their viability of just the two of them rolling out there, and the fact that they didn't encounter anyone, they didn't run into any sort of hostility until they got all the way to Seattle is crazy to me. There's a part where they end up like camping and stuff. There is no way I could be out there camping during this sort of zombie overrun state of the world. Like, how could you ever sleep? How could you ever relax enough if you don't have to worry about people actually coming over there to take you to take your belongings, to take pieces of you? You have to worry about the infected being there also. So man, there's no way. Just you There's no way that I'd be able to rest. No way I'd be able to relax.
Woods. A group of people are traveling on foot. All the men have shaved heads and all the women's hair is braided. They all wear clothing with a rudimentary fish symbol drawn on it and carry hammers. Everyone, even the children, have scars from where the corners of their mouths have been slit up into their cheeks. One of the men walks alongside his young daughter, who wonders why she can't just keep them safe. The prophet? She's been dead 10 years, he says. He adds that the distance they're putting between themselves and war is going to keep her safer. Then,
We're watching
someone
a
at the head of the
recap
group
Last of
whistles an
Us
alarm that has
season
everyone
2,
diving into
episode
the brush
3
to take
before
cover.
we jump into season
Demons,
2, episode 4
the
coming
little
up
girl
at the
whispers
top
as
of
they
the
hide.
hour.
Wolves, her father replies. On the day of the town meeting, the council and the rest of Jackson considers Ellie's request to send a 16-person team to take down Abby. One woman argues that we are too hurt and it is too soon. Another says that they need to have mercy to separate themselves from the raiders and murderers, a sentiment that angers.
I was gonna say, if you guys are just tuning in right now, my beautiful wife Katie is coming on stream with us right now. She's about to go to work and do some stuff for a little bit, so we're only gonna get her for a few seconds. But
unfortunately, I have to go to work like right when this airs.
Yeah, always is the case.
Not
And
my
I know
choice.
this channel is called Watch Stuff with Us, and the us part of it has not been on here nearly enough.
You know
so
what?
It's been a whole bunch of Watch Stuff with JD as of late.
Calling me out. I'm doing my best.
Every time you come on here and you're not sitting in that seat and sitting down for the entire episode, you're gonna get called out.
I'm busy being a hustler. I'm doing my best.
No, you are. You are. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for at least coming in and hanging out for a second.
You're welcome. I just want people to know I'm still alive.
Yes, definitely still alive. But yeah, we're doing a recap of episode 3 right now.
That you haven't seen.
Yep, I know you
so
need to catch up.
Good thing I'm not on tonight.
Need to catch up.
I will be on next week.
Yep.
There's going to be one next week, right? We're still doing this.
Of course.
Okay.
Of
I
course.
just didn't know if they were.
No,
it's cut off on releasing or how many episodes.
No, it's always going to be going down. Always going to be going down.
No, I just mean for the show itself.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
For The Last of Us, I didn't know how many they got.
No, definitely. Definitely. So yeah, I appreciate you for hanging out with us for a second, but yeah, we're just going to jump back into this. Okay. See you soon.
All right, love you.
Be safe.
Bye,
I love
guys.
you too.
Take care.
Seth. Grow up, you idiots, he roars as Ellie looks on, surprised but pleased. They will come back. They'll come back because we didn't make them pay. And when they come back, they will be laughing, and you'll all deserve it, bunch of goddamn victims. Ellie is the last person to make her case. Per Jesse's advice, she wrote her thoughts down ahead of time, so she reads them to the crowd. She swears her motive is not revenge, but justice. I am asking you, please, do it for us, she says, tears in her eyes. It's moving, but not enough to sway the council, which votes 8-3 against going. But does Ellie care? She does not. She's preparing to head out on her own.
Yeah, and I know that, I mean, everybody could figure when this was going down that regardless of what their decision was going to be, that Ellie was going to go off and do her own thing. It would have been nice for them to have gotten a little bit more support, but I also understand the way that the rest of the town feels at this point, that they've already lost a huge number of people a few months ago. And for them to send out, I believe the number was 16 people to go out there again and risk their lives to basically do a revenge mission. They're not really down with that. So I can understand why they want to hold on to the people that they do have.
When Dina knocks on the garage door later that night. I'm just going to bed, Ellie calls out. No, I don't think that is where you're going, her friend Riley notes. Once Ellie lets her in, Dina pokes quick and efficient holes in her plan to get Abby. No clear route, no medical supplies, etc. Thankfully, Dina has made a sound plan and enlisted the help of someone who can get them supplies. That guy turns out to be Seth, who even trades his gun for Ellie's before
was not expecting Seth to be the one to come in and try to help them out, but he's trying to not revenge. He's trying to gain the favor and right a wrong that he made by calling them out at the dance and being rude to them. So he's trying to show that, like, hey, I made a mistake and now I'm trying to help you guys out. So that was pretty cool on his behalf. I wasn't expecting him to be one of the ones that would help him, but it did make total sense.
Seeing the ladies on their way. At sunrise, Ellie stops at Joel's grave and puts some coffee beans on it.
Doing a
before heading on
recap
her
of
way.
episode 3 right now. Episode
Dina
4 is
and
coming
Ellie
up in
share
about
a horse,
5 minutes.
Shimmer, as they continue towards Seattle. One night, they make camp.
Seattle
under an
Ryan
outcropping
in the
just as
building.
rain starts
Yes,
to
you have
pour down.
arrived, man. I was panicking.
They're
I was
about
a
to
little
go to
nervous,
sleep when
man. A little
Dina
nervous.
brings up their kiss at the dance.
Welcome back, bro.
Ellie quickly says it didn't mean anything, given how high Dina was at the time, but Dina wants her to rate it anyway. Ellie gives it a 6 out of 10. We learn that Dina and Jesse have already gotten back together, and things are a little awkward as Dina turns off the light.
That whole rating thing, that was so goofy. And I guess it's like, young kids sort of thing that they would go about doing. But yeah, Dina's drama. Dina's drama.
But then she adds, Ellie, I wasn't that high, before she falls asleep.
Oh man, you turn a big 42 tomorrow?
And they're on
Happy
a trail
early
about
birthday,
10 miles
bro.
outside
Happy
of
early
Seattle.
birthday, my man.
The
Hold on,
pair
I got
come
something for you.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Happy birthday, bro. Happy birthday. Oh, I forgot to give you this too, man.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Yeah, good to see you, my man. Turning 42. I am 43 myself, and I'll be turning 44 coming up in October. So just a little bit older than you, man. Just a little bit older. But yeah, cool. Nice to see some people of a like age, a nice maturity level on this channel. So I'm glad that you're here, my man.
Across a dead member of the group we saw earlier. He's wearing the fish coat and has gunshots in his back. Dina investigates a little deeper into the trees, runs back, and then throws up. Ellie goes to see what made Dina so ill and finds the entire group we saw earlier dead and rotting, even the kids. Ellie immediately suspects Abby and her crew are behind the violence. As they approach the city, Dina and Ellie guess that there probably aren't that many members of the WLF, or Wolves. Otherwise, wouldn't people be shooting at them as they get closer to Seattle?
I mean, that was a good observation on her behalf. And yeah, you would think that there would be more people that would be sort of shooting at them if they were getting close to that area. But yeah, either way though, you're walking into their territory, man. I don't know if that was the smartest plan, especially when it's just two of them. And it's not like they're Abby from the game either. Like they're not big strapping women or anything like that. So a little nervous for their futures as we move forward in the show. And if anything that this show and game series has shown, that like nobody's safe, man. Anybody could go down at any time.
But they don't know what we do. The Wolves are a highly militarized group with lookouts, tanks, and a large infantry that's marching through the city. Ellie and Dina are outnumbered in the extreme.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Yeah, outnumbered in the extreme is correct, man. That's crazy. They got a lot to deal with, a whole bunch to deal with. So we will see if they're able to deal with that. Yeah, we're about 4 minutes away from the episode hopefully being up on Max. But yeah, we're going to do a full-on live watch party for the episode. So if you're watching right now, hit the subscribe button, man. I do this every week for this show. So don't think that this is just some one-off that you happen to scroll through on YouTube and find. Like, no, I'm here every week. If you subscribe to the channel and hit that notification bell, you'll get notified every time I go live. This isn't the only show that we do. We do The Handmaid's Tale. We have done many other shows, all the Marvel shows that come out, we do those. I cover all the Marvel content. I just did a live stream earlier today talking about Thunderbolts. Full spoilers on that if you want to go back and check out that live stream. We do trailer reactions. We react to all sorts of shows, movies, everything. So yeah, if you like that kind of stuff, hit that subscribe button. And the cool part about it too is if you hit that subscribe button, there's like a cool little pop-up that happens on the screen. So I've been waiting for somebody to do that. I haven't really seen anybody do it exactly on time when I'm on the stream so that it will pop up, but kind of hoping that somebody does it at some point relatively soon. But yeah, so yeah, we're going to be starting in about 3 minutes. Thunderbolts was good, man. It was good. It was a solid movie. I give it a solid. I'm torn between 3.5 and 4 stars out of 5. But yeah, it was good. It was good. Oh, you got the Regal Unlimited pass. Not bad, man. Not bad. I need something like that. I got a deep family though, so I'll be spending way too much money if I ended up having to get the pass for all of us. But yeah, that is pretty good, man. That is a pretty good thing. Yeah, I thought it was a good movie. Love the Sentry. Loved his alter ego as well. I can't wait till we get more of that. They are going to have to nerf him before Doomsday somehow, but I guess he's already sort of nerfed himself at the end of the movie. So, but yeah, that's not what you're here for. You're here for The Last of Us, and we're going to end up watching that episode shortly. So I am going to switch my screens up real quick. Close that one out. And switch to my that was interesting. That was interesting. No, it doesn't look like anybody has their stuff up yet. I'm guessing it'll be up shortly though. I'm guessing it will. Yeah, it's kind of hard. At least watching this, it's kind of hard to fake sort of excitement for everything. As far as this show is concerned. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let me unmute my desktop audio. But bloody body, man, I forgot to hit my button for you.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
But yeah, every time we get somebody returning into the chat, gotta give them a what's up, buddy. But yeah, this was definitely interesting. This was interesting. By the way, I would like to try to go one-on-one with Bella Ramsey. I think I would have a lot. Yeah, man. I get like in the video game, the portrayal of Ellie was, she was her look and stuff, I think is spot on as far as her physical characteristics. Like she was a smaller girl. I think that, from what I understand, the character on the show, or the actress on the show who plays Abby, was actually, a lot of people fan casted for her to play Ellie. So yeah, I think that would have been pretty cool to actually have seen that. I think she would fit more as Ellie, as opposed to Dina. Oh, Ryan, you out of here, my man? Dude, I appreciate you for hanging out tonight. Please don't be a stranger. As always, man, you like one of my aces. I really appreciate you for coming back, man. And yeah, have a great week, bro. Have a great week. But yeah, so yeah, they were going to have that actress, or a lot of people wanted that actress to play Ellie. And I would think that you need almost a bigger, more physically imposing person to play Abby, because she was physically, imposing in the game, and the actress that they have playing her now does not appear that way at all. But getting back into this actual episode that we just finished, man, I don't know. It does kind of feel like some agendas are being forced a little bit out there, but it's part of the game. I think the show has trouble right now trying to make, and the game did the same thing. Once Joel was gone, it was hard to have somebody that you really cared about in the show. And I think the way that they're building up Ellie at this point does not make you want to care about her character. She isn't someone, like, she's someone that you feel sorry for, in that she's had to deal with all the loss that she's had to deal with. But as far as a character, as far as a person, she isn't someone that I'm like, man, I don't want anything to happen to her. This is just more so like, she's our girl, but I don't know. Buddy says the actress who plays Abby was supposed to play Ellie in the cancel all the Last of Us movie. But years passed and plans changed, and they decided to cast this cute. I'm not gonna call her that. I'm not gonna call her that. I think that she's a great actress. I just I can roll with that. I think that you have to kind of um and I think they're staying very close to the source material, but the source material was also flawed. The source material also had us, if you know, playing the game, the same feelings that I have now with the show are the same feelings that I felt during the game as well, where you're like, you know, like I'm it's cool, Ellie is cool, but like, do I really care about her? I think Joel was really the heart of the show and the heart of the game. And then once you rip that out from everybody, like, where do you go from here? It would have been cool to see what they could have possibly come up with if they would have kept him alive. But yeah, I mean, they stayed true to the source material. And like I said, I understand that, I get that, but yeah, not exactly feeling the show, man. It's a good show. Same way I felt during the game. I think the game was able to keep you a little bit more involved because you got to do more background work on Abby. I don't know if they're going to give us more of that as the season goes on, but there are some key story beats and elements that have not played out with Abby yet that were in the game. So I'm guessing we're gonna get those as we continue on. But yeah, just kind of a downer. It's not a it's it's a good show. It's well acted. I think that the story and the plot of the show though is struggling a bit, and it makes you kind of waver in the amount that you actually care for the characters who are on the show. So that makes it difficult, man. That makes it rough. That makes it rough. What do you guys think? As you can see, we throw our comments onto the screen. Please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. I do this every week for The Last of Us. So this is not going to be the last time you see me on here talking about this show. So what did you think of the show? That's what I care about. We heard from Bloody already. My guy Ryan has made his comments well known in the chat. If you are watching right now, let me know what you thought of the episode. If you had to rate it on a scale of 1 to 5, what would you give it? I'd give it a solid 3. I give it a solid 3. But he says Ellie in the second part of the game is a very prepared, capable person for battles. Her build, height, and so on help her. And in the series, there was a jump of several years and Bella Ramsey visually. Yeah. Is exactly 14. Somehow strange and repulsive, my opinion. Yeah, like I get that. I get that. And I mean, like, I think that she plays almost like a harder version of Ellie than what we get in the game. Ellie always sort of comes across in the show, at least, as just some, you know, as for lack of better words, young punk, you know, somebody who is, you know, almost like a spoiled brat and, you know, has to get her way. And I get that, you know, she has that youth, but there's not the other side of her that you care about. And I think that they're trying to develop that now with her and her relationship with Dina, but it struggles because people look at the relationship between her and Dina and you automatically don't like that for whatever reason too. So like that makes it more difficult for us as watchers of the show to be able to gain that connection with her as a character. So yeah, man, it's tough. It's tough right now. I really want to see where they go. And I think that they need to start to swerve a little bit from the content in the game and start developing these characters in a bit of a different way. I don't think that we're going to get that in the actual show this season, but if there's a third season, I'm going to hope that we get something like that. I'm going to refresh my screen real quick and see if we got any more recaps up yet. Yes, we do. All right. Yep, we got some reactions up. Heavy Spoilers has their full breakdown. Let's start looking at that. Yeah, let's start looking at that. Is it MT? No, it's not MT doing Heavy Spoilers.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers.
So yeah, we're gonna watch this Heavy Spoilers review and use that to talk a little bit about everything that happened on this episode tonight. So yeah,
Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down The Last of Us.
If you're watching right now, drop your comments in the chat so we can discuss exactly what you think of the
Season
show.
2 episode 4 is packed with Easter eggs, moments from the games, and lots of things to talk about. Revealing not only a new insight to Isaac, we also get a cameo to Peccat. There's also some big action sequences and some major
The action was
changes to
good.
the
The action
game.
sequence
So come
was
with
good.
us as we
I was
review
kinda
the
tense during
episode.
that.
As always, future spoilers will be saved for the end in the spoilers.
Yeah, we're not gonna
heavy
do into
spoilers
the
section,
spoilers
which will
for
give
the
you a
future
heads up
parts of the
before we
game.
hit. For the beginning, though, we start off with a
just gonna go over the
flashback to
episode.
2018. In our world, we had the release of Infinity War and Black Panther, with your boy walking out the cinema to all the stars. Here, they had the Cordyceps apocalypse and Fedra getting overthrown by rebels. Yay! One of my favorite parts of the show, though, is definitely these flashbacks. The first episode of Season 1 had a flashback to the 1960s, and this set up the Cordyceps jumping from insects to humans. Episode 2 saw the start of the outbreak and explained why Joel pretending to be an Atkins saved his life. After that, we got a couple after the outbreak, including the evacuation program in the area that Bill lived in. That was carried out by Fedra, who people are rightly getting Fedra up of. In the game, you constantly see the aftermath of their oppression and also how people rose up to fight them. There's groups like the Fireflies, whose attacks we saw in the game at the Boston QZ. Turns out Seattle had
Yeah, I think that was one good thing about the games too, is that when you had the you kind of started out the game with Fedra being the main enemy, and you saw the Fireflies as a group of, like, you know, folks that are rebelling against them and their oppression. So like that was kind of cool to see, and you understood where they were coming from. But as the game goes along, you start realizing that, man, like all the factions are, you know, bad in some sort of way.
WLF, which stands for the Washington Liberation Front. We've actually just done a big video on the history of the Scars that also recounts their war against Fedra. I'll not go through all that again, but it's interesting to see how the roles reverse. Isaac left the group because he didn't align with their values and saw them as being overly oppressive. Fedra didn't understand why.
And they did give you a little bit of glimpse of that when Isaac was talking to the guy and that was also part of the group, and he knew the actual history as to why they were calling the folks voters. So yeah, that was kind of a little tip off that you know, Isaac wasn't exactly who he seemed to be and being part of the Fedra group, but he wasn't really a part of them.
Why people were leaving them, because they provided military protection. The wolves were out in the wild and didn't have an army backing them up. However, Fedra took away their rights and basically rationed out their food. In the game, you can even find some Fedra officers dead in a ration truck, much like the one we see in the episode. Due to all the soldiers who got killed in it, I did wonder if this was a nod to that moment. Either way, the truck in the game has fascist spray painted on the side, so you can get how the people felt about Fedra. They were fed up because they never fed ya. Anyway, on the flip side of this, we see Isaac's now wondering why people are leaving the WLF to go live with the Scars. They're seen as savages, all part of a religious cult, and he just doesn't get why.
Why?
But we will talk about it. The wolves and the Scars, though, they basically parallel Ellie and Abby and show how a constant cycle of revenge just leads to absolutely nowhere. Throughout the game, you collect lots of different notes and see the environmental storytelling that fills in the story of ruined Seattle. This includes the slow reveal of how the wolves overthrew the gang. Yeah, they've sort of blended a lot of these notes together. In an all-time surprise cameo that I had no idea was in the show, Josh Peck is playing a Fedra soldier, telling the rest of the truck how he's easy on the voters. It's a cruel joke, as the citizens of the QZ have lost all their rights, including the right to vote. So Fedra goons call them voters to belittle them. Isaac then explains the name and why it's an insult.
Yep,
in the present, though, he calls the Seraphites the Scars, which in itself's insulting. Obviously, they're called that because of their Glasgow-style scars, which each soldier is given as part of an initiation. This is carried out to remind them that the world is imperfect and filled with ugliness amongst the beauty. Scars is a name that the Seraphites dislike, though, which is something we see in the game with Lev.
You think we're gonna see a lot of Scars?
Seraphites.
Where are the Scars attacking next? Seraphites.
The soldier also says how he caught people dishing out
we know what it was covered.
Initially, another soldier asks if they're WLF. This is a wildly deep cut Easter egg, as in the game you discover an early WF base of operations. This is hidden inside a pet store called Barkos. Like wolves. They run their operations from there, and you find lots of their paraphernalia. Last week, Dino also said how Eugene knew there were multiple groups across the US fighting against the corrupt Fedra rule. When you find the flyers for the WLF, she mentions how when she was in New Mexico, they had a similar group called the Ravens. So in the game, there's definitely that feeling of dissent, and amongst this, you find out they attacked a Fedra checkpoint. There is an office in there, and also a note. It alludes to a turncoat and a spy in the Federal ranks who ended up helping Isaac. This note actually may have inspired the storyline here, as we don't really learn all that much about Isaac. At this point though, Fedra are clearly in power and filled with bravado, confidence, and acting like they're untouchable. It's a fantastic scene, and the new Fedra agent, he looks slightly uncomfortable. He's clearly wet behind the ears and also not in the joke. Hell, it might even be his first day, which is why Isaac chooses him to get out the truck. Played by Ben Alaz, you might recognize him from the Gilded Age. Is it Alaz or
Do not know that
Ahalas?
show
Anyway,
at
moving
all.
on. I think it's such a smart move to have Peck as a cameo because all your attention's on him. Then my jaw dropped when I heard that trademark deep voice and saw Jeffrey Wright playing Isaac. Even though obviously I knew he was in the show as he's in the game, it was brilliant seeing him. In the past, we've had several actors from the game pop up in different roles. For example, Troy Baker was at David's
Joel.
settlement and Ashley Johnson was Ellie's mum. I always felt Isaac was underused in the game though, and even theorized they got him just to use him in the show. It would be a total waste to not have him pop up, and it's great seeing this character expanded upon. The caravan is
hope
then
that they
held
decide
up
to
by
do
a
more
school
with this
bus,
character.
which I feel like is kind of a symbol of innocence that's now juxtaposed by all the violence that's about to happen. Isaac goes out to calm it down, and we can see his name badge. This covers up his surname Dixon, which is what you learn from a note. We also know from the lore that the WLF was initially led by people named Jason and Emma. Their wanted posters line Seattle, and it's possible that this
Just
might be the
finished
latter,
watching
even though she
episode
is addressed
4
as
of The
Hannah.
Last of
Huge
Us, so
shout
we're
out
doing a
to
little bit of recap right now.
Ripsky9826 on our trailer video for also pointing out she's played by Alana Ubak. And I apologize, I'm butchering everyone's name today. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Do you watch the videos for pronunciations or crap Easter eggs? You decide. I initially thought of the phrase hearts in mind though upon seeing this, and that's actually a counter-insurgency tactic used by the military to get the occupied on the occupier's side and stop any insurgency. It was used during the Second
Man,
Iraq
they're going
War, but
deep on
also
this
heavily in
recap, like,
Vietnam. Due
super
to the time
deep.
frame the show started in, which is 2003, you can kind of make that parallel. Druckmann also made it clear that the game's idea of cycles of violence stems from living in the West Bank before moving out to Israel. His experiences there kind of stem out into the story, and
If
Dina
you're
was
watching
actually
right now, hit that
originally Jewish in the
subscribe button,
game,
man.
and
We
you
need all
even
the subs we
explored
can
a
get.
synagogue at one point. They seem to
Trying to
remove
get to
that from the show,
400,
but
man. It'd be
they
really
might
cool
address
if we
it
get
later
to
on.
that
There
point.
is a line
We're at
about how they don't really know
379
what
now, so
started
every
things,
sub
though they're
counts.
just kind of locked into this war. You can draw lots of parallels to real life things, and even the characters fall victim to doing things they once hated. The opening is a complete haymaker though, and it kind of speaks to strength in numbers. All the wolves seem like they're unarmed, and I'm guessing even the new guy could potentially kill them. However, they have ideals that people like Isaac gravitate towards. Though little is known about him, we do know he was a former Marine. The military then got shifted to Fedra, and he was basically forced to follow orders he didn't agree with. 15 years has taken its toll, and now he's ready to stand with the people. I love Wright's expression as he tosses the grenades in and then shuts the doors completely blasé. He's now left a corrupt and authoritarian regime to stand up and fight against it. So you could easily tell this story where you see that he's the hero. However, as we keep saying in the Last of Us world, no such things as heroes and villains. No good or bad, just all morally shades of grey. The Last of Us, of course, is all about seeing things from different people's perspectives and understanding why they got there, which is something we'll of course also explore with Abby. In the end, Isaac becomes
I don't think, and I think that's one of the things that the show is lacking at this point, is that they haven't given us enough of that background on Abby to make us care about her as a character. And I know, Abby didn't appear in this episode or anything like that. She wasn't in the last episode, but you just keep going back to that point. I think that you need someone that we are going to care about. And at this point, I don't know if Ellie is that person, at least not this portrayal of Ellie. I don't really know.
You could also kind of apply to the path that Ellie's on. Now, we do know from the journals that eventually the wolves overran Seattle and Fedra decided to leave. Their leader, Lieutenant Torres, was then killed in the final attack, with the rest of his team massacred at the courthouse. You find the remnants of this in the game, and it happening there has a very symbolic meaning. All the rights and rules they once stripped away have now backfired at the place of judgment. Isaac offers the rookie a choice, but in the end, he doesn't really have one. Just in the same way Isaac had to survive by signing up with Fedra, this rookie's now got to do the same thing. It's something that probably happened with a lot of the Wolves, which is why there's been so much dissent. In the end,
Yep. Just like they talked about how the Wolves, a lot of the Wolves end up becoming part of the Seraphites and not really the other way around. I think the Wolves is sort of a situation, as we used to say, you know, either get down or lay down. So like you need to be a part of our crew or else we are going to, you know, tear you apart, and, you know, you're not going to have any other choice. So yeah, it kind of sucks, man. It kind of sucks that you know, you have to do all of this by force, but that's how they were able to get their numbers up. Whether that's going to be a lasting strategy, I don't know. It would be nice to have people who actually care about your group as opposed to just being fearfully a part of your group.
it's a chilling way to start things that once more takes us to the titles. Last week we ended with Ellie silhouette just there by herself, and I do wonder if at some point the Joel stand
Do I play Marvel Snap? I sure do, man.
We'll talk about
I
their
sure
journey
do.
more in
That's
just a
crazy,
second,
yeah.
but firstly, just
I
a
haven't
quick
played
word
in a
from our
while.
sponsors.
It's been like a
This
few
video is sponsored
weeks
by the
now. The
DC
last time I
Studio
played was when
Showcase
they were doing
podcast,
the
which is available on
what was
Max.
it, the
new
the
series
Voltage
releases episodes every other
sort of
Friday,
like
and it covers
mini
movies,
game
comic
for
books,
like a
and
week.
everything
That was
a
the last time I
dedicated
played.
DC
I
fan
haven't played
needs
in
to
a
know.
while though.
Whether it's all the
I do
updates
love
on
the game, though,
Superman
it's fun.
from James Gunn, or just the ins and outs of the latest comics, this podcast has got you covered. Hosted by Frankie Smith and Tyler
Yeah, we're
Coates,
gonna
with
fast
comic
forward.
correspondent Coach from
Okay.
Eugene Spunker, have kind of been spread across the season. I did wonder if the meds as well, if they were playing on supplements which you used to upgrade your character. Like a lot of areas in the game though, it's been picked clean and you're just left with the dregs. There's some meds though, including one for a yeast infection. I wondered if that was because, you know, yeast carried cordyceps and people might have just thought it's not worth the risk. The first season saw a scientist examine an outbreak at a flower and grain plant in Jakarta.
If you're watching
He then
right now, we
explained how
just
the
finished
place was
watching The
perfect
Last of Us
substrate for the
season
cordyceps
2,
fungus
episode
to
4,
thrive.
and we're watching
So,
a recap right
you
now,
would
discussing
skip
the
out on the
episode.
yeast a lot.
So
Dina
yeah,
then
let me
asked
know
if
what you
Ellie's
thought of the
rocking yeast
episode. Drop your
infection, to which
comments.
she
They will
says
be
not
shown on
today.
the screen,
The
and we can
infection
talk about them.
moves through yeast, and she later gets bit but doesn't die today. So maybe it's like a little bit of clever writing, or maybe I'm just reading too far into it. Have Screen Crush uploaded yet? Go watch them instead. Tina then finds something which we later learn are the pregnancy tests. She was sick last week and is again later on in this episode. But the question is, will these 26-year-old pregnancy tests even be accurate? They usually last about 1 to 3 years. I don't know. Well, I do know because, yeah.
26-year-old. See, now that's something I totally didn't even think about. Is that you know, are these tests going to actually be accurate because they are so old? And it did seem like Dina was throwing up, but it was because of the different smells and stuff that was going on, not because, you know, she was potentially pregnant. So yeah, interesting.
She's pregnant, and Jesse definitely looked her up. Last week in the 10, she mentioned how she'd gone back to him, which was a new addition for the show. In the game, we didn't actually have that 3-month gap in between, and Ellie and Dina just headed out. So I don't know if it's going to cause extra issues and add more to the love triangle, as in the game, you kind of understood, like, yeah, Dina used to be with Jesse, now she's with Ellie, whereas now it's like she kissed Ellie, but then went back to Jesse, but Ellie, it's more complicated. Dina then says she's going to pee, but judging by the amount of tests she takes, she's going to be like Austin Powers after he wakes up. We then cut to the outside of the pharmacy and get Seattle day 1 on screen. It's just like the game where
If
each
you
day
watch
was
right now,
marked.
let me know
I
what you
do
thought of the
wonder if this will
episode.
be a framing device throughout
Was
the
it
show,
good? Was it
as
bad?
we
Was it
do
somewhere
jump
in
about a
between?
lot over the same 3 days. Ellie is also waiting
I
on
think it was an
Shimmer.
okay
Now, in the
episode.
game,
I love
this
the action
downtown
part,
area
but
they're in, it's just a big,
some of the
big
character
open world
moments and the
section
character
where you can
development
visit
was
multiple places.
lacking. I
This
wasn't feeling
includes a
that.
bank where you can find Nathan Drake's ring, a WLF base we mentioned earlier, the courthouse, synagogue, and also the music store that pops up later. You also discover the playing card for Dr. Uckman, which was a play on the game's creator. It's a shame that a lot of this was cut, as there are a number of memorable moments. It's pretty much just a side quest though, where you get fuel to open a gate, so watching it I can totally understand why cutting it was necessary. Give us a 20-minute council scene instead. I need more therapy sessions where they lie to the therapist.
Yeah. Now that's one part that I will 100% agree with this recap on, is that they have tended to waste some time in certain scenes that weren't completely necessary. Like I think the stuff with them hooking up, that was, you know, that was a little bit unnecessary. I think like they said, the therapy session stuff, completely unnecessary. At least for them to go on as long as they did. And I mean, you want the story to progress. You want there to be more things happening in the episodes, and then when you get bogged down by that stuff, it's a little rough.
Isabela Merced is just amazing in this episode though, as she just drops subtle little clues in her acting. As she gets on Shimmer, she acts normal but totally gives away something's up. But as they get going, she looks both happy and terrified at the same time, which is a feeling I'm sure many parents will remember very well. You know what? Twins. Fucking kill me. No, I love them. Wouldn't change a thing. Isabela just smashes it though, and I was kind of a bit meh on Dina in the game.
Yeah, I think that the actress who plays Dina does a good job on the show, man. Like, she comes across as genuine. I don't really like exactly how the character is written, but that's not really her fault. So I think that she does a good job, a good convincing job with what she's provided on the show. What do you think? Let me know.
But the show version, yeah, she's my favorite character. They then head to Capitol Hill in search of the WLF. We cut about and also see a dirty stuffed bunny. Just like the giraffe cuddly toys, this symbolizes a loss of innocence. We also have a lot of attention to the Pride logos, and in real life, this is a well-known LGBTQ+ area. This is just like the game with the same flags. However, this happened in the game after the school section, which was totally cut out, including Jordan. In case you don't know, they basically get the fuel from the courthouse and then ride out to power up the gates. This then takes them to the Seraphites Hotel, which is now the site of a massacre. Turns out Tommy's rolled through and killed one of Abby's allies, Nick. He tortured him and another person, doing the same trick Joel did with the map in Season 1. I did wonder if we get a little nod to that as they ride past the hotel around the 9-minute mark.
See, you wonder why they skipped over that, because I felt like that was some big character development moments. And they just totally skipped over that part. I forgot about that.
In the game, Ellie and Dina then continue on Shimmer.
I like how this recap is sort of like going through the episode the way and like tying it in with the game as well. Like that's pretty cool.
And all of a sudden, they're rocked by an explosive. A guy called Mike arrives and kills Shimmer before then taking Ellie captive. This is when we catch back up with Jordan, who was also a member of Abby's crew that killed Joel. In the attack, Ellie slices his face, but they change it for the show, so she cut Manny's hand instead. Dina then arrives and catches them off guard, and together she and Ellie kill Jordan. They then discover a little risque photo of Leo, which leads them to the news station. But yeah, Tommy had a big hand in a lot of that, and we learned how this was messing up the wolves. Isaac had actually put out an order that meant they had to kill trespassers. So not good, and I was a bit gutted they cut it, because like a never-ending story messed me up. Shimmer just kind of disappears in the episode though, and they leave him as they think it'll be easier to spot. Because of this though, I hope and pray we see the horse again. I miss you, Shimmer, because obviously though, yeah, he's not in the game beyond this point. As for those characters, it gave Tommy a lot more ruthlessness, but yeah, he's obviously still back at Jackson. Which, yeah, I am in the camp of thinking they've underused Tommy, and I do think it's a shame. I know there's people who are like, I'm glad he's been cut, but for me, it just feels like something's missing, that we're not kind of following his path of revenge and being like, oh, it's pretty messed up seeing what's going on here, isn't it? And Ellie's like, well, we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna do the exact same thing. So yeah, just kind of
and yeah, that sort of that dichotomy between those two characters isn't there, and that is a big part of the game, and the fact that that's lacking is kind of odd that they decided to take that part of it out.
Robs the character a bit and kind of knocks Tommy down in terms of how I feel he ties into the story. I even wonder if they're going to give his fight against Manny to Ellie and Dina, as that was a big part of his character too. But moving on. Anyway, Dina's confused as she thought that the area had been bombed. This is a line she also says in the game, but there it's at the downtown area. We know that Pedro actually ordered a carpet bombing of areas outside the QZ, which we heard about in part 1.
If you're watching right now, we're watching a recap of episode 4 of season 2 of The Last of Us.
Also, Dina's then confused by the
let me know
rainbow
what you
flags,
thought of the
and
episode.
she says the
Your
same line in the
chats
show
will
as in
be
the game.
displayed on the
What's
screen,
with
so
all
let
the
me know what you
rainbows?
thought.
What's up with all the rainbows?
We mentioned in our episode 2 video how Seth obviously was alive in 2003, where gay people weren't as accepted. It wasn't until 2015 that same-sex marriage became fully equal to that of traditional marriage. There's obviously not the big campaigns for it either, and Ellie is even gay and has no idea what the flag represents. Echoes of the past are here as well, as we see the VW Beetle, which was all the rage at the time. It's here that they also find the tank from the game. The lines here are also almost identical to that.
I've never seen one of these in action.
Never seen a tank this close.
What is it?
What is it?
Burnt skeletons.
3 burnt skeletons.
Ellie then mentions how the Fedra soldiers probably fought each other after looking at the bodies. It's a callback to Isaac killing the Fedra soldiers, and no doubt he went undercover after this and took down Fedra from the inside. As mentioned in the note on the Fedra truck in the game, an informant is out there, which I think the Isaac story lifts from.
Kind of like those astronauts.
Like Apollo 1.
One of the early moon missions, there was an electrical fire and the astronauts burned up in their capsule.
They're supposed to be the first ones to go to the moon, but they never made it off the launch pad. Burned up in their capsule.
Along with this, Ellie's got a big interest in space, with her room having lots of astronaut posters and pictures of the planet. Dina then sees the TV station tower. As mentioned earlier, they have a big side trek to find out their base. Those big WLF letters spray painted on the dish. Simple that. Dina thinks it's a trap though, to lure people in. This does happen in the game though, but yeah, you're kind of going towards it. However, they do frame things just like the shot in the show. She also mentions how Capitol Hill is clearly clear, as no one came up to them when the tank hatch made the loud bang. Capitol Hill in the game actually had quite a number of infected enemies, and it was some of the best encounters in the game, mainly due to the level being so open and large that you could really get creative with it. Dina also playing things smart to get through the area shows how less reckless she is than Ellie. In our episode 1,
And yeah, the fact that they decided to not make that area, you know, like it was in the game is another weird choice too, because as a person, you know, watching the episode, if you go back a little bit, you know, I even said during the time where the episode was going on, like, you know, this doesn't make any logical sense that they could be walking through this area and nobody is there, no infected, no wolves, no nothing. And it just came across as weird. So I wonder why they did not go that route. And even if they had, like, you know, a small group of infected, that would have at least made sense, as opposed to being completely empty with the way it was in the show this time.
Breakdown, we discussed how this might be down to her immunity. Obviously, if you can't get infected, you're going to be less cautious in general. Like, Ellie's been bitten about like 4 times altogether at this point, I think. And yeah, she just keeps going because she's like, it doesn't mean anything, whatever, just keep going. Everyone else though, if they get bit once, death sentence. So you can understand, you know, how over time she'd get cocky and start to ignore all the lessons Joel taught her. Dina, however, is a student of the game from Joel. He had a wealth of experience from the military and also his life scavenging and robbing before Boston, which adds in such a great dynamic. It echoes that of the first season, where Dina's now taken on the cautious role of Joel, whereas Ellie has kind of arrested development. It's here though that they find the Valiant music store. It's one of the best parts of the game, and we get to see Ellie playing guitar and have a touching moment with Dina. What's crazy as well is that this moment is completely missable if you don't explore the area. Some of you played part 2, you might not even seen this scene before, but we are all completionists, aren't we? No, not like that one. As she walks in though, we can see Legend, greatest hits of Bob Marley, and also the Wailers. We then see Ja Rule's Pain is Love, and sadly, I can't quite make out the one to the right of Ja Rule. Maybe we should ask Ja Rule what his thoughts on the outbreak are. All of the music on sale appears to be vinyl though, which is a big hold on. Vinyl is wildly popular now, but back in 2003, it was pretty unheard of for a music store to still be selling it exclusively. I remember a lot of it being in the EDM section for DJs, but that was about it. CDs. Then again, this is a specialist store in Seattle, and that's a hipster heaven, so I'll give you this one. I'll let you guys have this one.
Yeah, I get that with Seattle being,
see a big Pearl Jam poster upstairs, and we can also see there's one in the show.
Definitely
in the
music
game,
town.
Ellie then sits down and plays Featured Days first, which is a little reminder of Joel. That's not in the show, but they do have what sounds like some of the notes from the song as she touches the shelves. There's also a poster for Freezer Weasel, which might be a band from the game, but we haven't been able to locate anything. Let me know if you do though. There's also Vesper Twins and a few others we couldn't make out. We also see Prince Previn's Like Love and what looks like the soundtrack to The Graduate, which ends with a couple of people running off together, which you could potentially apply to the pair. As Dina walks around, we also see flyers for Halleck and Drops, which is an in-universe band. This is the same band Sarah had on her t-shirt in the game and show. Ellie then picks up the Tears for Fears album Hurting. That has Mad World on it, which you can also apply to the show. The Gary Jules version was also in the Donnie Darko movie around 2003, and it was the UK Christmas #1 in the same year, which wouldn't have been in this universe. Lucky people, can I swap? We then see Ashanti's self-titled as Dina plays with a drum set just like the game. Ellie then finds a guitar in a case, and though the rest are ruined, this has silica gel in it which has allowed it to remain intact. In the game, she then tunes it, which leads into a cool minigame. You could actually play it, and clever people manage to play songs like Enter Sandman on it. Like we get here though, Ellie plays a Haas take
That's
on
some
me.
folks that got way too much time on their hands if they're able to do that.
I don't know what I'm to say, I'll say it anyway. I don't know what I'm to say.
I don't know about you guys watching, but like just seeing that version of Ellie in the game, like it makes me like I care about that version. The TV version, not so much.
Today's another day to find you. Today's another day to find you.
What was that?
I'll be gone. I'll be gone in a day or two. In a day or two.
Now if you cast your mind back to season 1, you might remember that Ellie had a cassette of Ahar's greatest hits in her room. In the same episode, the song could be heard after Riley turns on the power at the mall. Take On Me is a total 80s classic which foreshadows the danger looming of the TV tower. In a similar way to how she lost Riley, Ellie's now on a journey that could lead to Dina's death. However, whereas she couldn't save her first kiss, she manages to save Dina by taking the bite. It's a really deep moment and kind of plays off one of her saddest memories and losses. Now in this universe, 80s songs in general always tend to signal danger. If you cast your mind back to season 1, you might remember Bill
I
would
did
play an
not
80s
think
song
of
if
that.
danger was
Yeah.
coming. In the
Yeah.
game, Ellie mentions the bonfire and Dina says she should have kissed her then. This might refer to the trailer that came out just before the game's launch where she played a cover of True Fate by Blue Monday. This was also hinted at in the Lost Levels that were released alongside the director's cut
Man,
of the
if
game.
you got a chance
Dina
to
then
watch the
says
episode,
she'll
what
make
did you
them beef
think?
jerky,
Jump in the
and it
comments.
could
Let me know
refer
what
to
you
this
thought.
moment.
I did. I remember thinking, who is this string bean girl stealing all the jerky? Didn't steal that much jerky.
Ellie then leaves the guitar standing up, just like it was on the stand in episode 2. On the podcast, they talked about how Joel seeing it dusty in episode 1 was what broke his heart the most. That was a gift he gave her, and the fact she discarded it showed exactly what she thought of him. However, after seeing him at the porch, it ended up back in her room. So personally, I believe we got an extra scene there that we might see coming down the line. This will be in which Ellie forgives him and the guitar symbolizes she wants to repair things, which is why she stood it up in her room the next day, and also why she stands it up here. Before Abby smashed his head like the like button, we then cut to Isaac and get a Last of Us and Bear crossover. On the left of the hob, you can also see posters about the workers' compensation and also the workers' rights, which are things you actually see at the aquarium. He then gives a monologue about how he used to impress women with his cooking and his love for Morviel cookware. Morviel. Can't pronounce it, I'm butchering it again. Leave a comment below saying, Paul, you are crap. In the end though, I think it's important to focus on the fact that Isaac got exactly what he wanted. It's kind of like a be careful what you wish for thing, which extends to everything. It also kind of reminds me that getting what you
I enjoy
want
Isaac
also
on this show,
comes
man.
with a cost.
I enjoy
Just
Isaac.
in the same way that Joel saved Ellie,
Liked him even
it
more in the
ended up
game,
costing
so
him
I
more.
wonder if they're going to
He
keep
lost
all the
his
story
life,
beats with him
and
as well.
I also feel like Ellie found out. They're keeping it tight-lipped on that at the moment.
If
but
you're
yeah,
watching right now,
I
drop a
think the
comment
pans
below. We are
symbolize
watching a
that.
recap
There's a
of
deeper meaning in the
episode
pans. Abby got
4
her
of
revenge
season 2
though,
of The Last
but
of
I
Us.
don't feel like
I'm
it's
JD.
gonna make her happy, and I think if Ellie gets her revenge on Abby, it's gonna lead to the same thing. The importance of the pans here is that getting what you want just doesn't always mean you get exactly what you want. Hidden meaning in pans. This is something you can also apply to Isaac, as he got what he wanted, but then the scars rose up. He then became the thing he sought to replace and is now trapped in this endless war. Now this scene is a bit later in the game when you're playing as Abby. You're ordered to the FOB just like the rest of the WLF in the show. They're planning something big and you see Isaac interrogating a Scar. There he's wearing the same outfit, which is a nice touch for the show. In the game he's also using a set of screwdrivers and you don't really get to see it. Overall they just kind of gloss over the interrogation, but here we get it all playing out. And it's really messed up. Like cutting to a naked guy, he's just getting tortured. It's just really, really intense.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that either.
I wouldn't go on TV naked like that and then be like, just line up. Let Jeffrey Wright hit me with a pan. Be like, at least let me get a semi on first, mate. Now, he forces him to hold out his hand and burns him with one of the pans. However, the Seraphite welcomes it. He sees it as a test of fate and believes he'll live under the Prophet's rule in paradise. Isaac says how there's Scars that don't believe the Prophet was a magical being and just a person, but the Seraphite calls them heretics. In the game, we learn how the Prophet's teachings were twisted and warped after her death. I think it kind of also speaks to how people look for reasons and answers in things. When something bad happens, you know, people handle it differently. Some believe something's happening from a higher power, some look to the government, and there's even those that go to conspiracy theories. Everyone has their own path they turn to that gives them a reason to what's going on. And you can't even argue that, like, one's more valid than the other. You have to remember that to these people,
if you watched the episode, what did you think of the episode tonight? Let me know.
Destroyed. During the outbreak, Seattle was rocked and the infected ran through the streets, which you could very much see as hell coming to Earth. Now, during this time, there was a lower area called Queen Anne that seemed to be protected. Those there believed it was because the Prophet protected them. Thus, they followed her, and again, big breakdown of their history on the channel. Isaac, in the end, though, ordered her execution, and since then, she's been made into a martyr. In her death, we learned how the elders had then taken young brides and would rule the roost.
I'm getting the word.
Yeah.
No.
Basically, everybody in this show is creepy on some level. There are no good guys. Everybody is pretty much some level of bad guy in this show.
Then argue back and forth about
and in the game.
In the game, you find notes from both that detail how the other's the bad guy. In all honesty, though, it just signals the propaganda. We find this from a note by a WF member who ended up joining the Scars. He says that it was the wolves that actually broke the truce, but even then, we don't know if it's reliable. We also learn in the game that the WLF soldiers were slaughtered after Seraphite children were killed. Manny says how the kids attacked them first, though, and asks Mel what they should do. It really just plays into how far they've fallen, though, as they'll now kill kids if they're part of the other side. Isaac even defends doing it though, and we actually saw a personal side of this last week. Now I actually had a couple of comments being like, she wasn't unarmed, mate, she had a hammer, they were right to shoot her. But like, mate, if an 8-year-old girl came at me with a hammer, I'm pretty sure I can kick that ass in a fight. The Scar also says that Isaac's going to lose, but Isaac talks about their technological advantages. However, what the Scars have is faith and belief. It reminds me of that bit from The Godfather Part 2 when Michael says the Cuban rebels will win.
You have to wonder if that faith and belief is going to be enough to get them through. Like that,
but they've still managed to take hold.
It kind of comes off as culty to me.
Fighting because of orders, they're fighting because of what they truly believe, and because of this, they'll always push further. That's also why people are leaving the WLF, because they just don't have the confidence that they can actually beat the Scars. Now, in this scene, Isaac wants to know where they're attacking next, which is
I wonder if they're going to actually show more of the Scars as we move forward and show.
Island, which is where all of them live at. It was actually a massive flood that broke off a big part of Seattle, and then since then it's became Scar Island, which I think we see later on in the episode. Either way, while Isaac took over Fedra, he can't take over the Seraphites.
If you watch the episode, drop a comment below. My name is JD, and I'm watching a recap of episode 4 right now. We just actually got to watching it on the stream, so let me know what you thought of the episode.
He was just chilling reading.
Drop your comments. Your comments will be on the screen, and we can talk about
now a hardline WLF soldier.
Also, hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button.
He's been as brainwashed as the Scars, though.
We do live stream watch parties every week for these
episodes. The WLF soldier
episodes.
also doesn't see the Scars as people, and that they're just animals. It means there's no chance for a resolution. Isaac sees himself as right, and only by defeating the Scars can he survive, while the Scars will never give up their holy war. But to him, these aren't citizens, they're just sort of like the voters, and basically a group he can simply put down by othering them. In a note from the federal officer, it also said how the WLF will have to deal with feeding everyone and dealing with the Seraphites. So they're kind of in way over their heads.
Yeah,
and
regardless
need to
of what
basically
side
wipe
you're
them
on,
out
nobody's
quickly,
really
which
right.
we'll talk about later on. The guy also prays, which is something Lev does too, and you can even get a Seraphite to pray on their knees if you hold them up properly. I couldn't find the exact words for that prayer in the game, but let me know below if you do. Also, that guy lying naked there, probably gonna need some clothes, and maybe he should check out our merch store below. Not only do we have our brand new 2 cordyceps designs, but we watch it in the day and then clamber your way up to an office window. The layout of the outside of the building's really cool, and it's filled with ledges you can traverse. I do feel like the blood they see outside also comes from the Scars, and this then leads them to a broken window. This then allows them to get in, which is what you do in the game. Ellie also insinuates that if they find the WLF that weren't in Jackson, they'll take them out as well. Probably due to them seeing what the WLF did to the kid on the way to Seattle. It kind of juxtaposes how Abby and her gang said they wouldn't hurt anyone else, at least in principle. They did have that dilemma with what they would do if they interrogated someone, but yeah, it kind of just shows how Ellie's not messing around. The inside of the station also looks pretty different, and the pair come across a human pincushion. In the game, this was Leia, but here it's just some random soldier. In the game, Dina puked up when they found Tommy's horse, and there was a lot of bodies around.
It always makes me mad every time we were watching the show, like the entire time while I'm going through the show. They had opportunities to like grab weapons and different things, or like grab a vest, or grab the wolf like clothing and stuff. Like I would have done all those things. I would have had like all their gear on. They would have thought that like, oh, you know, this is some soldier that I just don't know. Then I could have been able to pop and take care of them and been able to do what I needed to do. But they did not do any of that stuff. So it just makes you think like, man, that's not the smartest route. That's not the smartest way to go about doing things if you had gotten caught up in a situation like this. At least that's how I felt. That's how I felt.
Around it. However, in the show, her morning sickness is more severe. It's triggered here, and she of course had it last week when she also saw the bodies. Ellie then follows the blood of the Seraphite logo, which says feel her love. This is in the game as well, and it just shows a nice attention to detail. A message of love, written in blood as well, just a fantastic juxtaposition.
You write born to kill on your helmet, and you wear a peace button. What's that supposed to be, some kind of sick joke?
Also made me laugh how Dina says, what's wrong with Seattle, as they realize the Seraphites are absolutely psychotic as well, which also possibly plays on this line from the game.
What the fuck is wrong with Seattle? Everyone in this city's a fucking psycho.
She then grabs a radio, which tips them off to the hospital later. This is a replacement for the radio that's in the theater, which is missing from the show. In the game, you then explore the offices, but the piece is broken pretty quickly. WLF soldiers arrive, and you can overhear what they're saying. One of them wants to cut down the bodies, but the other one wants to secure the building, and they kind of argue back and forth. We also hear how Isaac wants a Scar alive for questioning, but the squad leader doesn't care. He just wants to kill them. In the game, there was a combination of Ellie and Dina being trespassers, and also being thought of as Scars. The trigger-happy soldiers were just ready to shoot anyone there though. I also wonder if there's an issue with Isaac's intel, as the soldiers just keep executing the Scars like we saw last episode. The scared WLF officer dialogue also calls back to a discussion of kids being used, as he says he doesn't care if it's a woman, child or baby, just kill everyone, which again shows how these kids keep getting brought into the war. Just like the game, you then hide behind boxes while trying to take out the soldiers. You can also whittle down their numbers and make a dash for it to escape the building. Whenever I play, I just tend to lob a Molotov as soon as they come in. Also, that's my gameplay for it. Yeah, I've been going back through it because I thought, well, I might as well just grab the scenes instead of ripping it from someone else's videos. Had people saying in the comments though, like, I don't think Paul's ever played the game, and I'm like, mate, I fucking that was been my whole life for like years and years. Pandemic, mate, 2020. What do you think I was doing? Just played Last of Us all day, every day. I'm making hour-long videos on this shit. What do you mean? Writing a fucking 20,000 word dissertation on it every single week. What do you mean? Ellie then she tries her best to stealth kill a soldier using a flick knife. This is how she takes people out in the game, but yeah, she can't really do it. The jujitsu lessons just not working out too well. Luckily, Dina's there to save the day once again. Dina shoots a window, and then they make a run for it.
I never understand
like
the shooting of a
it's
window, man.
heart-pounding
Can't you just
sequence in
break
the
through
game
that
as
thing
you pass
anyway?
into some destroyed tunnels while everyone's shooting at you. You then run through a door and put a vending machine down as a blockade, but here they have to crawl down through a gap. In the game, you can hear the soldiers moving through the area, searching, and then you notice a clicker. It's like, oh shit. Upon dropping down, the soldiers then enter, and I always throw a bottle to bring out the infected. This thing gives you time to run and get into a carriage. At 31:57, you can also spot a Burger King-like sign. I did wonder if this might be Fast Burger, which we saw in the Left Behind DLC. In the show, we then see as the soldiers drop into the tunnels and spark up a flare. It gives it a really ominous red lighting, just like the game, and I always thought it was one of the creepiest scenes. The added danger here, though, is that we know fire attracts the cordyceps. While a sparkler attracted them in Jackson, the WLF have alerted the horde in the subway. I love how Dina uses her listen mode once again and she counts how many infected there are, just like the first episode. It really pays off the setup there, but just gets worse and worse and she just stops counting. In the game and show, they also talk about how the tunnels are supposed to be clear. I just lobbed a brick as soon as I got down there, so I don't have any footage of it because I'm an idiot, yeah, but they do say it. I've played the game enough to say it. I have played the game. I want to make that clear. Honestly, though, I can see it just being a case of
if you watched episode 4 of The Last of Us Season 2, let me know what you thought in the chat below.
No infected, yeah, mate. It's all clear. Just let's get out of here.
Did you enjoy
Everyone's
the episode?
obviously just trying to survive, and I've always
pretty
taken
good
it as
for me.
people lying
Pretty good.
rather than heading into danger. Because
best.
who's going to even go down and check to make sure they're right? As much as I love the game, I actually think this scene improves on it. The horde's just way more terrifying, and there's that real intensity. Once you lock the doors in the game, you're safe, whereas here they just keep coming. However, they do an homage to the source material with the clicker. When you lock the door, one of them bangs against the window, and that's a moment that we get in the episode. There's also skeletons lining the carriages. Kinda horrifying just imagining the people traveling on a train and then getting stuck down there. I always found it so creepy coming across sites like this, as your imagination kinda fills in what happened, and it's always bad. As they drop down, an infected spots them, and you can see his t-shirt says Yakima. This is potentially a nod to Yakima Valley, which is a place in Washington state, which is where this is all set. Now, they actually skip over a big section and a new infected from the game, in that you go further into the tunnels at one point and even find a prophet artifact. A scartifact. You then find a soldier with big bad acid burns. Upon going deeper, you come across a new kind of infected known as the Shambler. These gigantic hulking beasts are somewhat between a clicker and a bloater. Able to throw acid spores at you, they're very, very deadly. When they introduced the stalkers early, I did think we might get these as well. Maybe they'll save them for a future episode, but yeah, to be
they're
honest,
holding that to the end,
I did like how they kept up the tension with the horde. This then leads to them ascending, but they change how they reveal Ellie's immunity. In the game, her mask gets smashed after she gets grabbed by an infected. Now, why this is bad is because basically in the game you have spores around their hubs, and if you breathe in too much, then the cordyceps basically infect you. So seeing that with Ellie should be a death sentence. Dina panics and offers to share hers, but Ellie quickly rips hers off and says that she's immune. The horde then show up, and she doesn't really have time to question it.
Watching a
Anyone else,
recap right now
though,
that is
like
talking
Misty,
about the differences between
coughing
the
and
game
wheezing
and
within
episode
a
4,
couple
so
of
you
minutes,
can chime in with
especially
those as
after
well.
all that sprinting. Ellie is fine though, and it kind of proves it to Dina, which I always thought was kind of a weak way to do it, because they don't really ever touch on it again. Ellie's like the most important person on Earth. You know, Dina would realize this because she's immune, but it's just kind of like, oh, you're immune. Okay, let's get out of here. And then they just kind of
Yeah,
go,
they
well,
did
you
sort of
are a
gloss
bit
over
immune
it
anyway.
real
That's pretty
quick,
fun, but
real
that's
quick.
the end of it. Here, though, everything's far more intense. Ellie gives her arm and takes the bite, and then they make it through the turnstile. Someone then gets stuck, which plays slightly off the game, in that Ellie's grabbed by a clicker and then Dina comes back and kills it. This thing gets stuck in the door, and that's what jams everything down there. Upon leaving, though, we get Dina being torn up. She stops, and we even get focus on the gun because she knows what she's meant to do. I love how the theater even has the word sick on the marquee, as Dina's probably wondering if she is. Though you can't make out the sign, this is for the band Sick Habit. This is an in-universe band that Dina talks about at the record store. In the game, the marquee said Cassandra.
I don't know if I was Dina,
but
if
the
I would
band
have
being here could be
immediately
setting
went to
something up
go,
later.
you know,
Ellie
draw
plays a
my
guitar
weapon
in the
like
back
that,
at
but
one point, so potentially it belonged to them. Now this
I don't
theater
know.
pulls right from the game, and it's where the pair end up making their base. I love Isabela Merced's acting here. As you can tell, she's really divided. And it's easy to put yourself in her shoes. Like, imagine if someone you liked, like me, say I got bit, yeah? You'd struggle over whether to shoot me or not, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you? It's sort of playing off the Riley scene though, and how Ellie must have also felt in those moments. Ellie also puts out her hand to prove it, which is what she did in season 1 episode 2. Dina then watches her through the night with a gun pointed at her, which is different from the game. There Dina tells her she's pregnant when they arrive, and she's completely exhausted. You even have to carry her to the theater, and then she has to rest up.
Ellie. Ellie. I think I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant.
The pair then kiss,
Did kinda
and
come
there's
out the blue.
definitely a lot of fear, danger, excitement, and feeling like they're finally at their most open and honest together. Dina thought Ellie was gonna die, and thus she just made the most of it.
See, that was the part that I probably disagreed the most with. Like, yo, I ain't got time for that. Like, I mean, I need to find a safer place before I get to that point where I want to, you know, hook up with somebody in the middle of this sort of this apocalypse. And it's not like they were necessarily back at, you know, it's not like they're back at their camp or in their home. They are in the enemy territory, just got chased to this place, and now you want to sit there and like get your grind on. Like, didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Which isn't a scene you get in the game. They climb onto the roof and start up the power. During this you discover the radio, which gives you a better idea of where everyone is. Ellie then explores the theater and discovers a guitar in the back. Playing Future Days, it again keeps her focused on why she's doing this. Dina announcing her pregnant, you know, it should be a shock to the system. Obviously, you don't want to put anyone like that in danger, but Ellie stays stuck on her path. In this show,
Yeah, if you're watching right now, we are watching a recap of episode 4 of The Last of Us season
without
2.
really second guessing things. Dina also brings up the chemical burn like she does in the game.
Chemical burn.
You said it was a burn.
I did it myself.
You did it to yourself?
Dina then talks about how her mother pushed her towards liking boys, but how it never really worked out. Ellie and probably Joel, they've allowed her to be herself, and that's why the pair are on this quest together. They have a pretty chill morning talking about their past, eating beef jerky, which she cooked up before, pregnancy
Chill
tests, and so on and so forth. They also talk about their future, which we'll discuss in the spoiler section. However, their happy moments are broken up by the sound of gunfire. Hearing the mention of Nora on the radio, it also gives her location. Racing to the roof, they see the battle between the wolves and Scars raging on. The city is a complete war zone, and they're now heading directly into it. I was actually expecting it to pop up Seattle Day 2 and end the episode, but maybe they'll do that next time. You might also notice the crane and the island broken off over the water. That is Scar Island, and the cranes are what the Scars use to traverse about the city. We then end with Ellie telling Dina to stay, but she says,
Together.
You go. I go.
Anyway, that wraps up the episode.
Yeah, man. Interesting. So yeah, I think that you know, overall it was a solid episode. I thought that we got some action. We definitely got a lot of character development and progression of the story. It still leaves me wanting more. Of course, I'm going to continue to watch it, but there are some aspects of the show that I don't particularly care for, and because of that, it makes me a little bit more turned off from the show than I was the game. I think that inherently when you have a game, you come to get closer to the characters involved as opposed to watching. You're actually participating in these things that are happening. So yeah, it's a little bit harder to get close to Ellie in this show, since, you know, she's the only one we have left. I think Joel being gone is a struggle. I think that they want you as a watcher of the show to feel that as well, and that's exactly what we get in this. And I really want to know where they're going to go from here. I did not watch any of the other stuff for the spoilers. I'm not going to spoil that for you guys watching too. But yeah, if you enjoyed this, I really appreciate you for checking this out. If you lasted this long, or if you're watching after the fact, please hit that like button. hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and hit that notification bell so you can be notified each and every time we go live in 2025. I will be back next week, probably sometime between 7 and 7:30 Central Time before the episode comes out. Usually I like to watch or play the first game a little bit and get everything set up, and then once the episode starts, or we watch a recap of the previous episode, talk about it a little bit, and then once the episode starts, we watch together and talk about it. So yeah, just big shout out to everybody who came in the chat this week. We had my guy Bloody Body was in the chat, Seattle Ryan was in the chat, Joe Frazier was in it, or Joe Foster was in the chat. My bad. Big shout out to all those guys. Katie popped on the stream for a little bit, so yeah, just happy that you know, to have the interaction and have everybody come and chill out. So yeah, if you're watching now, do that next week. Come hang out with us next week. As you can see, we throw all the comments on the screen, so your comments will be displayed and discussed. But yeah, I really appreciate you for hanging out with me. My name is JD, and I will see you when I see you. Peace. Here, there we go. Yes, we're live.
Yep. And I'm alive.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while. A long
Still
while.
alive.
I need a pillow to sit on now too, man.
Why? So your
'Cause
butt
look,
be comfy?
So low.
Look at my little speaker thing. It totally matches with my shirt.
Yep.
Ooh.
Totally matching. Yes, we are live. We're going to be talking about The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5 tonight. I am JD.
I'm Katie.
And this is Watch Stuff with Us. So yeah, if you are watching right now and you just happen to be scrolling by, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment. Yeah, let us know what you're thinking about the show so far.
Please and thank you.
I got a lot to say about it. It hasn't been exactly what I wanted, but it just makes me think about everything I don't like about the show currently, and that I didn't like about the game is like just coming through on the show. So can you check that and make sure we sound right?
Yeah, of course. I should press play, huh? That'd be helpful. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yep. Sounds like we're good. Sounds like
we're
we're
good.
good. So yeah, if you're watching right now, let us know where you're from. Can you hear us? Do we sound all right?
Can I say something?
Yeah, you can definitely say something.
I just want to say Happy Mother's Day to all you moms out there, and all you men should be saying Happy Mother's Day to your moms.
Agreed.
Or a mother figure.
Right.
A sister, a friend.
Yes, someone.
Make sure you tell the ladies in your life that you appreciate them.
Yeah, for sure. It is a very, very, very happy Mother's Day to everyone who is watching right now. How was your Mother's Day today?
Good. I ate more than I should have. But other than that, it was really good.
Yeah.
I got pampered by this guy and the kids and all their cute little things from school, from elementary school and preschool that they bring home, and all the yummy food that you and the kids made. So
yeah. It's a good day. It was a good day.
It was.
I hope you guys had a good Mother's Day out there too, but now we're about to bring it down a few notches and talk about The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5. What have you thought, real quick, about the episodes thus far?
Dina and Ellie are just annoying. They're just annoying together. I don't understand the purpose of... It is close to me. It can't go any closer. It's gonna fall off the table. They can hear me. I don't understand the purpose of them and their whole relationship thing. I think there's bigger things to worry about at the moment. And especially with Dina's news, I don't know that they need to be getting involved the second she announces her news. But that's young love, and they don't have parents, and it's a trying time, and all about survival, and I don't know. I just feel like there's more pressing matters that they should be concerned about.
That's what I'm saying too. Like when I was watching the episode, I kept repeating that. Like, yo, I mean, like there's no time for this. Like, you can be in love, you can love each other, but the getting your freak on and all that stuff, like, they were just getting chased like seconds before.
Like, if you want to be in a relationship together, then stay back with the community and do that. But don't be, like, going on this adventure to try and show how tough you are and get revenge and all that. And,
Right, and it's just the two of them.
Yeah.
Just the two of them.
And then try to be doing all this relationship stuff when you're in environments that aren't safe.
Yeah.
And you should be on high alert.
At all times.
Not doing their best.
Like I was saying when I was streaming the other episodes, like when they were like sleeping in the tent in the woods, like I don't know how I would even be able to sleep, like let alone trying to get all lovey-dovey with somebody. Like that is crazy to me. Like that's crazy to
I
me.
feel like I'd never be able to relax in that environment except if I was in the safety of, you know, their little town that they had been in. But even then it'd be tricky, but much safer than going out on an adventure and being dumb.
Yeah, definitely. If you are watching, what do you think of this season thus far? I know we had the shock of Joel dying, you know, very early on, and my question was, and I mean, I played the game, so I kind of know the answers to it, but my main question was like, how are you going to go on with this show now that its focus has completely gone and changed? Like, I think
it's kind of depressing. It's a downer for sure.
I was going to say in the game, at least you had the hook of being able to play as these characters, but now like sitting on the outside just looking in, like it's rough, man.
I hate to say
rough.
I don't care as much.
Yeah, no, it's rough. It's rough.
But I don't care as much.
Yeah, and I mean, like I feel like they brought in Isaac last week, and he's a good character, and I hope that they're not trying to sort of replace Joel with him. In the game, he was a character that you sort of watched from afar, and you didn't get as much detail about him. So I'm really curious to see if they are going to change that a little bit and make Isaac more of a focus moving forward. But yeah, it's definitely interesting. I don't really know. I don't know how to feel all the time about it, but we're along for the ride. I'm hoping that, you know, they got some tricks up their sleeve, but they are quickly running out of game to work with too. Like
yeah, that's what you're
the
telling
game
me.
is,
He
they're
knows all about the game. I don't, but
yeah, they're a little more than halfway through the second game already. So like, once this is up, what's gonna happen? Is there not gonna be a season 3? I don't know. We'll see, I guess. But in the meantime, in between time, we are going to watch a quick recap of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 4 as a little refresher for everybody who's watching. So I'm going to switch screens, and get ready to do that. Oh, man. I got to get my window capture device up. Okay, properties.
we're not prepared.
No, we are. There we go. There we go. All right, let's get this going.
Fourth episode begins with a flashback to the Seattle quarantine zone, circa 2018. In the back of a Fedra transport, a soldier tells a gross and violent story for laughs. He talks about some voters disseminating information. He thought they were Western Liberation Front, but instead they were some religious group. Another soldier asks why they refer to the citizens as voters. And a serious-looking man called Sarge in the corner clarifies that the term is a derogatory one that mocks how Fedra took away people's right to vote. His tone implies he disapproves of the other soldier's jocularity, and the laughter abruptly stops after he speaks. The vehicle approaches...
What did you think of him at this moment before the next part happens?
I don't know. I don't know that I like him.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah. And I think that his character is pretty interesting. I like his motivations to some degree, but he has, as we'll see, he's changed a lot over the years. We'll just leave it at that.
Which is a blockade. There are a lot of people outside on the street. Sarge says he's going to go talk to the people and instructs the other soldiers not to lock and load. Then he orders the soldier who asked about the voters' term to come with him and learn something. A woman named Hanrahan comes up to Sarge and asks if his name is Isaac. It is. Once they've established that, Isaac throws a lit grenade into the back of the transport, which is still full of
that was
other
wild.
soldiers, and
That
locks
was
the
wild.
door. It goes off. He shoots the driver when he tries to escape. Then Isaac and Hanrahan shake hands. Welcome to the fight, she says. Isaac turns to the younger soldier, who now is the only other survivor from his group. Now make your choice, the older man demands. 11 years later, in the present, Dina and Ellie are poking about in the remains of a drugstore. They're in separate rooms, so Ellie isn't there when Dina finds and intrudes something. We can't see what it is, and yells that she's going to pee, and she'll meet her outside.
Going pee.
Ellie notices something is off about her friend when Dina comes out and climbs up on Shimmer with her, but Dina shrugs it off. They meander through Capitol Hill, musing about how they thought Seattle had been bombed, but
the crazy part about this part, when I was watching, I'm like, how are they just strolling in the middle of the street, like no hiding or anything? And I guess it kind of explains it later because the wolves are kind of at war. Why did I say war? Kind of at war. So maybe they weren't in that area, but I would think that they would have their whole area on high alert, and you wouldn't just be able to stroll down the street like this in order. Like, it just doesn't. That didn't make sense. That didn't make sense. But it is what it is, I guess.
This part is still intact. They arrive at the area we saw in the flashback, which is now covered with long, rotten corpses. The girls see the Fedra bodies inside the transport and guess that the two groups were fighting each other. Then Dina uses her binoculars to look around and finds WLF painted on a satellite dish on top of a tall building. Ellie, unsurprisingly, is ready to charge in first, make plans later. But Dina convinces her to wait until dark and approach on foot.
Man.
While they're killing time, they hole up in a music shop. It's as ravaged as the rest of the city is.
Threw me off too, because when they walked into the music shop and all that stuff, like, Dina starts playing the drums. Like, I'm like, what?
Let's try to attract attention.
Who would do this? Like, I would come in there absolutely silent. I'd be looking for a closet and be like, okay, we're gonna hang out in here for the next 12 hours. Like,
yeah.
I'm not going in there trying to play the drums.
The loudest instrument, the drums.
Right, looking through the records, trying to see, like, I don't know. Maybe I just wouldn't. Maybe I wouldn't be good in this type of.
Maybe we're just smarter.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Maybe we just care about living.
But in a pretty way. Lots of plants growing in and a giant sunny hole where windows used to be. Ellie ventures upstairs and finds a guitar that, by virtue of being sealed up in a case, is in very good condition. She tunes it and starts playing Take On Me, though she pauses when she sees Dina at the top of the stairs. Go on, Dina whispers, so she does. Ellie's performance is quiet and sweet. Dina, beaming, sits cross-legged on the floor in front of her, eyes full of tears. When Ellie finishes, Dina wipers her face and compliments her friend, who credits all those lessons.
Wipers her face.
Wipers her
Dina
face.
Smiles.
I thought that was a cute scene. I mean, I don't know how realistic it is, but that's taken straight out the game too. Like, they show that whole cutscene and stuff, and having her like play for her and everything, same song and everything. So yeah, it's pretty cool.
He taught you well. Ellie agrees that he did. Now for something completely different and totally disturbing. In an industrial kitchen elsewhere in Seattle, Isaac lights a stove's burner and talks to someone out of frame about how in the pre-cordyceps times, he loved cooking and used to dream about owning a fancy saucepan. And I was right, just now how I planned. The strange benefits of the apocalypse, he says, heating a pan that we quickly realize is going to be used in an interrogation. A naked, badly beaten, and bald man is chained to a wall in the kitchen. He appears to be a member of the Seraphites, the religious group we saw walking in the woods in the previous episode. As the man prays, Isaac mocks him, calling him and his fellow believers scars. Isaac wants to know where they're attacking next, but the man won't spill. So Isaac has the man hold out his hand, and Isaac places the hot pan directly on it.
I don't know if they're going to talk about it in this recap, but one of the not cool things, but one of the interesting things about the Seraphites and the wolves is that the wolves have lost numbers. Like, they used to be a very, very big group, and they've lost numbers to the Seraphites, and the Seraphites don't really lose people. So you might think that the wolves have the upper hand, but they really don't. There's a lot of people who don't really believe in them and what they do, and the Seraphites have sort of filled that void for a lot of people looking for some sort of religious aspect to keep them going. So just a little interesting note.
The man screams so loudly and awfully that a guard outside blanches. Another man tells him to chill because Isaac knows what he's doing. As the prisoner cradles his mangled hand, he repeatedly chants, "She watches over me, she fills my soul," to himself. Isaac asks if she also told the man to kill children. They argue about who broke the truce between their two factions, but the man will not give Isaac what he wants. He taunts Isaac that, despite having better resources, the wolves are going to lose. Every day, one of your wolves comes to see the truth and takes her into their heart, and none of us ever leave to become a wolf. This angers Isaac greatly, and he reaches for the pan once more. But the man doesn't flinch and merely holds out his hand before being asked. Instead, Isaac shoots and kills him. "Good guy, got what he deserved," says the soldier whom we hadn't seen before, and we realize it's the younger guy from the flashback, the one Isaac saved from his colleague's fate. Night falls. Ellie and Dina make their way into the WLF building and quickly realize they've stumbled upon the scene of a massacre. There are a bunch of dead bodies, a few
Yeah, that
hanging
was
from
nasty.
the ceiling, disemboweled, with their hands bound. Dina immediately pukes.
Little
Feel her
unnecessary.
love.
Yeah.
A fish symbol is scrawled on a wall, leading the girls to realize that the group they saw in the woods are
Killing people
responsible
and
for
they're
the
just,
killings.
just carving them up for
All
fun.
of the carnage
Yep.
is incredibly fresh, as we learn when WLF soldiers run in and Ellie and Dina quickly hide. The soldiers are looking to kill any Seraphites they find, despite Isaac's orders to keep them alive for questioning, and it's not long before one discovers Ellie. She jumps on him and chokes him, ultimately killing him as Dina shoots a second soldier who runs to his aid. Dina and Ellie escape.
The one
into
thing
the
that I didn't
pouring
like
rain
about this
outside,
part too was
winding up
that
in an
when they
old
were running away, like I understand that you have to get out of there quick, but to me they had enough time to. I would have been grabbing those weapons. I would have been, once those people were gone and down, like I'm taking those weapons before I go anywhere.
They got their radio.
Yeah.
But
And I mean, I would have,
weapons.
I would have grabbed the weapons just because I feel like that would have been very useful for everything that was about to happen after this.
old transit tunnel. The WLF know where they are and toss lit flares into the tunnels, which rile up all the infected that are creeping around down there. The clickers chase Ellie and Dina until the pair drops into a subway car full of skeletons and the infected follow them. The undead rock the car and break through the glass, and it's looking really bad until the women open an emergency exit in the roof. Apparently, dead men can't jump because once Ellie boosts Dina up, then Dina pulls Ellie out. They are able to get away. Barely. When Ellie and Dina get stuck in some turnstiles that won't move, a clicker is all up in Dina's business and getting ever closer.
All up in their
nasty.
business.
So Ellie shoves her arm.
I
between
hate the way they
creature
look
and
with
her
their
friend
mouths, man.
and shoots
know.
the infected as it's biting.
So
her.
nasty to
She
me.
saves Dina's life, but Dina is incredibly freaked out as she looks at the bloody gash on Ellie's arm. They get back to the concert hall where they're holing up, and Ellie turns around from barring the door to find Dina crying and holding a gun on her. "I would die for you, I would," Ellie says, but that is not what just happened. It's time to tell Dina the truth. "I am immune. I can't get infected," Ellie says. And when Dina is not convinced, Ellie gets her to agree to hold a gun on her all night long, promising that "I'm going to wake up just as I am right now." Later, when Ellie is awake and definitively not a mushroom, she shows Dina the bite, which looks incredibly average, and the moment of vulnerability seems to seal something for Dina. "I'm pregnant," she says, crying. Dina drops the lamp she's holding and kisses her.
Do you think she's really pregnant?
I mean, probably, but
Yeah.
I don't care either way. It's just
Do
really
do you
stupid.
think that she's gonna live long enough to have the baby?
Maybe, but then she's gonna die, and Ellie will have to take care of this baby.
The one part I didn't like.
That's my guess.
One part I didn't like in here was we'll get to it.
Did you get
Ellie
like
eagerly
far enough in the game to
reciprocates.
find out that answer?
They start taking
Yes.
each other's
Okay.
clothes off, and Ellie slips her hands into Dina's pants. Then we cut to the next morning, where they snuggle on the floor. In the morning light, Dina looks at Ellie's old bite. Ellie clarifies that now it's mostly a burn. Dina realizes she doesn't even know if Ellie wants a kid. "I want it with you," Ellie says quietly. The cuteness ends when the WLF radio that Dina...
Okay. The part that I didn't like was the part where Ellie says, "I'm going to be a father." Like, what?
You could
Like,
be
no,
like a stepfather at the very least. Like,
Right? Like-
the kid's got a father.
Right,
Like,
and
you
it's
didn't
not like
actually
he's
help
and it's
make
not
the
like
baby.
he's dead either. Like
No.
he's right back at the camp.
Like, you could definitely be a part in like raising the child, but
Right.
like, just because she's pregnant and you like her doesn't mean it's your child when there's still a third party who's involved and is
Right.
you know, one of the main people needed
Yeah.
to
Goofy.
make
man.
baby.
Goofy. It was
Mm.
goofy.
Dole crackles with some voices. There's fighting, and they hear Nora's name and reason that she'll know where Abby is. Up on the roof, they see
Mustard
Mom
tin can. What's going on?
Dancing.
What's going on? What's going
That's where
on?
they have to go.
Oh, hold on. I got
Ellie
something for you. I got
suddenly-
something for you.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Realizes everything that's at stake and tells Dina she doesn't have to rush into danger with her. Together, Dina says.
Hit that like button, man. Hit that subscribe button, please. All right. So we watched the recap of episode 4. The action was decent, I think, but I wish that it would. I wish there was a little bit more. And I know that there's more to the story, and they have to have kind of slower episodes. But you know, it's all good. Mustard Chin Can says watching the episode would make you think Joel didn't even die. I think. Yeah, with how they just sort of rolled on, and I mean, like, I understand that, like, in the actual game, this is like probably 3.5, almost 4 months from the time when he had, you know, that he passed away. So, that's the only way that I can rectify that they kind of go on with everything so nonchalantly. That's just my guess. That's my guess. But yeah, no, you're right. You wouldn't even know it. You wouldn't even know it. Now we are going to watch the episode 2 or season 2, episode 5 preview. As we got like 7 minutes until the episode drops. So let me get that going while I also get my HBO Max up. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's watch this preview and see what it looks like.
Let's go.
I'll go back if you want, and I'll keep going if you want. So what do you want to do?
Stop!
If it's war again, we're gonna need all the soldiers we have. Isaac is wondering why you apparently killed some of your own men. What happened? I sent a squad down to the basement. The whole floor was empty, not even rats. It's in the air.
Interesting.
Is that
Interesting.
wars and stuff?
Yeah. And I mean, like in the game too, like it was airborne, like in the first game, like the whole time it had been airborne. And it's interesting that they're just now bringing that aspect of the game into the show. Because yeah, like you had to have a gas mask in certain points, like whenever you were going into areas that weren't like heavily ventilated and stuff like that, you had to have a gas mask.
And
because
now Ellie and Dina are just gonna walk in there though, ill prepared and
well, I mean, Ellie is in there, but I don't know where Dina's at, and I hope she doesn't walk in because if she does, it's a wrap. Yeah. So
the
yeah,
spores
man.
don't work for Ellie either. None of
I'm
that is.
I'm guessing.
I
Not.
didn't know if like inhaling it had
Yeah.
the same effect as the bites. Or
Yeah,
not.
could. I guess we'll see. I'm assuming that it doesn't. I don't want to give any game spoilers or anything like that, but yeah. So yeah, man. We have about 5 minutes until the episode drops on HBO Max. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that queued up and ready. Anybody want to watch some basketball in the meantime? Where is it at? There we go. Is the episode already up? Jeez. It's already up. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Yeah, usually it like pops up over here, but yeah, I'm gonna give it a second because a lot of people don't come on until right at 8. But yeah, it looks like the episode is already up, so we will be doing this one shortly. Oh man,
I always hate how, like, in survival shows like this, how everybody just looks like perfect.
Yeah,
Like they
yeah,
got up, they
yeah.
blow dried their hair after they had a nice hot shower. They did their makeup. Their nails have recently been done. Like,
Yeah. Check out what Tin Can said.
what do you say? Tina bites the curb on this one. It's been way too chill. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you completely. I agree with you completely. I think the end of last episode where they were like getting chased through the train part, that was good. And I get that you have to have the slow points as you build up to the bigger moments and stuff, but yeah, I really think that we need to get more of Abby, because like she literally came in, took out everybody's favorite character, and we have not seen her since, man. So I think we need some more of Abby, and I'm wondering how they're gonna work her in. Like, I know game wise how it happens, but that aspect of the game and the series are totally different. Like they're completely different. So yeah, I'm hoping that they're gonna like work her in somehow over these next few episodes, because I think this season is only 8 episodes deep. So we don't have much more show to left. Yeah, we don't have that much more to go. So yeah, we'll see though. We'll see. Tin Can, I'm guessing that you have your own HBO Max. We cannot show the episode online, of course, but
Or play the sound for you.
Right, or play the sound or anything like that.
Maybe next.
But we can sync up the show with you can sync up your copy of the show with ours, and we can watch it together.
As we go along.
Yeah, because we'll comment on it definitely. Yeah. Tin Can says, bro, I can't believe they've made people like Abby more than Ellie. Yeah, man. I don't know if I like Abby more. I just don't know as much about Abby in the show. I wish they would give us a little bit more to know and understand about Abby. Ellie has become very unlikable though.
She's always been a little bit annoying.
I think she had more of a softer side in the game that made you like actually, care for her a little bit more, I think. And I don't think that they show I don't think they show that enough. They don't make you. It's almost like if Ellie and Dina switch roles, and like Dina's character was more like that was Ellie, you would probably feel more compassion for her, or a little bit more. At least in my opinion, I feel like I would care a little bit more. The memes about this show's next level. Yeah, man. Yeah, the memes have been crazy. Especially I've seen all the ones with Ellie's face and the actress that plays Ellie. Like, I don't care about what she looks like or anything like that. All I care about is the character development, and I don't think that they've developed her character enough for us to care about her enough. Yeah, that was, I don't know. I don't really know how to think about that. I'm gonna look for a recap real quick.
The ending was better.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, I don't blame her for going crazy on that girl's leg with the stuff, man. Like with the pipe. I don't blame her one bit for that. I think that this episode kind of made me like Ellie a little bit more at the end. A little bit more. I don't know what it is. I think
it is when she's with Dina, she's obnoxious.
There you go. Maybe that's what it is.
And she does a little better.
Maybe that's what it is. It's like the Dina effect.
They're like two little junior high girls together. Just
yeah.
Like, oh, let's go do something dumb. Type.
Okay. So yeah, let me switch my screen up a little bit. Somebody should be dropping their review of the episode soon. And then we'll use that as a way to sort of recap the episode. It's much easier to do it that way. Most of the time they don't drop them until 9. Like, there's a bunch of people who already have access to the episode, and they've reviewed all the episodes already, and then they have their recaps go live at right at 9 p.m. So I'm gonna share my screen in the meantime. But yeah, like a lot of people have been saying, man, like the whole Dina Ellie relationship stuff has turned a ton of people off, man. Like people really, 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 really don't like it.
I have no problem with them together, like in a relationship. That's fine. But if you're trying to do, like, if you're trying to live, if you're trying to tackle more pressing matters right now,
Yeah.
we're not going to stop every 5 minutes to have these little heart-to-heart, mushy-gushy times. Like, you need to be, if you're deciding to leave the town and go do this, then that should be your sole focus. You guys can talk about your relationship, put a pin in it when you get back to the safety of camp. But right now, not the best choice. And now we got one wounded, so...
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Like, it should not be, they shouldn't be as lovey-dovey, nonchalant about everything as they are. And
it's very
it doesn't make
young-minded.
sense. It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. It's very...
And then, I mean,
immature
you can be young, but like be smart and not stupid.
That's what I'm saying, young-minded.
Yeah.
Like we're
like they're
immature
invincible
in our thinking right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
Instead of thinking things through clearly, they're just like, this is what I feel, so I'm going to act on it.
Yeah.
What's with all the rainbows?
What's up with all the rainbows?
I've never seen one of these in action.
I've never seen a tank this close.
What is it?
What is it?
Burnt skeletons.
3 burnt skeletons.
Kind of like those astronauts.
Like Apollo 1.
That's pretty cool. Like scene for scene from the game.
One of the early moon missions, there was an electrical fire and the astronauts burned up in their capsule.
They're supposed to be the first ones to go to the moon, but they never made it off the launch pad. Burned up in their capsule.
Well, at least they died for something worthwhile.
Well, at least they died for something worthwhile.
These guys were just assholes killed by other assholes.
These guys are just assholes killed by other assholes.
Hey, that round building.
Check out the building on the hill.
Yeah. Come on.
Fuck yeah, let's go.
If you're just tuning in now, we just finished watching episode 5, and I am waiting for a review to pop up, and then we're gonna go through the quick review of the show and wrap things up for the stream tonight. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. If you watched the episode, what did you think of it? Let us know.
What was that?
Shying away, shying away. I'll be coming for you, okay?
Game looks cute. I would have liked to see.
Yeah, the game is fun, man. It's fun, and the vibes in the game are so much different than what they showed in the show. Like this whole portion of the game is okay and like earned. Like it wasn't so like it almost seemed like it was forced when it was on the show. But like when you saw this part in the game, like you knew that Ellie did have like that softer side and stuff, and you saw it more so than just like the abruptness in the show where she's, you know, gruff and hardcore, and then all of a sudden she's like singing lightly with this guitar. And Dina wasn't as As Dina in the game. Alright, let me see if there's any more up yet.
But in the game, she gets pregnant too.
Yeah, that's part of it. Oh, still just got the trailer breakdown. And this episode 5 was short. The last few episodes had been like a solid 55 minutes, man. They had been pretty long.
Welcome to the Heavy
Here
Spoilers
we
Show.
go.
I'm your host, Paul. In this video, we're breaking down The Last of Us.
Okay, we'll watch heavy spoilers a little bit, and then that'll help us break
Season
down
2,
the
episode
episode.
5 is now here, and as always, it's packed with Easter eggs, changes to the games, and a lot of things you might have missed.
37
Throughout
minutes.
this
I don't think
video,
we're gonna
we'll
go
be
through
going
that
through
far.
it all and giving our review of the episode. As always, major game spoilers will be saved for the end in the Save It for Spoilers section, which sounds like spoilers section. That's the full name now. If you enjoy it, please hit the thumbs up and make sure you subscribe for all our coverage on the show. That out the way though, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into
Yeah, man, I've had something in it the whole show.
Now, as has become pretty commonplace in the show, we begin with flashback. Rejoining Hanrahan, you might remember her from Isaac's defection. There, the WLF were a band of rebels who were just wearing civilian clothing. Here, though, they've
She's
now
so
got
tiny.
uniforms.
I didn't realize
and
she's
this
so
looks
small.
more in line with
Yeah,
Pedra's outfits.
she's extra
As we
hardcore
discussed
now.
last week, Isaac's pretty much become the thing he hated. Again,
I knew
Pedro
him too
oppressed
from
people,
things.
and the
Oh, yeah,
same
he's
is
been in so
turning
much.
against them. However, they're now oppressing the Scars, and he's basically traded one war for another. Isaac is now clearly the leader, as we discover he's in charge of making the big decisions.
If I was getting executed, Isaac would have come himself.
Hanrahan is also possibly playing off Emma, who we know was a leader of the group at one point. This was alongside a man named Jason, but both were either captured or killed. Now this is the hospital, which is a location we visit in the game. This is actually where the wolves made their base, and a lot of things go down here. I always thought this is one of the creepiest locations, and have always been fascinated with its history.
And see how it
Plus,
is,
they kinda
it's
touch
like
on,
super
this
creepy
was
in the
where
game.
outbreak happened out in the city. Day one,
Like,
the
cause you can
infected
only
were
see a
rushed
little
here,
bit.
and they were
Yeah.
taken to the
You can only do
basement
the
and then
flashlight,
placed
but
in
they don't.
quarantine.
You don't get
However,
that vibe in the
when
show.
More and more people started coming in. The place just got completely overrun. Eventually, things got so bad the entire government just gave up. All sites like this, they
See how she
basically
had the
moved
mask on
stairs,
already,
blocked
so,
the
like-
elevators, and then locked the doors.
expecting
Job
it.
done. They do touch upon this with the conversation that follows, as it's mentioned that things have been locked since 2003. Now, obviously, we know this didn't contain the infection, but it did contain the infected there. Because of this,
If
though,
you're watching
some
right
have
now,
been
hit that
stuck
like
there
button,
for
hit the
decades.
subscribe button.
I don't really want to spoil too
We
much
just finished
more about the
watching
players
season 2,
will know
episode
there's
5,
a
and
big
are
thing
watching
that
a
comes from
breakdown
it.
of it now.
The floor
So
was empty, not
chime in and let us know what you thought.
Focus on the rats there.
Hit the
Seeing that
buttons.
sealed door though was such
All
a
of them.
eerie
Comments.
sight, and it appears
Talk
later
to
in
us
the
about your
episode. Now
thoughts.
from here we cut to an office and see a pain paper up
Sounded
on
like
the
a
wall.
therapy
I
session.
did
Yes.
vaguely
Please,
remember
discuss.
seeing one of these.
Share
at
your
the
thoughts.
Christmas
What are you
Tuesday
thinking?
episode
How are you
one day.
feeling?
Spent way too long skimming through the episode for it and couldn't find it. But it was there in my memory, I remember it. Anyway, it's here we join Sergeant Park. We discover that the treaty between the Scars and Wolves has been broken, and it is possible their leader, the Prophet, was killed here. Around this time anyway. We do know that she was executed by Isaac, and there is a shrine for her at Martyr's Gate. I really went in depth on all the history of the two sides, so if you want to know more, check out that video.
I might have to
What
check
it
that
means,
out just
though,
because
is
I don't
that
know
wolves
everything
need
I need to
all
know about the
soldiers they can
Scars.
get. There's questions over why Parks killed some of her own, and this includes her son. As we learn, the unit went through the hospital to clear things, but they discovered the virus had mutated. It's now gone airborne. We later see Leon growing into the wall, which is a sight you'd often come across in the game. I also wonder if the use of the name Leon was a reference to the other iconic
Resident
horror
Evil,
survival
yep.
franchise, Resident Evil. That, of course, features Leon Kennedy, so it might be a reach. Wait, no, come back. We'll have better Easter eggs, I promise.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Beyond that though, it's introducing spores into the series. These were a massive thing in the game, but in that, they were there from the beginning. Right from the off, characters would enter spore-filled areas and immediately have to don gas masks. Last week we saw Ellie getting bit, which was different to how Dina learned of her immunity in the game. There her mask was cracked in the subway, and then Dina tried to give her hers. Obviously this would kill her, so Ellie quickly did a mask off moment to reveal the truth. So yeah, spores are really important, and I even thought at one point they might not include them. However, they were so tied in Nora's death that I think they just hit a point where they had to. The other important thing to note is that Park doomed her own son. Though this has completely destroyed her, it came at the cost of the greater good. The airborne version hasn't spread to the surface, and thus humanity's safe. However, in order to achieve this, she had to sacrifice a child. Obviously, this reflects Joel and Ellie's relationship, with the former refusing to give the latter up. Now, though it might be hypocritical, you can see the argument for how both did the right thing. It's again painting out these complex shades of grey, and it's a motif I really loved. I do wonder though if Ellie's journey into the basement might end up unleashing them. Obviously in the game, you know, it was already a thing, so people just wore gas masks. In this show though, you're more kind of focused on expressions and acting, so you want to see people.
If you just watched the episode, what did you think?
Normally though, someone would have
We're watching a quick recap of it now.
20 minutes. Here though, Ellie's gonna leave it and potentially leave the door open too. So this could spread them and perhaps open up Pandora's box. So not only may they have skipped out on a potential cure, she may have made things even worse. Yay! I also wonder if the chatter of this has affected the other soldiers' judgment. Last week we saw in the subway how soldiers said it was supposed to be clear. I did theorize that sometimes the soldiers were just like, looks dark and scary, and they might lock us in here. Fuck that. Yes, it's clear, it's clear. Like, who's gonna check? So maybe stuff like this, you know, soldiers locking in their own sons, the chatter spread amongst the ranks, and they just stopped searching places properly. Anyway, that takes us to the titles. Now, this is normally the point of the video where we drop a sponsor, but we haven't got one. But yeah, t-shirts, t-shirts, t-shirts. We're having a big sale on the site right now, and if you
whatever.
Which is where they are now. Now in the game, things begin with Ellie waking up at the theater. The prior day ended with her playing Future Days on stage and then falling asleep in the chair. Obviously, they reorder that for the end, and Ellie then goes in to meet Dina. In the game, she's been in the radio room upstairs, overhearing where everyone is. In the game, it's a dedicated system, whereas for the show, they just had the walkie-talkie from last week. There's obviously no radio silence either, as the Scars don't believe in using technology invented before the outbreak. They see that as the old world, and thus something that represents sin. In their mind, the infection was sent as a punishment. Thus, they've gone back to basics and embraced a life of embracing nature. They cut the scars in their
Well, that
face
makes
to
sense, I
remind them
guess.
that life's imperfect and that everything has a beauty and ugly side to it. But yeah, because of that, there's no worry of them picking up radio chatter. Also, love how Dina's using cartridges as a ruler. Is it cartridge or magazine?
These are mags. They're mags, you absolute fucking dummy.
I'm not American, mate, yeah? What's a gun? Give me a butter knife in a boa woa. We also get a look at Dina's bracelet. In the game, Ellie actually wears this later on. This is a Hamza charm, which is prominent in the Middle East. It's supposed to be a protection charm and is used quite a lot in Israel. Notably, Dina is Jewish in the game, but it's not been specified in the show thus far, especially as we never saw the synagogue section of Seattle. It does tie into a character though. You might notice that Nora's got the same one, and it's kind of playing off how we're not so different, you and I. We're all the same person. We all have our own stories to tell. Anyway, Ellie comes in having turned on the power. This is something that you do in the game, but instead of going to the basement, you go to the roof. There you find the theater's previous owner who tried to turn on the power himself. Unfortunately, they did it wrong and got fried, but parts of their life still remain in the theater, such as a tent and bed set up on the balcony that we see the pair at here. Ellie then goes to the back of the theater, which is filled with band equipment. Again, it's akin to that scene from the game where you discover a guitar behind the curtain. Yeah, there's things set up, but in the game, things were on boxes and stuff, which were laid out for a specific reason like that, which we'll discuss in the Spoil Me Paul's section. Just like the game, Ellie then plays Future Days by Pearl Jam. Though the song wasn't around in 2003, the creative team have said they just don't care. It's such an important song for
If you're
both
watching
Ellie
right
and
now,
Joel,
hit that like
and
button, hit the
basically
subscribe button.
represents their entire relationship. The outbreak happened in the game in 2013 with the show happening in 2003. That was so the release year of season 1 could be in line with the year it was set. But to be honest, I kind of just wish they'd kept the original timeline. I was also surprised that they brought the song across and made such a point of it, as they haven't even had Joel playing it.
Yeah, I was gonna say Joel did that in the game, and it would have made sense for him or for her to be playing it afterwards, but they didn't show that in the show.
Better days are ahead. Future days are gonna be the best until Abby shows up. It's very important though, and you can tell Ellie's hit with loss here. She also stands the guitar up properly, which builds up how she laid it down last week. Both are signs of respect, as when she and Joel had fallen out, it was just dumped on the floor. The creative team on the podcast said this broke Joel's heart, and then it appeared in her room the next day. Also propped up, making me think the pair indeed talked on the porch, which I feel is a scene we might get next week. Either way, Dean has mapped out the Wolves Patrol and charted a way for them to navigate the terrain. There is a blind spot and a building that the group don't patrol, which we find out later why. Ellie rightly guesses there's a reason for this, and she's not as unbook-smarty as Dina says she is. And this actually skips over a massive section of the game. The show also changes how we reintroduce Jesse.
Yep.
Now, in the game, I think we've talked about it before, but just in case you haven't seen, Tommy actually headed out before Dina and Ellie. Jackson had been locked down after he left, but Maria let the pair leave with the instruction that they had to bring him back. He was on a rip-roaring rampage of revenge and had murdered several scars with his sniper. He'd also taken out several members of Abby's group and was currently public enemy number 1. Ellie was desperate to find him, and they had a rough idea of where he was. Over the radio, they learned he'd been sighted at Hillcrest,
And that's why they went to Seattle to begin with. It wasn't just revenge for Joel,
so Ellie
which makes
left her
way more
and
sense.
went there by herself. It's a section overrun with constant challenges, close calls, and lots of really tough sections. The wolves and infected are rampant, and this is where they introduce the dog stalking mechanic. Later on, we see this adapted for the episode, and basically, dogs pick up your scent. Even when you're stealthing, you've got to be quick and hide, and yeah, I loved seeing that bit in the episode. Now, though they run into Jesse, this section doesn't ultimately lead anywhere. You end up stealing a car from the wolves and then get chased through the streets by them and the infected. Eventually you crash it and travel back to the theater. So with Tommy not being ahead of them and in general amounting to nothing story-wise, I can completely see why they cut it. Upon returning back to the theater, we then get a further flashback. This is between Ellie and Tommy, and it has the pair practicing sniping. I discussed this section in our episode 1 breakdown, and feel like they kind of adapted it into that. Then develops into a scene with Joel, which again, I think might be something to do next week. So I'll save it for the spoilers verse. Into the spoiler verse, we'll call it. In the game, we then have the night, and Jesse falls asleep.
Just finished watching episode 5 of The Last of Us season 2 and are watching a recap right now. So if you'd like to join in, drop a comment. If not, we're going to end the stream in a little bit because we've been streaming for a bunch of hours now. And I'm pretty tired.
They talk about the kid and how she'll name it Ellie if it's a girl and Elijah if it's a boy.
Let me know what you think of the episode, though.
Same spelling, but it's something we'll talk about later on in the spoiler section. We then see a sign for Noodle Bowl, which is an in-universe restaurant. You can see it later on in the game at the stadium. Coming across the side of
Good old Noodle Bowl.
We see the bodies of dead scars under a shrine. The mural is also painted similar to one you find in the game. However, there it was painted on a truck when you head towards the TV tower. There she appears to be somber, but in the show she looks like she's smiling. Due to the freshness of the bodies, it also feels like a retaliation for the TV station attack. That in itself was a retaliation for killing the convoy, and we have these constant cycles of violence. The Scars and Wolves story very much mirrors Abby and Ellie, who are stuck in one themselves. Abby went out to get revenge against Joel, and now Ellie's going out to get revenge against her. She'll kill others on the way, and then there'll be more who want revenge on her. Dina even touches upon this when they talk about the first person that she killed. This was actually brought up on the podcast when Dina asked Ellie about hers. There they said it was strange Ellie didn't immediately ask Dina. They admitted they were saving that answer for down the line, which we now get.
Yep. Okay. All right, folks. Yeah, man. I think it was a decent episode. I give it a 3.5.
Yeah.
It's okay.
I'm about the same.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how much more I want to see. I mean, I want to see more of the story progress, but I don't know. It's lost me a little bit And I think every episode that goes on now, like I get more and more lost in the show not being as good. It's just like it's missing that something, man. It's missing that something. Something's likely, Joel. But in the game, like you had so many other characters that you knew and cared for, whereas now we just seem like we're on like Dina and Ellie Island, and that's not really a good place to be. So yeah, but yeah, I appreciate you guys for checking out the stream, man. Like I said, hit that like button if you're watching this after the fact. Drop a comment below. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you're notified each and every time we go live
in 2025.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We appreciate you.
We do.
Don't be a stranger. Jeez. Recording there we go. Okay, so yeah, that's gonna be the plan for tonight. So if you are interested in hanging out with us, please do so.
You know what I'd like to see?
What?
More ladies in
the chat,
subscribing to us, more ladies liking it, more ladies chatting.
Good luck. This is a very male dominated channel.
So I've read.
But yeah, if you look at our stats, like 89% of the people who subscribe to this channel are guys. So
sorry, gentlemen, I'm scaring you away tonight with my face.
Your face is fine, just a little red. Just a little red.
I just did a little skincare routine right out of the shower and ran down here, and
you're wearing a sweatshirt. So
that's because I'm about to go outside to work, and it's a little cooler out there. So do my best, but no, it'd be cool to have some ladies in the chat. Maybe I could do like a whole like makeup tutorial while you're just talking about your show stuff. Maybe that wouldn't bring anybody.
Guys, if you're watching right now, please don't.
This is why I just don't show up. I just should.
Yeah. Mustard Tin Can says, man, if only they listened to their fans. They clearly wanted Ellie to be casted as Tom Holland. Oh man, shots fired. Buck. Shots fired. Yeah, that's kind of rough. A lot of people aren't digging Ellie, and we know that's true. Annette just mentioned in the chat, said hi, lady.
Hi. Oh my goodness, hello. Hello. Has Annette been here before?
Yes, Annette has been here before. I believe, if I'm mistaken.
I think just when I'm not here, so
yeah,
I didn't know there was an Annette. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, appreciate you for hanging out with us tonight. Please hit that like button.
We've had your sister here before. She's great, but we know her. I'd like to meet new friends.
Yes, I thought you meant Annette's sister. I was like,
no, I pointed to you, but my sister, you may not have.
Yes, yeah, no, my sister has definitely been here a few different times.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you were here last week.
Okay,
so yeah,
well,
cool.
Hi.
Cool. Welcome back.
Nice to meet you. I'm Katie.
Welcome back.
I'm the other half of Watch Stuff With Us.
Yep, you see it over there. It says Katie.
Yeah.
And then over there it says JD.
In the middle says Watch Stuff With Us.
Yep.
I am the.
It's usually just Watch Stuff With me. So I'm glad that she's here today. But that's not what you guys are here for. You guys are here to do some Last of Us talking and chit-chatting. But first, please get those likes up in the chat. We got enough people watching that we should have more than 3 likes. Oh, wait.
Hold on, I'll open my phone. Sorry.
No, let me switch my screens up a little bit.
Let me like our own channel.
Right? Thank you.
I mean, I like the channel.
Okay, hold on. Let me switch my source up. Bada bing, bada bam, bada boom. Okay. So yeah, like I said, we're going to watch a recap real quick of The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 5, which is the one from last week. And we are hoping, really hoping that this week's episode is a little bit better than the one last week. I think last week was better than the week before that, but show is kind of getting me. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this recap going so that we can all get caught up to speed on what we missed or what we may have forgotten about from last week's show.
5th episode begins as Hanrahan is with a bunch of other wolves in a hospital. She's questioning a woman named Elise, who apparently killed some of her own men, including Leon. The fact that she took him, in particular, out seems to be a big deal. We learn that Elise's unit was in charge of securing the building, and everything was fine until they got to the sub-basement. Leon was in charge because he's my best. And when he radioed to report that they'd found cordyceps flourishing on the floors and walls,
I'm laughing at Mustard Tin Can's comment real quick.
the next time he radioed, not
Doing
long
the Sony
after,
cinematic universe right there.
fungus took over. He said, "It's in the air," she reports, clearly upset. She locked the only doors to the building's subterranean levels, and we sealed them.
It is interesting that they just now decided to make the virus or the fungus airborne, because that was something that was very prevalent in the games early on. And I'm shocked that they waited this long to present that. And as I've said before, I'm a little confused on what we're going to do as far as the next season of the show goes, because from everything I understand, season 3 for this show has been confirmed. They're going to finish everything in season 2 that's in the second game already. So I don't really know what they're going to do moving forward. Are they going to just...
They might go beyond the game.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, are they just going to do their own
storyline? Yeah.
Interesting. I don't know if that's... Yeah, I mean...
As long as it's decent.
Yeah, if it's good.
Yeah.
If it's good. I hope they take their direction from the game and the game's creators as to what they would like to do next, because if there ever is a Last of Us Part 3, I would assume that the stuff that they end up doing in the game or the stuff they end up doing in the show is what's going to also be in the game. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting to see where they're going to go moving forward. But I hope this isn't the end of the show, and I hope that the quality of the show improves. Ellie being a dad. I've seen so many memes of that, man. So many memes.
I don't get it.
No one else in the building has gotten
She
sick.
just inserts herself.
Hanrahan thanks Elise for doing what she had to do, permanently and heroically. We owe you a debt. She mentions that only those who need to know about the basements will be informed. And as she goes to leave, she adds, "I'm sorry about your son." What we're meant to take away from the exchange, cordyceps is now airborne, and therefore even more communicable than it was before. On Ellie and Dina's day 2 in Seattle, Ellie gets the generator at the theater working.
Ellie and Dina, day 2 in the hospital, just plotting and planning. What I don't understand is if this city is so secure, how are they able to just hang out in this place? They've been like walking around.
Did you say day 2 in the hospital?
Day 2 in Seattle.
Oh, I thought you said day 2 in the hospital.
Maybe I did, but day 2
I swore I
in
heard
Seattle.
day 2 in the hospital, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that's not a hospital.
No, it's not a hospital. They're in Seattle.
You may have said Seattle. I don't know. I have water in my ears.
But yeah, I'm still surprised by how they're just kind of like
casually
hanging out.
chilling, playing instruments on a stage, being loud.
Yep. Just acting like there isn't a giant zombie apocalypse going on outside, and also a war also brewing right down the street. So yeah,
their relationship and zombies.
Dina uses intel from the radio and a map to try to plot a safe path to the hospital. Ellie tries to help but is rubbish at it, so she leaves the task.
Rubbish.
Who is smart as fuck.
Ellie's rubbish, period.
You know you're not American when you say somebody's
While
rubbish.
Ellie is noodling around on an acoustic guitar she finds on the theater's stage, Dina arrives to say she thinks she's figured out what's up. She posits that the wolves are overly confident and the Seraphites are anti-technology, and the ladies should head for a big fucking something that looks like a warehouse on the map. They head out and come across a bunch of Seraphites, dead, under a mural of the prophet that says, "Feel her love."
Yeah, the Seraphites are
Feel this beat.
yeah, the Seraphites are pretty weird. I wonder if they're going to develop them more into something that's more of I would say a spirituality as opposed to a cult. Like, it just seems like it's a straight up cult at this point. Like,
yeah, I get those vibes too. It's
yeah. I don't know.
A little weird.
Mustard says, kind of hope they branch out the franchise a bit more. Kind of feel done with Ellie's journey. Yep. I think if they're going to move forward with the show, that would be my guess as to what they would do. You might as well go ahead and like develop a few new characters that may or may not have anything to do with the game. And develop your own story for those characters moving forward, because I feel like Ellie and
Dina.
Yeah, well, I feel like Ellie's done with her journey. I don't really know about Dina, but I mean, I do know, but I don't know.
You know.
Someone spray painted "Feel this bitch" underneath. The
Feel
whole thing
this,
would make anyone
comma.
uneasy. And Dina is definitely green, causing Ellie to freak and say that she shouldn't have brought her on the mission.
I love how that like seemed out of nowhere too, because they were all, you know, just doing their thing, and now all of a sudden, just because you see all these people dead, for the second large group of people that you see dead, now it's like, oh, we shouldn't have done this. Maybe we should go back. Like, yeah, you shouldn't have done this to begin with. It's a bad choice from the start.
Dina deflects by bringing up that Ellie never asked her about the first person she killed. So she tells the story of how a raider attacked her home when she was 8 and murdered her mother and sister before Dina shot and killed him. Similarly, Joel didn't deserve what was coming to him, she reasons. If the raider had gotten away, I promise you, I would have hunted him down forever. The monologue touches Ellie, who caresses her girlfriend's face. Dina says she'll do whatever Ellie wants, but she wants her to know there's no right answer. If I die, it's on me. It won't be your fault. Then she asks Ellie how she wants to proceed. Keep going, Ellie whispers. After dark, they break into the big effing something, aka a building with the name Membronics on its side. Dina reminds Ellie that shooting people should be a last resort. When Ellie is slightly offended, Dina softens her rebuke by saying she's crazy, but that's what she loves about her. You love me? Ellie asks. Ellie goes to respond in kind, but Dina interrupts with, I know.
Doesn't it seem like their love developed a little quick? I mean, at least in the show. I think in the game, you got to spend more time with them, so it didn't feel as forced. But at least in the show, it seems like this is just like...
Like, it seems like Ellie was into her for longer, obviously. But, like, yeah, it just kind of, like, happened at that dance, and then... I'm the dad.
Right. Right.
Couple episodes later.
Right? Like, yeah, that was real quick. Now you're in love. Okay.
Do you know each other's middle names yet?
Nope.
Or your parents' names?
Intelligent infected, like the one in the supermarket. And when Dina learns that Ellie got bit back then, too, she's not psyched. Soon, more of these sneaky clickers are circling, so Ellie makes Dina go and hide. Ellie's fighting her heart out, but definitely outmatched. But then someone shoots the infected away from her. It's Jesse. Ellie and Dina run, with Jesse providing cover.
And this part is different from the game because they did not get rescued like that in the game. But yeah, Jesse just showing up like this.
How did he find them?
Yeah, I know.
I feel like this is a little unbelievable.
Like, you got another person who's completely infiltrated this city and is able to go right to the place where they're at.
That's what I was telling you when we had watched it. I was like, well, maybe he asked the horse, like,
right. Hey, where'd they go?
As they're chased by wolves.
Sorry, that was overkill.
The teens race into a nearby park, stymied when they realize that the soldiers haven't followed them in. As they follow.
If you're just tuning in right now, welcome to Animal Sounds starring JD and
Katie.
For the sound of voices, Jesse informs them that he's in Seattle.
I feel bad for Jesse too, man.
They found the map the girls.
There's a certain C word that he's being right now.
They all stop talking.
He really
they come
is
across a scene in
being
which
a cucumber.
Seraphites are hanging a wolf and disemboweling him with a scimitar. There's chanting and torches, and then there's some high-pitched whistling, the kind Seraphites use to warn of danger, right before Dina takes an arrow to the thigh. Jesse quickly scoops her up and follows Ellie's instructions to get her out.
Got another comment from Annette?
Yep, you can read it.
Oh, okay. It was difficult for me to actually like this show because Ellie's character was so sarcastic and played around too much. Yeah. You don't have that, like, emotional attachment to her. I don't feel I've had it this entire show.
Yeah, you don't have that that care, like when Joel.
We don't care about Ellie.
when Joel died, you lost the heart, and
Truly.
at least in the game, you knew more about Ellie and you had more time with her, so you cared about her as a character more. But like in this, they did it so fast that you didn't have a chance to really, really like Ellie at all.
No, and she's spent too much time just being angsty and
Right.
sarcastic and
Right.
snooty and whiny
Right.
and dramatic.
And that's why everything with her and Dina seems forced. Like, even in the game, it was somewhat forced, but like I said, you had more time. And in this, like, if it was up to me, you would have taken the entire beginning of this season would have been dedicated to, like, you would end this season with Joel dying. So what we did in 2 episodes would have been done in, what is it, 8 episodes, I think this season is. Yeah. So you would have had a whole lot more time to flesh out Ellie. You would have had a lot more time to flesh out Abby. You would have got to know those characters a little bit more. Like, right around now is where we should have been having that attack, that episode that happened, that the scene that happened in episode 2 should be happening right around now. And then you'd have, the last episode end up being, Joel getting killed.
They are rushing through it, but maybe it's because they feel like they don't have enough, like, filler to throw in there.
Yeah.
That you'll be kind of bored just...
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like playing the game is more interactive, so it's more fun. And but compared to this, then you just be like watching them walk and be like...
Yeah, I think that's where you have to come up with your own creative license and develop a few more things.
They haven't
to
really
be interesting.
inserted too much yet, though.
Right, a few more things to be interesting during that point in time. Mustard says, everything else is gone. Yeah, like they're running out, and they cut the heart out of the show. So
he said Jesse's the only character he cares for in this show.
Yeah, at this
Annette
point,
says Joel sadness. True.
Yeah,
true.
And the stuff with Jesse is like, you honestly feel bad for him. Like, I mean, he seems like a decent guy. Like, I mean, it sucks that he's like thrown into this this weird throuple of a relationship. Yeah, this weird triangle. So yeah, let's finish this up real quick.
Ellie
Stop
hides
yapping.
and manages
Sorry.
to elude the bald baddies, and she eventually
Bald
makes
baddies.
her way to the hospital. Nora, Abby's friend, is cleaning up after stitching a wound at the hospital when she realizes Ellie is behind her with a gun. Nora recognizes her, but claims not to know where Abby is when Ellie demands the information. At first, she pretends to be sympathetic about Joel's death. But then she pivots to say, the little bitch got what he deserved, and throws a tub full of bleach and rags at Ellie's face before she runs. Ellie pursues her, shooting away, and Nora's only escape option is the elevator hatch. Both women wind up in the aforementioned sub-basement.
Not good choices.
Lev B2
Not
is
good.
wallpapered and carpeted with cordyceps, and the spores floating in the air would be beautiful if they weren't also going to turn everyone into disgruntled mushrooms. Ellie sees
Disgruntled
some victims
mushrooms.
fused to the wall like Flying Dutchman crew members. They're exhaling clouds of
Yeah,
deadly
Jesse's
little
approach is
particles
super
like they're at
mature,
a hookah bar.
Mustard. Like,
She hears
super
coughing
adult.
and follows the noise to find Nora slowly succumbing to the spores. You stupid bitch, you killed us both, Nora wheezes. Did I? Ellie muses, causing Nora to realize, you're her, the immune girl. You're real. Nora
Immune
wonders
girl.
if Ellie knows what Joel did.
I'm
Though
here.
Ellie says she doesn't care, the other woman tells her anyway. Joel killed everyone at the hospital in Salt Lake City, including the only man who could make a cure for the infection. That was Abby's father, and Joel shot him in the head, she says, fading but fighting. That's what he did. Ellie regards her. I know, she says. Ellie puts away her gun and asks again, where's Abby? Nora keels over but still won't give up her friend's location. So Ellie grabs a piece of pipe from the ground nearby. Where is she? Nora still won't say. So Ellie starts to hit her, continuing to ask, and Nora keeps refusing to answer. Where is she? Ellie yells in an uncontrolled rage as she wails on the dying woman like she's a cut
Big
of
time.
particularly tough beef. In an abrupt pivot, we end the episode with Ellie waking up in her bed. She's still in her old room from before she moved to the garage, so this is either a dream or a flashback. Then Joel opens the door and says, "Hey, kiddo."
Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking that's a sort of a dream sequence, or her just remembering what the times were like before. Yeah, the red light scene was pretty good. I thought it was well acted. Like it made me feel the anger for like both sides. Like, and I mean, like it's so funny because when you watch that scene, I didn't find myself really cheering on for Ellie, but I understood why she was doing the things that she was doing, and Nora was completely unlikable. So like I got why Ellie decided to do what she did.
It's fine that she left.
Yeah. But I mean, like I said, if we would have had more background and time with Abby and her crew, maybe we would like
have a better
understand why Nora does the stuff that she does, or why she acts the way she acts.
Or you care a little bit more.
Yeah, or care a little bit more. There should have been like
it's
at
really
least,
weird that they didn't do any backstory.
Yes, there should have been at least 2 episodes where you dealt with Abby in the past, so that you understood, like you saw everything from Abby's perspective leading up to Joel killing her dad.
Yeah.
And then Abby walking, where she had that little dream sequence where she was walking and she was telling her other self, like, don't go in there. You don't want to see what's in there. Like, you should have seen Abby walk into that situation and see her dad die, and her anguish and how torn up she is in the episode.
We should have seen all of... Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, then you can flash forward to the next episode where you go to present time, where she is preparing to get to Joel, and she's like she's with her crew, and then that episode you get to know her crew, you get to know her people, why they are doing the things that they're doing, why they like what they like, why they don't like, why they with Abby, you know, to see the human side of them too.
You should have done all of this before Joel's death.
Right.
So that we had more understanding.
Right. And then you get to the next episode, and then that's the episode where you get the attack, and then Abby and her crew getting them, and then Joel getting killed.
Yeah.
Like,
so instead of just everybody hating Abby and her crew with no understanding, unless you've played the game, you could have, you know, had us understand both sides of it and been like, wow, I get why this is a pickle for everybody.
Yep. I think that makes way too much sense. I just don't understand why that they made the choice that they made to not go in that sort of route. So there has to be something behind the scenes that we don't know. Has to be. Mustard says, too bad they can't just have Ellie walking around with a red light attached to her hair or something. Yeah, I know. That just automatically makes things better. Let's watch real quick. Let's watch the preview for this upcoming episode. Yeah.
Close your eyes. It'll be worth it.
Okay, that's leading into that flashback. Okay.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Remember what I taught you?
Okay. So it's a whole Joel flashback episode. Okay.
I like that you looked at her tattoo. Remember I asked you, I was like, when did she get a tattoo? I did not recall her getting one, so.
Yep.
I'll have some story to that too.
Mustard says it sucks because I actually like Abby's actor. Yeah, Abby's actor should have been Ellie, and everybody had fan casted her as being Ellie, and you totally understand why. Like, she's more Ellie, and Ellie is more Abby.
Yeah,
like they mixed that up a little bit.
There had to be some reason for it, but I don't know what it is.
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe
I know
the actress that was Abby was just had a busier schedule or something.
I know the actress that's playing Ellie right now was also in Game of Thrones, and a lot of times those shows like to keep, like a channel likes to keep those same actors in their, like, under their umbrella.
Kind of like what ABC does.
And you see
NBC,
a lot of yep, you see a lot of those folks doing that. So yeah. But yeah, I think this episode, I'm hoping that it's good. I mean, it'll be nice to see Joel back. It'll suck that Katie has to leave right now, but you know.
Sorry.
Yep. Look, our viewers are gonna go down. Everybody's gonna be like, "Oh no, we gotta stare at JD again."
They'll be like, "Finally."
Nope. They're gonna be like, "Gotta stare at JD again."
Can't help it.
As a way for us to recap and discuss the episode. So if you're watching, drop your comments. Let me know what you thought of the episode. Like I said, I gave it a solid 4, and that gave it a solid 5. I think it was good. I really don't like the ordering of this show, the way this ended up playing out. And I know they tried to sort of follow the same rhythm as the game, but I think this would have been better served as one of the first few episodes of the season. Let me take this off of mute. Okay. Yeah, let's watch this.
Oh, I'm your host, Paul, and in this video, we're breaking down The Last of Us. Season 2 episode 6 is now here, and it answers a lot of questions about the show. Next week we're getting our season finale, but first it's time to look
Oh
back
man, the
to
season
past.
finale is
In
next
this video,
week?
we're gonna
Oh
be going
no.
through the Easter eggs
Did not
and
know
also
that.
talking about how it compares
So
to
are they
the
gonna do like
games.
the whole
So if you
pier scene
enjoyed,
and
please hit
everything?
the thumbs up and make sure you
It's
subscribe
too
for our
early for
finale
that.
breakdown next week. With that out of the way though, thank you for clicking this. Now let's get into The Last of Us.
I hope you do a little better than me.
Okay, so this episode combines pretty much all of Ellie's flashbacks from the game and even adds in a couple of extra ones. They reorder lots of things from the story and thus it delivers a hell of a lot of character moments. For example, the porch scene, that's actually not revealed until the end of the game. There it's delivered in what's probably the last 20 minutes of gameplay, whereas here we're getting it much earlier. We also have what happens with Eugene, which is all brand new. In the game you come across his stash and just talk about what happened with him in the past. An ex-Firefly, he was seen as being lucky because he managed to live long enough to die of old age. There he died of a stroke and didn't have anything hanging above his passing. Ellie and Dina smoked some of his stuff and then the pair had an intimate moment. And that was pretty much it. For the series though, he's used in a really unique way to show.
Yeah, I definitely like that difference from the game. It gave his whole life some meaning. I thought that there was going to be more of an entire episode devoted towards him, but yeah, this was enough. I totally understand what Joel did and why he did it. I still think that he shouldn't have lied. He should have just been truthful about the whole situation, exactly what happened, laid it all out there and said like, hey, he had been bitten. He hadn't started turning yet. But I was afraid that we weren't going to get back to the camp. And so I killed him. Like I would have just straight up said it. I don't understand why he, didn't want to tell the truth in a situation like that. Like, yeah, I get that you don't want to hurt somebody, but I mean, she's going to be hurt regardless.
Oh, how Joel's lies just got too much. He was constantly making life and death decisions for others and lying to the person affected. Ellie figures out from his look when she knows he's broken a promise that she also lied to him and thus puts everything together. In the end, it just gets too much and thus Ellie reveals what happened to Eugene to Gail, which we'll talk more about in just a bit. Where we begin though is with a brand new scene for the show. In general, it's also something we never learned about with Joel and Tommy. The pair's past before we first encountered them was never discussed and neither childhood was ever brought up. Turns out their dad, it was Tony Dalton the whole time, which yep, another brilliant cameo I wasn't expecting. I should have figured it out though, because both are some of the only men who can pull off a mustache in Hollywood. The casting is absolutely perfect though. Later when Joel's leading Eugene to his death, his streaks of grey also look just like Lalo in Better Call Saul, which was such a great touch. But yeah, perfect seeing him play his dad. Going back to Austin, Texas in 1983, we see their dad was a cop. Now in the game, Joel was actually born in Arlington in 1981. We learned this due to the Part 1 remake as we could see the notes in glorious 4K. Now in the show we discover that his dad used to punish them and see Tommy in tears thinking it'll
With
come
the
to him.
belt.
Joel offers to take the blame though. He tells his dad he was the one buying the drugs and the guy tried to rip him off. He then smashed him like the like button and so on and so forth. However, his dad's already spoken to the kid and also the officers there. He knows it was Tommy and that Joel's taking the fall. Standing up to his father though, he's willing to lie to do what he sees as right. It basically speaks to his
Watch
whole
him attack
character
me now.
and why he lied to Ellie and Gail. Here he thinks he's gonna get the beatings, which means he's gonna be the hero.
He likes
I
my beard, but he
definitely
didn't
think
try to
Joel
bite
has a
me, I
savior
know.
complex, and he views himself as shielding others from pain. Whether that's taking the beating for Tommy or even seeing himself as
This is
saving
Miles,
Ellie,
everyone.
he sees him as the person
very
who can
moody
make the tough
cat.
decisions. Even if the people
hi,
involved
Milesy.
don't want him to do that. Looking at you, Eugene. Busting out the beers, his dad then tells him about the time he stole a candy bar and his dad broke his jaw. It clearly messed him up, but he sees himself as being better than his dad, even if just by a little. He says he hopes Joel does a little better than him, and it's quite a touching scene that pays off really well later on. We also get focus on the watch as he touches Joel's shoulder. Throughout the series, this has been a symbol that's tied a parent to a child. And I think that everyone will be able to relate to this scene in some form or another, whether you're a kid or a parent. You understand that sometimes things are difficult and that not everything's black and white. Everything is about perspective and everyone has their flaws. Ultimately, Joel saying this also stops his dad from beating his brother. He brought the truth to the light and showed his dad exactly how he was. In holding up a mirror to his dad, it forced him to reflect and try and see things the way that they actually were, which is something that clearly breaks his dad's heart, and you can kind of see Ellie doing this to Joel in the future. I feel like his dad also sees himself as a bit of a failure, but also feels like he was doing his best. When you're doing your best though and still not succeeding, you know, it can also make you still feel like even more of a failure. Exposing the truth is something that Ellie also does to Joel, but in the end, they are able to grow from this.
I mean, just thinking of my parenting style, like, I know that you can't always tell your children the truth about everything, and I get that, but I try my best to give them as much of the truth as possible, because I think in a situation like this, if Joel had been more honest with Ellie and explained to her, you know, even early on that, like, hey, I did take out all those people. Like, I did do all those things because I cared about you. I did it for you. I think that she would have understood that. And I mean, just like she understands here. And then you had all this heartbreak and stuff that went down in between because he, you know, he lied to her. Or even if he had told the lie initially and then, you know, waited a little bit and then eventually told the truth beforehand, I think that that would have been a better situation than to have her pretty much figure it out ahead of time. So yeah, and it says, speaking of the future, Joel dragging Eugene's body, then Joel's body get dragged. Yeah, man, like that was definitely some I wouldn't necessarily call it foreshadowing since it had already happened, but yeah, they definitely showed the symbolism with that between both of them being drugged like that. I think it was a lie that hurt her. Yeah, I mean, it was. And I think that that part of it was unnecessary. I think Ellie's always been pretty mature. And if I was in a situation like that, I think that if I told my, you know, one of my daughters the truth that, like, hey, I didn't want to lose you. Like, yeah, we might have been able to save, you know, the entire world, but I didn't want to lose you. Like, yeah, that's selfish. But I would have wanted to find a different way. It's hard to think about the greater good when it comes to losing someone or something, you know, so close to you. I would hate to have been in that type of situation, you know, to begin with. It's a tough call. So I get it either way, but he would have had to been a better man than me to sacrifice somebody that he cares for.
Well, until Abby smashes his head in. However, it's a very important scene and one that carries a lot of meaning, and I would actually like to see more of these kind of flashbacks with his dad down the line. I do wonder how their relationship changed after this, and if they potentially bridged the gap and had a sort of similar thing to Joel and Ellie. But yeah, whether that comes in season 3 or not, we'll have to see. Either way though, after the titles, we jump to the bar, which has repeatedly shown up throughout the season. This is where the dance was at, and it's also where Joel punched Seth. The next day, it's where Ellie got the apology and bigger sandwiches, and later on, it's
steak sandwiches, man. Need that.
So it's constantly popped up. Seth works here on both the bar and grill, and we see his interactions with Joel. You might also notice that he doesn't have his Olympia. In episode 3, he said he caught some friendly fire on New Year's Day, which I thought was a little jab about Joel. Also thought maybe it meant he'd caught some friendly fire during a tour or something, and started theory timing that he was like potentially an Iraq war vet. But I was wrong. The official podcast cleared it up and said it happened during the Horde. That all went down the day after the party, which happened on New Year's Day, so he caught one in the leg whilst he was defending Jackson. The Seth of Us game will explore this in more detail down the line. Calling Joel a new guy, we learn this is 2 months after the end of season 1. And in that time, he's been out looking for Lego. Guy managed to find it even when Seth couldn't, and hey, if you've played the game, then you'll know Joel goes over everything, like the same room, 400 times. Constantly hitting the triangle button until I get 3 screws. Ignore all the knives lying around. I need to craft a shiv from some broken scissors. It's also funny to see how Lego's still just as sought after and expensive in this pandemic as it was during the COVID-19 one. I just wish I could trade stuff instead of paying money at the Lego store. It's through this conversation though that we learn Seth used to be a cop. Obviously it plays into Joel's father, but beyond that, Joel's disobedience for the law. Joel was a constant rule breaker, and whether it was smuggling, killing the Fireflies, or just everything in general, he was always wary around authority figures. I love how all the bottles have hand-drawn labels on them, and it's a nice touch because obviously they can't produce stickers and stuff. Kinda like how all the sports kits had hand-drawn numbers on. Going to Ellie's room, we then see a Kurt Cobain poster outside of it. This wasn't present there in episode 3 because obviously she took it with her, and she also wore Converse to model herself after him. Nirvana's self-titled Greatest Hits came out in 2002, and I remember a huge resurgence brushed it to the side and got the gun. It kinda cemented that all the things in Joel's life, you know, they'd just been cast to the side, and now the focus was purely on revenge. Joel then inscribes the moth, which is Ellie's symbol. That moth is also part of our t-shirt line, which you can which is something he referred to Sarah as.
Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl, I gotta get you up.
But yeah, he's obviously panicking here as Ellie's burned herself up really badly. In the game, you actually start off going to visit her, and you might notice there's a bandage on her arm there. I never put 2 and 2 together, but it's nice getting these infills of why it happened. Ellie says she just wants to wear short sleeve shirts as she's obviously had to hide her bite. Jumping forward, we then get some nice touches around Ellie's room. The first is her flick knife, which is stabbed into the wood, just like how it was in episode 2 and at the start of the game as you patrol. We also have the curtains blowing behind it, which was the title screen for the first game. This was then adapted into the ending of the Bill and Frank episode and helps to highlight peace. Next we cut to some tapes, namely Aha's, and Ellie of course sang Take On Me to Dina. She had an Aha tape back in Boston which we saw in season 1. We then have a moth and several of her sketches. Ellie would often do these in the game and she had a collection in her books. She has a dinosaur and space shuttle as well, which foreshadow the birthday trip later in the episode. Overall, I feel like this is perfectly shot to mirror Sarah waking up in episode 1. There we got a focus on the curtains and then her waking up in bed. She then went down to make Joel breakfast and we learned it was his birthday. There was even talk of getting him a cake. Here it's a sort of flip on that as Joel got up before Ellie and went down and had one ready. It shows how he's not taking her for granted and wants to be there for every special moment. Even though he didn't get...
Young Ellie was so much more likable than old Ellie. And I mean, I feel like at least during this show, thanks to this one episode, I feel like I like Ellie a whole lot more, just to see some of that background. They should have given us this stuff much earlier in the season. And I've said it, you know, I've said it before earlier today. I know Annette said it too. But yeah, they definitely should have given this episode like way earlier in the season. This would have helped. This would have helped a lot of things as far as liking Ellie and feeling more empathy for her character.
Get the name on in time. Joel then gives her the guitar. It's akin to how he hands it over in the game, but we know it has a much more personal touch. You might also remember in season 1, / part 1 of the game, Joel promised to teach her to play when they were on the highway. It's now coming out from that, and he plays her Future Days by Pearl Jam. This becomes the pair's song, and it's something Ellie repeatedly plays throughout the game. That song wasn't actually released until 2013, with the show taking place in 2003. The creative team have said sod it though, because it's such an important song for the pair. It's all about the potential of loss and how someone would lose the person they are if they lost the person they love. However, they are hopeful and optimistic and see brighter future days ahead together. Now, Ellie doesn't get those future days with Joel and she ends up losing who she is. So it's quite poignant. They do bring it around for the end of the game.
This entire scene,
We might talk about in the spoiler section. We will spoil you. That's
definitely didn't cry, but I could feel the emotion.
That they'll probably adapt it into the show a lot.
It takes a lot for me to get super emotional on a show,
like
though,
Ellie also
or a
sees
movie.
how singing to someone can be an expression of love, which may have inspired her serenading Dina later on in the timeline. Also, Pedro Pascal can't sing for shit.
Trying some.
Careful.
The dinosaur part was cute. Yep.
This guessing game's such a great moment in the game, and they adapted across perfectly, even down to Joel's shirt. They also bring up Jesse and how Ellie wants to man the wall.
I hear the way Jesse talks about it.
I see the way you look at him.
No, I've got a pretty keen eye for these sort of things. I got a keen eye for these sort of things.
Not so keen with this
Cat
one.
comes in and my allergies blow up.
It's pretty much all verbatim from the game, and a really nice father and daughter moment. Ellie also tells Jesse later on the game how Joel thought she was into him.
Joel liked you a lot too, you know. He used to think I had a crush on you.
She later ends up training under his lead, which we saw during episode 1. That they kind of touch upon here. They do skip out on Joel pushing Ellie into the water and then Joel doing the same thing. The section's a bit more dragged out in the game, and I do like that they cut it down, because all these sections on a replay, I'm like, I've played through this before, get to the point. But you can't skip the unskippable walking cutscene. We then get Ellie climbing up the T-Rex and standing on the top. This is something you can also do in the game, and I love that they brought it across. In the game, you can then jump off and land in some water. The pair then go to the museum, which is what you explore in the source material. It's such a great moment in which the pair bond, and you remember the actual happy moments Ellie had. They recapture the entire setting perfectly, including the room.
Yep, need more of those happy moments, man.
Back of her head, and she can't truly escape from it or even have a moment of happiness without it starting to creep in. I also really liked how the questions were all written down. Jesse earlier in the season told her to not be angry when trying to get the town on her side, so we saw her write down her speech and appeal for help to get justice for Joel. So here it seems like she's trying to be calm and collected in confronting Joel about what happened and get justice for what really
finally got the father-daughter feeling between them. Yeah,
how they're gonna handle situations, and then in reality, it never goes down like that. This is something we see.
Just like I said before, like it would have been awesome if they would have did this. You know, well, like you said, I got to give you credit first off because you said it first. But yeah, it would have been great if they would have put this earlier in the season, and then, like I said, in the season with Joel dying, and like that would have been a heck of a cliffhanger for everybody who hadn't played the games. But instead, I feel like they rushed it.
The end of the episode, and she doesn't use the piece of paper. She's just very clear. She knows he was lying. Now in the game, you continue your journey into the museum. Ellie can sneak into spaces that Joel can't, and that she goes ahead to find a way to let him in. However, it's pretty eerie in here. She comes across a body and also a note detailing the fall of the Fireflies. Whoever this was said in their mind they could justify all the horrible things they'd done for the group because they were being told that they're basically building towards something better. In the end though, this all proved to be for nothing. Ellie then comes, which I imagine is exactly what it feels like. Like I remember being a teenager, my mum in a sort of indirect way.
I'm not your fucking kid, Joel.
But technically, this isn't his house as it was gifted to him by Jackson. This belonged to someone before
that was
the
petty.
outbreak, and
Her talking about that this wasn't their this house. This isn't your house either. Like it was given to you. Like that was petty. Like, and I know that was, you know, her just being angry and finding a way to hit back at Joel. But like I thought that was petty and unnecessary, immature. But I mean, of course, she is pretty immature for you know, for her age. But it's understandable though. I mean, you live in a crappy world like this, you can kind of get why, you know, you might be a little bit immature or delayed in your development.
He don't really own it. But there's nothing he can really do. Ellie isn't his kid, and he has to accept he can't control her life now. He also never got to this part of being a parent with Sarah as she died at a young age. As he said in episode 1, it's all new to them both. It's something they touch upon in the game as you find a dead man at the aquarium. Turns out he lived there with his kids, and there's lots of their drawings and possessions. However, at some point they grew up and then became indoctrinated. The kids left to join the Scars, and it obviously broke their dad's heart. He took his own life, and yeah, it was a really tragic thing to come across. It discusses how kids become different people, and this can often put them at odds with their parents. Joel's still taking an interest though, and he looks over her tattoo. Noticing the moth, I think he sees it as her kind of building off what he put on the guitar. It comes from her dreams, and Joel initially takes it as
It was
being
teenager
similar
talk.
to a
Yeah,
butterfly.
yeah,
They represent
you're right.
change and transformation. But a moth represents death. You could see this as being on a symbolic level, as the
It's
more
good
we
to
see
know about
moths,
the
more the
moths
relationship
bringing
between
death.
them
I hope
dies.
I do not
You
have a
also
dream about a
Joel's
moth
death around the corner,
anytime
and
soon.
Eugene's coming as well. Gail is the one who explains the meaning of the moth, and this could foreshadow her husband's passing. The conversation here is sort of a flip on the therapy session, and it's the first time Joel goes out to her. She's her usual abrasive self, and even brings up the Dr. Booth from Peanuts. You might also notice that she's reading Earth Abides. This was actually hinted to us in the Weeks Ahead trailer, but you couldn't see the full bottom of the title. However, eagle-eyed viewers, they pointed it out to Kevin's spoilers. YouTube user exploring R3KBC actually did a big explanation in the comments saying what it was and how it applies to the show. The story came out in 1949 and was written by author George R. Stewart. Which just so happened to have someone there called Ish. In the game, you learn much more about him through the notes you find throughout the world. Turns out he survived by hiding on a boat and then went to shore looking for supplies. Here you found the sewers and eventually
just finished watching The Last of Us season 2 episode 6 and watching a recap done by Heavy Spoilers right now and commenting on it. If you watch the show, please drop a comment. Join in on the conversation with us.
For connection. Eventually, Ish reached out to them and invited them to come live at his hideout. Again, it ties in that idea of surviving for a reason and building something instead of living alone. Over time, they invited more people in and eventually built out a thriving group. There were schools, sports, and little touches that made them feel human. However, one day someone messed up and left the door open. The infected flooded the area and some managed to escape. This included Ish, though his fate beyond this was asking Joel questions. It's clear she's thought about his lies a lot. Getting ready to go on their first patrol, it initially starts off exciting. Finally, Ellie's being seen as an adult and even is asking about the record of kills because that's what she wants to live up to, but it's not all fun and games. It's the easiest and safest trail they've got though, yay! Just traumatize you for the rest of your life. Now, they do change up a lot of things from the games. In those, we have a flashback where Ellie and Tommy are sniping in the hills. They're training her while clearing the infected, and it's something they adapted into episode 1.
I was gonna say, that's like the first
it was even
episode.
At the ski lodge. Tommy then takes Ellie to Joel, but it's clear there's something shaky between the pair. Something's off, but Joel's acting oblivious. Saying they should go get new strings for the guitar, the pair then set off on a route. Getting to the hotel, it's here, shit goes down. They come across a wealth of infected and then even go toe-to-toe with a bloater. It's a big scene, but I can totally see why they cut it out. In the end, they get to a bar, which is where they find bodies. These belong to Adam and Sydney, who we learn fled from Jackson. Turns out they ran into a horde and then both got bit. They decided to end it before it came to that, but Adam just shot Sydney and then couldn't do it to himself. It's horrifying, and then Ellie starts to feel guilty.
Only they were immune, right? After you took me out of the Firefly Hospital, you said there were dozens of people like me. I've never met another immune person before.
I could be hiding it.
Do you believe that? We traveled across the entire country to bring me to the Fireflies. I had so many questions for them. Why did you pull me out of there while I was still unconscious?
There was no cure.
That sort of plays off the questions list, and it's clear she's starting to doubt him. This festers in her mind, and eventually she goes back to the hospital. I'm really surprised they didn't bring this into the show, saying as they've used the set for several things. It of course appeared in season 1, and we also had it showing up as part of Abby's nightmare. So I was surprised they didn't reuse it since they already had it. Upon reaching it, Ellie learns the truth and finds recordings and notes saying what happened. It's heartbreaking for her, and outside she sees as Joel arrives. He actually also gave some of the dialogue from these recordings to Nora last week, and it discussed Abby's dad.
Even if we found her, or by some miracle found someone else that's immune, it made no difference. Because the only person who could develop a vaccine is dead.
Joel then arrived and the pair talked it out. Ellie said to tell her what happened, and if he lied again, he'd never see her again. If he told the truth, she'd promise to go back to Jackson, no matter what it is.
Making a vaccine would have killed you, so I stopped them.
This scene gets repurposed to the end, and thus Ellie doesn't necessarily have the time to reflect on it like she does here. We'll talk on that more in just a bit though. Ellie was completely devastated, and it robbed her of the choice to decide whether to die for that cause or not. To her,
I don't know about that whole look at his face. I don't know about that whole deciding to it robbed her of the choice. Like I don't really agree with that. It's a tough decision, and I don't really know if she should have even necessarily been allowed to make that decision. This is the big debate for this one. Like, I don't know if she should have been able to have the choice to make that decision or not. I think this is where you get into, you know, parents versus guardians, and, you know, being a parent and being a guardian of a child or a person who is a child, technically, that they are able to make those types of decisions. And I mean, I know that it's a plot sort of it's a piece of plot armor to make it that she had to die in order to get the cure to be found. But since we're, you know, operating under those premises, I still don't think that I would have been able to sacrifice my child. Yeah, I don't, and that would be so unfair to put on her. Yeah, definitely. And even if she wanted to do it, I don't know if I would allow it. Like, this is my child. I'm not sacrificing my child. Like, y'all gonna have to figure out a different way. You know, I let her donate blood, some plasma, some bone marrow or something. Like, you know, figure out some other way other than, you know, having to actually kill my child in order to, you know, synthesize a cure.
Her life was supposed to be for a bigger reason, but now everyone's doomed. Eventually, every community will either run into a horde or be taken by raiders. No matter what expansion they make, they'll either unearth some roots that signal the infected, run into some spores potentially, or just get murdered. Just very, very difficult to thrive in this world. People are having to live day to day, living in constant fear, or becoming alcoholics like Gale to numb things. Call for backup, Joel then tells her to go back, but she refuses. You can tell it hurts him hearing her defiance, but he hasn't got time to argue. You can also hear on the radio that it's Adam and Eugene who need help. This is a nice reference to the Adam in the game, like we mentioned earlier. I do wonder if they were carrying out that murder pact there, but then Eugene was like, look, I have to get back to my wife, I'm not going to do it yet. We also hear Joel's voice on the left speaker as he's off screen. Maybe a nuclear level reach, but in the games, the voices will be either on the left or right speakers / earbuds, depending on where the companions or enemies are. Rushing through the woods, we see them having to hike to the forest. You might remember early in the season that Tommy mentioned the forest was extremely dangerous. It's a place where the fungus can thrive, and you never know if you're stepping on some roots. It's a really tense scene, including the guy getting dragged by the horse. That might actually be Adam, so scrap the murder pack thing. You might also notice that Ellie's tattoos filled in more, which we can see on her hand. Coming across the infected, they then discover Eugene. Admitting he's bitten, he just wants to say goodbye to his wife. He has so much to say, and clearly it's the most important thing to him.
I think they could have, I mean, Joel, looking back, Joel probably could have played it differently. He could have kept him in front of him. And the second, you know, he started getting shaky, could have took him out then, and then they could have at least said to Gail that they tried. But obviously Joel didn't make that choice.
Him to hold out his hand, Ellie then tests him. Obviously she's immune and isn't worried about potentially getting bit. And to be honest, Joel could easily just escort him. Pointing out his bite wound, this is also done to show he's bitten on his side. In season 1 we see a poster that explains how long it will take you to turn based on where you've been bitten.
Now this I didn't know. So yeah, he should have had time. Now do you think that Joel knew this? Yeah, if this is correct and they know that it was 2 to 8 hours, I wonder how far they were from camp. And that says Joel was very wrong for that. Yeah. He could have played it differently.
The torso is 2 to 8 hours, which plenty of time. Telling Ellie to get the horses, he then promises to take him back. However, what he's really doing is getting Ellie out the way so he can kill him. It's pretty bad and kind of acts as a reminder to who Joel really is. Though we never saw much of Joel's time after the outbreak to meeting Ellie, we know he did a hell of a lot of bad things. He always justified it though, and once more he's justifying lying and killing him. Even telling Eugene you can always see the face of those you love. It's basically him taking his chance to see his wife for the last time. Just in the same way he took away that chance for Ellie and lied, he's now doing the same thing. Joe Pantoliano really kills it here, and even though it's a small role, he does a lot. Eugene begs for her face to be the last thing he sees, which is something he doesn't get, and it kind of comes full circle with Joel. In his death, the last thing he saw was Ellie across from him. However, she was screaming and beaten up, and it was a really tragic sight for him. I think Eugene just accepts his fate.
I didn't think about the allegory
the
between those two.
He has. Knowing he won't see her physically, he visualizes it right before his death. It's a really somber
look at the flowers moment.
Now
Yep.
Joel has to deal with what he's done. Ellie arrives with the horses and is completely distraught at what she sees. It's such an impactful moment, and they then drag his body back to Jackson. This is in a white sack, which is akin to how Ellie would later drag back Joel. Joel is already cooking up a story though, and he says it's the right thing to do. Ellie thinks people should just be told the truth though, and is fed up with Joel's lies. Rattling off a story to Gail about how Eugene ended it himself, he says that he didn't want to put her in danger. And it seems like it's exactly what she needs to hear. Pedro acts expertly here as he delivers the story, but he's clearly making it up as he goes along. Gail may not believe him, but it might just be what she wants to believe. However, Ellie throws a curveball and tells the truth. Completely devastating, and it shows how much he's fed up with Joel. Gail is gutted as well. You do kind of wonder who was right here, as I don't know, would you really want to know that? It's obviously going to be much more painful, and it then tears the pair apart. Jumping to New Year's Eve, this is what will become Joel's last
I think
night
that's
on
the real question of the episode. In that moment, what would you have done? Would you have told Gail the truth and let her know exactly what happened? Or would you have made up a story like Joel tried to do? And then on top of that, was Ellie correct in telling Gail what the truth was? Should that have been up to her? I mean, like, I don't know. Honestly, I would have just told, I would have told the truth. I would have felt like, hey, this is exactly what happened. We tried. I would have handled the situation differently, but I would have told the truth. I would have said like, hey, like, we tried to make it back. And we inevitably didn't make it in time, and he started to turn, and I had to end him. And I think that she would have understood that, and then that would have saved all the heartache between Joel and Ellie, and then also Gail having the heartache that she had from Joel lying to her. So yeah, I think that was the correct approach.
From his perspective, it's something we weren't privy to in the game. Sat there with Maria and Tommy, we see the whiskey return from the start, saying see you next year. This is actually the last time the two brothers talk. Tommy's also a dad now, so
Ellie blurted it out wrong.
Drop the legendary dad joke. Now in the game, Tommy rode out with him.
Pretty selfish on her end to do it like that right then and there too.
The last time he ever sees his brother alive. Maria also talks about how helping family out is important, but not when it comes to avenging Joel, Tommy? Joel then goes off to help Ellie, but we see she berates him. Still hurts her now, and guy was just trying his best, mate. Joel, like his father, was doing what he thought was right, but this came through pain and violence. So Joel ends up walking out much like his dad at the start of the episode. He's completely defeated, and yeah, it's devastating. Grabbing the guitar, we then get the porch scene playing out. Like for real this time. Back in episode 1, we thought it was weird they skipped over this as it was such a massive part of the game. Her having the guitar the next day though, that did seem to tease it happened. I was so happy seeing her silhouette drift back in, and yeah, I'm really glad we got to see this playing out.
What are you drinking?
What are you drinking?
Coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Where'd you get it?
Those people that came through last week.
The people that came through last week?
A little embarrassed as to what
I like that they take things like directly from the game too. Like, it's pretty cool.
Embarrassed for what I traded to get it, but it's not bad.
I had Seth under control.
I had Seth under control.
Yeah, I know.
And you need to stop harassing Jesse about my patrols.
And I don't want to ever hear about you taking me off patrol again.
Okay.
Okay.
Dina.
So, Dina.
Is she your girlfriend?
Is she your girlfriend now?
That was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. It
was just one kiss. Doesn't mean anything.
I don't know why she did that.
I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
But you do like her?
So stupid.
So
stupid.
I have no idea what that girl's intentions are, but...
Look, I don't know what Dina's intentions are, but...
But I do know that she would be lucky to have you.
Well, she'd be lucky to have you.
You're such an asshole.
You're such an asshole.
Tell me what happened here.
Tell me what happened with the Fireflies.
If you lie to me one more time, I'm gone.
If you lie to me again, we're done.
Making a vaccine would have killed you.
And a cure would have killed you.
I'm not trying to...
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
Then I was supposed to die. That was my purpose. My life would have fucking mattered, but you took that from me.
If somehow the Lord gave me a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
But if somehow I had a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that.
I don't think I can forgive you for this.
But I would like to try.
I would like to try.
Joel also has his Al cup here, which again we mentioned earlier. Guy of course loves coffee and needed a nice mug to drink it in. The moment of them standing looking over the balcony, that also mirrors several things from part 1. The shot looking to Boston was done like this, as was the time after they saw the giraffes. Kind of broke my heart seeing Joel asking about Dina, especially because we know what's coming. Ellie says though that she knows Joel lied to her. I was actually really surprised they combined it into this moment because it means that Ellie basically has a night to get over it. Whereas in the game it was a lot longer. Ellie sees Joel as dooming the world just to save one person. He knows that it comes with a cost though, but he just couldn't lose another kid. It's honestly one of the best scenes in the game and show, and I was so glad they captured it this well. They had some additional dialogue as well about if Ellie ever has a kid. As we know, she's gonna be a dad, and Joel then says he hopes she does a little better than him. It echoes his father's words from the start, and it's a perfect way to tie these two flawed men together. In the end, Ellie says she doesn't know if she'll forgive, but she'd like to try, which is what comes of that cutscene as well. In a way, I believe them, and I believe in future days of you and me, now I think of it. Ellie, of course, has that robbed from her, and thus she goes on a quest for revenge. This is what's pushing her. She lost that future that she'd finally accepted. In the game, Ellie felt like she'd been robbed of a death that meant something. Moving on from that, she then felt like she'd been robbed of a life that meant something as well. So it was a double blow, and again, it ties in that idea of purpose and what it means to live. She actually also had this on her mock drawings. It said, "You have a greater purpose" on it. The scene also pretty much confirms that Joel knew the Fireflies could save humanity with the cure. It's called a vaccine in the game, but here it's a cure. There's discourse around whether the term vaccine was accurate or not for what the Fireflies wanted to do, and Matt Pat's actually done a fantastic video if you want to watch that and basically see why they pick different words for it. Show Joel, or Shoal, he knew he was damning humanity as he loved his adopted daughter so much. He wasn't going to lose another kid and thus strip the world of its cure. I also really appreciate they just combined all this stuff.
But as devil's advocate, is he being selfish? And then said the double talking is annoying. Oh yeah. Remember, I don't know the game. Is Joel's dad the actor that played Joel in the game? No. Different actor. Actually, the actor who played Joel in the game was one of the Fireflies in season 1 that they came across and had like a real small like speaking part. Good question though. Good question.
While the flashbacks are great to see in the game, they do wreck the pacing of playing it somewhat, which is a critique of the game as a whole. The pacing's all over the place. We have essentially almost 3 games in one, with Ellie's quest, the flashbacks, and then Abby's story in the back half of the game, and then another section after that. So it's either impact the pacing of the show and have the game 1 for 1, or condense things down. I think they made the right choice though, and having the porch scene much earlier in the show combined with the hospital talk, it works pretty well. We then close out with Ellie returning to the theater, now looking down and defeated. Having just killed Nora, she's losing the person that she was. It ties into the themes of future days on how she's now lost herself. It closes out what I think was a really impactful episode, and definitely the most character development we've had this season. As mentioned earlier, I used to dread these parts of the game because they just drag on and on. I think this handled those moments brilliantly though. I think Bella's struggled with some parts of the season because she just doesn't really feel like the older Ellie I played for like the last 5 years. Dear me, it's been that long. However, I think she did a fantastic job here, and it was great seeing her actually going through the phases of growing up. Pedro was also excellent as well, and it was so good seeing him back. I don't know how much adding the porch scene here is going to change the actual ending, because it's quite an important thing that changes Ellie. I'm glad we got it here though, as it felt like a really great personal entry. Obviously though, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you miss the infected?
Well, yeah, man. Annette rolling out. Gotta go. Thanks, guys. Okay, that's everybody. See y'all next week. Yes, be back here next week for the season finale. I did not know it was going to be a season finale next week, but yes, we will be here I'll probably start replaying the earlier reviews around like 2 or 3 in the afternoon. So if you want to pop in around then and catch up on some of the old stuff, you can. And then of course we will start right at 7:30 p.m. Central Time for previewing the episode 7 before it starts. So yeah, really appreciate you hanging out with me the entire time. Like, that's cool. I really appreciate that. Don't be a stranger. Have a great week. But yeah, I am going to go ahead and end things now. Like I said, this is probably a 4 out of 5 episode for me. I really enjoyed it, and I feel like I got to sneeze again. But yeah, I really enjoyed the episode. I love what they were able to do and mix things up a little bit from the game. I am interested to see how they're going to end the season, and then what is going to be remaining for the 3rd season, which has already been, approved. How much is left in the game, because they're kind of jumping around a little bit. I'm thinking maybe they're going to save a lot of the Abby stuff for the next season. I hope they do not try to cram it all in one episode. That is the one thing I don't want them to do. They need to stretch things out a little bit. The pacing has definitely been different from the game for sure. But yeah, I enjoyed this episode. If you are watching right now, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and hit that notification bell so you're notified each and every time we go live in 2025. Like I said, we'll be back next week. There are a bunch of trailer reviews dropping on our channel this week. We watched all the new trailers, so they're going to be like at least 4 or 5 of them dropping this week. So check those out, drop comments on those, hit the like on those. Hit that subscribe button, because we are constantly doing stuff on this channel. And like I always say, I really appreciate you guys for hanging out with us, and I will see you when I see you. Peace. I am live right now. What is going on, folks? What is going on? This is your main man, JD, live from wherever I'm from, and about to watch The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 7. Season finale is tonight, man. So yeah, I'm excited, man. For everybody who's watching for the first time, welcome. For those who are returning, there's a different camera angle right now, and obviously my face is like all up in it, so it's always a little weird with the way this looks right now, but hey, we're gonna roll with it. Yeah, I hope you guys are doing good, man. Super excited for this season finale tonight. I feel like last week's episode was pretty good. I know we've had a few lows this season, not just talking as far as the actual show goes, but like it's been a lot of drama on the outside looking in as far as this entire series goes, and there have been several low points this season with people definitely not feeling the direction of the show. So I am excited for it to be over and I'm also excited to see exactly where they're going to end this season. From what I've heard, they're going to be the next season, which is already confirmed, and they will start filming next year, I believe. But for the next season, they're going to focus almost entirely on Abby. So I think that's an interesting approach. It's kind of crazy to have Ellie sort of just fade out, I guess, but that's the direction that they're choosing. The game sort of does that too, but it's less extreme than the way they kind of have it set up on the show at the moment. So yeah, we'll see if it's good. We'll see if it's something that everybody can get behind. I would be really excited to see this show actually continue to do well, as opposed to all the drama and stuff that's been surrounding it. So yeah, but we are going to kick things off tonight by watching The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 6 recap. And then from there, we're going to watch a preview of Episode 7, the trailer that was actually released by HBO. So we're going to watch both of those, and then from there, we will get into actually watching the episode. So yeah, let me know in the chat if you can hear me. If you can hear me, throw a 1 in the chat or something like that, so I know that you guys can hear me. And let me know if you are excited for this season finale tonight. Like I said, I feel like I'm kind of ready for the show to be done with, just because there's been so much stuff going on with it. But yeah, I think it's gonna be good. I hope that it's good. I know a lot of times you get these shows like this, and I feel like this show had so much hype coming off an amazing season 1, and they sort of squandered that midway through with everything that happened with Joel, and also the way that Ellie and Dina's relationship has been portrayed. That kind of squandered a lot of good faith that people had with the show, and led to a lot of backlash for it. But now we're at the point where I think we are going to be past that. I hope that we can get to a point where we really just enjoy Ellie as a character and not just look at the actress who plays Ellie and care more about the actress who plays Ellie, and the way Ellie is written than the actual character. So here's the hoping. But yeah, we'll see. Like I said, we're going to watch a recap first off of the last week's episode, and then from there we're going to jump into the episode 7 preview trailer that HBO put out, and then we are going to get directly into the episode. So like I said, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I am JD, your master of ceremonies. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the episode 6 recap real quick. I love to use this YouTube page called Aria Explained. They do about 10-minute recaps of each episode. It's probably AI generated, but still, I enjoy it. I think it does a good job of summing up everything. All right, let me switch my screen of source. There we go. Okay. So yeah, let's get into this recap of episode 6.
Sixth episode begins in 1983. Austin, Texas, a young Tommy freaks out that his father is going to beat him for being involved in some ridiculousness regarding buying pot. Joel reassures his little brother that he'll take the punishment and sends him to his room. When their father comes home, we see he's a cop. The senior Miller is very angry, but he gets 2 beers from the fridge and puts one in front of his older son. He talks about how, when he stole a candy bar as a kid, his father hit him so hard it broke his jaw. I have hit you, and I have hit Tommy, but never like that. Not even close, he says, tears gathering in his eyes as he monologues about trying to do a little better than his father did. When it's your turn, he says before he heads back to work. I hope you do a little better than me. Next thing we know, we're at...
I thought that was very poignant. It was a good way to start out the episode. It's a little jarring because I didn't know what was going on initially, but I thought that was a good sentiment. And yeah, his dad was not the best, but obviously he tried. I don't think that he was the worst either, but he tried, and he wants Joel to be a better father than him. So you kind of know that as a little bit of a background on why Joel does some of the things that he does.
At the bar in Jackson, Seth is working there, and Joel brings a plastic freezer bag full of Legos to trade, which Seth's grandkids will love. We learn that Seth was a cop in the before times, and though it's not immediately clear what Joel is looking for in return, Seth asks him a crucial question. Vanilla or chocolate? Vanilla, it's easier. A resigned Joel says vanilla. At home, Joel is working on a guitar for Ellie. He puts a ton of attention into the work, even engraving a moth into the neck. Just as he's finishing, he hears Tommy yelling for him as he walks a loopy Ellie up to her bedroom. Painkillers. She's all right, Tommy says Joel, who has immediately clicked into panic mode. Ellie was on kitchen duty by herself when she decided to push her forearm, aka the site of her bite scar from the infected, up against a scalding pot. She futzes with the bandage, which makes the wound hurt more, and her weak cries of pain bring Joel instantly to her side. Easy, baby.
One of the things that I did enjoy about this episode the most was seeing the younger Ellie. And I mean, I know that it's the same actress, but the way that she was portrayed as a younger child seemed more accurate to the way Ellie is in the video games. And you got that sort of the softer side of Ellie, and what we have on the show at the moment is definitely not that. It's a completely different vibe. So I hope that they take a cue from that, and I guarantee that they got more feedback saying the same thing. So that's kind of what I would want to see out of Ellie moving forward, and I hope that they write her for this next season in that manner a little bit more, because I think the writers of the show need to make us care about Ellie more than we do at this point, because I feel like some people even are at the point now where they despise Ellie.
Baby girl, easy, he comforts her. Ellie grows sad as she explains that she just wanted to wear short sleeves again, and she's sorry for the trouble she's caused. He hushes her, and she leans up against him as he pulls her close and kisses her head. The next morning, she comes downstairs to find Joel grumbling over a cake that reads, "Happy 15th birthday, Eli." "Let's hope Seth bakes better than he spells," he says as he turns to get knife. And by the time he's turned back, Ellie has already shoved a fistful of cake into her mouth. "He does," she mumbles.
That smile, man.
Joel then makes her close her eyes while he brings out the guitar. He talks about giving her a lesson later, but she demands a song now. And because it's her birthday, he gets over his initial hesitation and sits down to play Future Days by Pearl Jam. Ellie listens, looking so happy. "Happy birthday, kiddo," he says, and Ellie comes as close to beaming as she is able. A year later, as Joel and Ellie hike through the forest, she lobbies him to finally let her go out on patrol.
I love how a lot of this was almost taken scene for scene, word for word, beat for beat from the video game. And I like the fact that they do that for the most part. I think that there's going to be some sort of changes that are going to have to be made as the show moves forward. especially with the source content, quickly coming to an end. But I feel as though they need to, or they should have the creative license to adjust certain things from the show to better fit a TV format as opposed to a video game format. And I think that they're doing that a little bit now, but I do like the beats that are almost lifted directly from the game.
They arrive in a clearing that unexpectedly has a dinosaur statue, which excites Ellie to no end.
Directly from
She
the game, this
clambers up
whole
to the
part.
top of the T-Rex's head and sees that there's a museum nearby. They go inside. We learn that Joel found the place a while back, but was saving it for a special day. Her eyes go wide when she sees a model of the solar system. She's shocked that the model actually moves when you crank it. When Ellie wonders aloud what it was like to be up among the stars,
I like how Joel took the time to go set all this up for her, because obviously these things weren't working, and he spent a pretty good amount of time trying to make and craft a great experience for her birthday. Like that's what being a dad is about. It's not all the other stuff. And I mean, yeah, he has to go out and he has to protect her, but seeing moments like this where he has, went out of his way to try to make some awesome experience for her is what like true fatherhood is all about.
Joel asks her, "Would you like to go to space?" Then he ushers her to the Apollo 15 capsule that is part of the museum's collection, a real spacecraft from a 1971 mission to the moon. He encourages her to break a case and pick out a helmet, so she does. Then she climbs into the capsule and Joel follows her in. But he's not done yet. He hands her a cassette that took a mighty effort to find. She pops it into her portable player and we hear a recording of a blast-off into space. Ellie closes her eyes and imagines she's there. "Are you okay? Are you kidding me?" She shoots back, all smiled. As they walk home at dusk, Joel remarks, "This is nice. We should do this more." But just then, she stops, and her entire demeanor changes. He notes the abrupt change and wonders if she's okay. But she says yes and starts walking again, and things seem back to normal. When the camera pans over to show us what caught Ellie's attention, we see a cloud of fireflies sparkling in the approaching darkness. A year after that, Seth has worked on his
Fireflies. Foreshadowing. Heavy-handed foreshadowing at that, too.
copy editing skills, and the cake that Joel brings home reads, "Happy 17th birthday, Ellie." When he hears giggles from Ellie's room, he busts in and finds her canoodling with Kat, the woman we met on patrol in the first episode. Kat also was tattooing over Ellie's burn. Joel is really angry. He yells once Kat is gone. "Drugs and tattoos and sex and experimenting with girls?" Ellie yells back that it was neither sex nor an experiment, but he dismisses her. That night, she tries to move out to the garage.
I know that his approach in this scene was a little bit harsh, but I mean, I don't blame him as a dad. You come in and you're shocked by some of the things that you see your kids do. That would not be my approach in a situation like that, but I think that he could have handled it far worse.
Joel stops her and they argue some more, but he acknowledges that maybe she should have her own space. He volunteers to fix up the garage for her. Things are awkward between them, but he's trying. Her tattoo is a moth, and he asks why she likes them so much. She mumbles something about it being symbolic. The next day, Joel accosts Gail at the diner for help. She flatly tells him that, in dreams, moths signify death. And as Ellie packs up her room, we see "You have a greater purpose" written among the moths she's doodled. 2 years later, Ellie sits on her bed and practices asking Joel all the questions that have been swirling in her mind for years. How did the same fireflies who spotted us a mile away from the hospital get surprised by an entire group of raiders? And if the raiders could kill all those soldiers in Marlene, and you had to carry me the whole time, how did we get away? And if there are dozens of immune people, why hasn't anyone heard of them?
This is where I think Joel made his biggest mistake was, going through this entire lie with her. I mean, if anything, he could have just told her exactly what the situation was. Like, everything that I've done to protect you, and it didn't require him to have to go out and lie in order to preserve something with her. Like, if she didn't understand that at the time, that he was doing these things to protect her, so be it. She just had to be mad that I took out all those people. But he was doing it I would do it to protect my child. Like that's his job first and foremost. And by any means necessary is the lay of the law when something like that happens with your child.
She's interrupted by Joel, who's there with her birthday present. He's given the patrol permission to add Ellie to their ranks. She and he patrol together, where he suggests that they spend more time together. Then a call comes in over the radio, and he tries to send Ellie home. She counters that she's not his kid, she's his patrol partner, and she wants to stay. So she does. They find Eugene, Gail's husband, who took down an infected, but got bit in the process. Looks like we're about to find out what Gail was talking about in the season premiere. Eugene reasons that they have an hour, so he'd like to go back to the gate surrounding Jackson so he can say goodbye to his wife. Joel gently but firmly says no.
Okay, so if you're watching right now, what would your decision have been in a situation like this? I know at least for me, I probably would have walked or took him as far as I could take him before he started changing or turning or anything like that. And if we had gotten to the point where, you know, he turned before we made it back, so be it. But, you know, I would have led him to the gate. She could have came outside of the gate to see him. That would have been it. I definitely wouldn't have let him into the city, but I don't think that I would have handled this exactly the way Joel did.
Ellie is more sympathetic, reasoning that he's not yet symptomatic, which indicates that they can fulfill his last wish. Joel instructs her to bring the horses down the trail, and he'll walk with Eugene on the way back. At one point, she looks back at her surrogate dad questioningly. "I promise," he says.
Yeah, unnecessary promise right there.
When Joel has Eugene in front of a beautiful vista, the bitten man begs Joel not to shoot him because he needs Gail's comfort as he dies. Joel offers to pass along any last words, and then, though we don't watch, Joel kills him. "Ellie, I had no choice," Joel pleads as they bring Eugene's wrapped body back to town. She's
foreshadowing the way that Joel ends up coming back, unfortunately.
Crying, but he can't see her face. She says nothing. When they return to Jackson, Tommy brings Gail to where Eugene is laid out on the ground. Joel tells Gail that her husband was brave, said he loved her, and ended it all himself. "That's not what happened," Ellie says.
Now, in a situation like this, I feel as though, like I said, he should have told the truth. He should have tried a different approach. I don't think that it was her job at all to come in and just, you know, blow everything. Like that was petty on her behalf, but I guess she's trying to be a truth teller.
Seething as Gail sobs onto Joel's shoulder. "He begged to see you. He had time. Joel promised to take him to you. He promised us both. Joel shot him in the head." Gail slaps Joel and tells him to get away from her. Joel, who looks stricken by what I'm sure he sees as a betrayal, stares at Ellie. "You swore," she says, then takes off. 9 months later, we're back at the New Year's Eve dance. Only we're watching it from Joel's perspective. Remember how Ellie told Gail she didn't talk to Joel later that night? That was a lie. He's sitting on the porch with her guitar when she comes home. She walks past him without saying anything, which clearly hurts him. But then she comes back and stands next to him on the porch. They both look out into the yard as she says she doesn't want him interfering with her personal or patrol life anymore. He agrees. He asks about Dina, and Ellie quickly says their kiss didn't mean anything.
Yeah,
"She
right.
would be lucky to have you," he says quietly. "You lied to me. I think I knew already. I knew this whole time," she continues. "So I'm going to give you one last chance. Tell me what happened with the Fireflies. If you lie to me again, we're done." He confirms that there were no raiders or other immune people. "Could they have made a cure?" He nods, his face so close to crumbling. Ellie is crying too, but she wipes her tears away. He nods in confirmation that he killed the doctor and Marlene, but he finds his voice to say, "Making a cure would have killed you." Ellie sees it differently. "Then I was supposed to die," she yells. "But if somehow I had a second chance at that moment, I would do it all over again."
Yeah, in a situation like that, I don't think that I'm giving up my child. I mean, and especially coming from Joel's perspective, he has already lost one child, and I don't think that he would have been willing to give up another child. even if that was going to provide a cure, because there's so many other things that could have happened after that. They could have got a cure and then, something could happen with it, or maybe it didn't work, or maybe it was, it got into the wrong hands and people weaponized the cure and would only give it to certain people. Like, it could have turned into a different situation. So it's not like that would have just created an instant happy ending, because I don't think that it would have.
He says. Because you're selfish, she tosses back. Because I love you, he says, in a way you can't understand. Maybe you never will. But if that day should come, if you should ever have one of your own, well then, I hope you do a little better than me. His voice is all high and trembly. He's full on crying. I don't think I can forgive you for this, she says, and he closes his eyes as he waits for the emotional kill shot. It doesn't come. But I would like to try, she finishes, and he quickly looks at her. This is not what he was expecting. And that's all we get of the Joel and Ellie show. In the hour's final scene, we see Ellie return to the theater in Seattle in the rain after having pulverized Nora.
Yeah, man. It was a very poignant ending. I like the way the episode ended. I feel as though it was given to us differently in the game, 100%. And like, this was like the very last scene of the game. So you got this much later on, but I feel like this was a good point to have this now, and to sort of see that Ellie has truly sort of forgiven Joel for the things that he had done wrong before dying. And I think that flashback sort of served as a way of us and the audience to move on, as Ellie has already moved on too. So yeah, solid episode. It was a very solid episode. Gets me excited for the season finale tonight, and we are going to watch the trailer for the season finale right now. Let me close that window out. Yep, open up this one. Yep. So, Last of Us season 2, episode 7, season finale preview trailer. Let's check it out as we get real close to the debut of the episode on HBO Max.
It's for good luck.
Nope, there's no good luck in this world.
These people are shooting each other, ripping each other's guts out. I am not dying out here. This is not our war.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this episode is going to end, and what are they going to leave us with as we get ready to go into an off season for the show, and then get closer and closer to episode, or get closer and closer to season 3. From everything I understand, Abby is going to be the main character in the next season, so I'm looking forward to getting to know her a little bit more. TV show wise, I know enough about her from the game, but yeah, TV show wise, I'm looking forward to that. Interested to see how they sort of cap things off tonight and end things tonight. So episodes should be up shortly. They do a pretty good job as of late with uploading these episodes on time. So I'm gonna refresh, and yep, it's already up. So yeah, it seems like they started like 5 minutes before 8. So yeah, I'm gonna let everybody come in, trickle in a little bit more before we actually get going. And yes, I am going to watch the episode. I cannot show the episode on our stream, but if you have HBO Max, you can follow along with me, and I will switch my screens to my sync screen so that you can see a timer that will start right when the episode starts, and you can sync your copy up with mine, and we can watch it together and react together. I'm going to start it right at 8, so we got about 3 more minutes. If you're watching right now, you're just tuning in, what are you looking forward to most in this season finale? For me, I want to see how they're going to end this. it's been a bit of a disappointing season thus far, I must say. And I want to see what they're able to do with the landing of it in order to give us some hope for the next season coming up. Because if they just give us a regular episode, I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed. Annette, what is going on? Welcome back. Welcome back. Hold on, I got something for you.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
Yes, 100%. Good to see you. I am so glad that you are here. And you're here to hang out with me tonight. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We'll see how many other folks we get who want to come in and hang out in the chat, but I hope everything's going good with you. We will be starting the episode right at 8 o'clock. So we got about a minute and a half before we get things going. I'm going to get to my screen. But yeah, as you can see, the episode is already uploaded on the site. So all I'm going to have to do is hit play. As always, I do not fast forward through anything. Once I hit play and my timer starts, that is from the very beginning of the episode. All the intros, all the previews, recaps, we watch all of it. And that's when my timer has started. So whatever you have on there, if you want to sync up with me, just hit play at the same time I do, and you should be able to do that. See, I'm going to switch my screen right now. And like I said, we'll be able to chat during the episode. So please, please, please feel free to talk to me while you are watching the episode. I'm going to have to turn off the desktop audio. Okay. And we got about 30 seconds before we kick off the episode. Annette, are you excited for the episode tonight? Do you have any predictions before we get things going? I am going to start my timer and hit play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Last of Us Season 2 season finale is starting now. Just hope it's good. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I hope it's good too. Getting straight to it. Intro already playing, no recap or anything like that. Looks like the episode is about 49 minutes long too, including the credits. So a little bit shorter than I thought. I thought they were going to give us one of those, Game of Thrones 1 hour and 15-minute episodes, but we don't have that tonight. The Last of Us season finale of season 2. We are watching it right now. Sync your copy up with mine, and we can watch and react to it together. Yeah, arrow to the leg is no joke, man. I wonder if she's going to tell him he's going to be a dad. Oh, I forgot. Ellie's the dad. She can't drink. She's got a little baby in there. Oh. Fudge. Ugh. You got to get some antibiotics ASAP. ASAP. We're watching The Last of Us Season 2 finale right now. Hit that like button if you're watching right now. My name is JD. Please hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you like what we are doing on this channel as well. Closing in on 400 subs, man. Nice accomplishment for a little channel like us. That leg will still be hurting, man. I don't know if I'll be able to sleep. That's wild. I don't know what she expecting to see. Wrapped up through the pants. The Last of Us Season 2 season finale is going on right now. I'm about 5 minutes into the episode. If you are also watching, jump in the chat. Let me know what you think. Dang. Back got tore up. Now why isn't she telling the full truth? Okay, now she's getting into it. Martin Bailey, what is going on, man? What is going on? Hold on, I got something for you.
What's up, buddy? Good to see ya.
What state am I in? I'm Illinois, man. Illinois. The beautiful state of Illinois. Not Chicago either. Where are you located at? Hit that subscribe button while you're here, man. Joe found out and took out everybody. What is Dina gonna think? What does Dina think? Now you want to go home. Should have never came. Should have never came. Bad choice, bad decision from the jump. What put it over the top now that she wanted to go home? Man, it's been a long 3 days. Yeah, she definitely does look conflicted, man. I think Ellie understands now why Joel did what he did, and I'm sure she feels bad for the way that she treated and neglected him, or the way she treated him leading up to everything that happened. And no, I'm not going to be all happy and chatty Cathy with you either. Yeah, I would have an attitude for sure. Another situation that makes no sense. Like, they would all need to be leaving together right now. Even if Dina is limping and stuff, that's better than separating again. Yeah. They should be going back now. Unless they just waiting for the cover of darkness. Maybe that's what the case is. But they should all be together. Yeah, no, I'd be mad too. I don't get that, man. The nerve that she has to act like she's gonna have an attitude when they came to rescue her. Facts. Facts. Wasting all this time. Yeah, man. All because she's being selfish. I feel like nobody has really touched on that as far as the story is actually concerned. Like, she is extremely selfish. Even though she might be justified in wanting to go take revenge for Joel's death, she is ridiculously selfish for the way that she went about doing it. And how about you just not walk right down the middle of the street? Like, I don't understand that. We're watching The Last of Us season 2 finale tonight, episode 7. So please, please, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, man. Girl, get out of here, man. Doing too much. Like, what she thinks she's gonna do in a situation like that? Right? Ugh. Ellie, 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 Ellie. Not feeling your decisions at all, Miss Ellie. Costco got serious about being a member. Yeah, real serious. Hmm. Hmm. So Abby is the chosen one, huh? Hmm. Remember how that turned out with that weather. The Last of Us Season 2, Episode 7, Season Finale. My name is JD. This is Watch Stuff With Us. Please hit that like button. Join in the chat. You can see by my timer, we are watching the episode right now. And we'd love to have your comments on it. Oh, Ellie got the book so she can give it to Dina and the baby. Jesse's a good dude, man. I don't know why Ellie got some nerve to be coming off the way that she's coming off right now. What do you think so far, Annette? Facts. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. Nah, man. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely knew he voted no. Don't like Ellie at all. Like I get where she's coming from, but it's still a horrible decision. Right? Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse. Yep. Best of luck to you, bruh. Got nothing for you. Got nothing for you. Yeah, she's a horrible character, man. Like I did not feel like this about her in the game. It's just the way that she comes across on here is just ugh. Ugh. Oh, we got a new sub. Estrella Garcia, thank you so much for subbing to the channel. Hold on, I got something for you. I
don't have friends. I got family.
Yes. Welcome to the family. Much appreciated. Annette says that it's the writers. Yeah, man. Trash. I mean, this is not going to help the way that people are feeling about this show one bit. Yes, Ye is right. Another sub. If last time I checked, we were at like 399, so that might be number 400 right there. I think what it comes down to is no fun having a protagonist that you aren't really cheering for. You just have sort of differing levels of of hate for everybody on this show. setting off on our little boat. We are watching The Last of Us season 2, episode 7, the season finale right now. We are 30 minutes into the episode. Watch along with me and comment on the show too. I shouldn't want her character to die, but I do. Bella is great, but Ellie, nope. Yeah. Not feeling this depiction of Ellie at all. I think we just don't have the same. Like, I didn't feel like this when I played the game. Put it like that. Got captured by the Seraphites. Uh-oh. Luckily, this village is being destroyed right now, so now Ellie's good. Thank goodness the village is being destroyed. Now she's still gonna continue with her mission. Right back at it. Right back at it. The Last of Us season 2, episode 7, 35 minutes into the show right now. If you're watching right now, what are you thinking of the episode thus far? So we're gonna hope that Abby is in here, right? Or else Ellie's done all this for nothing. Mm. Somebody's been bleeding a lot. Ooh, bone saw. Well, I wonder if Abby's pregnant. Why is she so important? Yeah. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. I mean, they did say that, you know, she's the next leader of the wolves, but I don't know. Trying to drive up the intensity right now, waiting for a jump scare or something like that. People always talking, man. If she's so hardcore, she should have just took him out right there. Why didn't she hide until they said where she was? Exactly. She was standing all out in the open for no reason. Mm. I know, right? Hmm. Now she got to make tough choices. See? Ah, Ellie. Ah, Ellie. Ah, Ellie. Sad. I just don't feel any empathy for her right now, or sympathy. Man, 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 man. And Jesse still being a good dude. Still the best person on this show so far. Now she's shell shocked. We are watching The Last of Us season finale for season 2. We have 44 minutes into the episode. Some stuff just went down. Am I feeling bad for Ellie? No. So all this was for nothing. After the episode is over, we will be talking about it and breaking it down. So stick and stay. Yeah, he is a good person. I don't know if she would have or not. Yeah, good and has common sense is right. And you see what happens to good people, huh? So that's the cliffhanger we're going to be left with. This is lifted straight from the game right here with her walking down that hallway. All right. Episode is over. Like in my head, I keep comparing it with the game and stuff, and I know how I felt with the game, and the way that I feel after watching this episode is not the way I felt at this point in the game. So, yeah, yeah. What'd you think, Annette? What'd you think? Let me switch my screens up real quick. What did you think of the episode? Yes, we have just finished The Last of Us season 2, episode 7. We just finished it, and I want to know what people thought. Let me stop my timer real quick on this screen, though. Yeah, if you watched the episode, let me know what you thought. Let me know what you thought. I have my own opinions, but I'd like to know yours first. I will start sharing mine shortly, but yeah. Yeah. Not the greatest ending of an episode, needless to say. Like, this just, to me, is Jesse really dead? I don't want to go into game spoilers. But it appears that Jesse is dead. Yeah. And I mean, like, this show is just, you see what happens to the good people. You see what happens to the good people. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. But, oh man. Let me see if anybody has a recap up yet. I'll keep an eye on heavy spoilers. Usually they have a breakdown that launches really quickly after the episode is dropped. Usually they start theirs around like 9 o'clock. So I'm guessing that's what they'll do on this one. But yeah, so I just don't. Oh, there it is. It is up already. So we can start watching that, and then we'll use that as a way to recap the episode. But while we are doing that, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button to our channel. I would really appreciate it if you did that. We are going to get into a recap of the episode and go over everything using this heavy spoilers review. Big shout out to MT. That is my guy. Never met him. He don't know me, but I know him from all of his work that he's done. So yeah, I love his work. I love this channel. So we're going to use them a little bit for a recap of the episode. Let me know what you guys thought of the episode first and foremost. Me, if I had to give a quick little breakdown, did not like it one bit. Like, just unsatisfying. Like, at the end of a season, they need to give you something to make you feel like, oh man, I really want to see what happens. You don't care about Ellie enough for the cliffhanger to actually mean anything. If Ellie was somebody that you really, really, really cared about, you would feel a different way about that cliffhanger ending. But since I and pretty much everybody else who watches this show does not care very much for Ellie, that leaves you with sort of an empty meh feeling about it. Yeah, for a big show, for a show that's been very popular for, you know, the first season, this was about as big of a letdown for a season finale as I can think of. And I mean, it's kind of rough for me because I know the entire story. I know what's going to happen, but the way that they are letting it play out, it's not very satisfying. So, and I know that they're just going off the source material. You can't really stray from that, but I mean, it's sort of the same way you felt at the end or at this point in the game, but it was done better and you cared more about the characters. So each of these sort of situations meant a little bit more. But yeah, let's go into this heavy spoilers video and we'll do that to sort of recap the episode.
Welcome to the Heavy Spoilers Show. I'm your host Paul, and in this video we're breaking down The Last of Us. The season 2 finale is now here, and throughout this video we're going to be going through it all. It's got lots of connections to the game and also a very clear indicator
Don't
for
like
where
Abby
we'll go
either.
with season 3. They're clearly adapting the game closely, and I'm going to be talking about exactly what's coming. I'll save that all for the spoiler section though.
We are not going to get into those spoilers.
But one last time though, I need you to take a swing at the thumbs up and make sure you subscribe, as we'll be dropping a full video breaking down the rest of the story. If you don't want to wait another 2 years for season 3. With that out of the way though, thank you for
we're going to be
clicking
waiting
this.
another
Now
2
let's
years.
get into The Last
Guaranteed.
of Us.
I let you live. And you wasted it.
Now, whereas a lot of the prior episodes have began with a flashback, this one drops us right in with the titles. Jumping to the theater, we open with a close-up of the walkie-talkie. Overhearing the wolves' conversation, we can hear their going radio silent. This is under Isaac's orders, and they also touch upon their boats. I'll talk about this more during the spoiler section, but the wolves are currently mounting up for an assault. Over the last couple of decades, the streets of Seattle were battered with rain, and eventually this split up parts of the city. These parts then drifted off to the point they've actually created an island. This is where the Scars now inhabit, with it being where they've made their home. Isaac plans to do one final assault and launch all his boats on this location. On the table, we also see a flyer for the Pinnacle Theater, which is where Ellie and Cove made their base. There's also a note akin to the sort of ones that you find in the game. It looks like there was going to be a fundraiser to do the theatre up a bit, but a little thing called the End of the World got in the way. In the games, they were actually playing the play Cassandra, which was going to happen, but then outbreak started. The program had a woman with a gun, and it called it an American tragedy, which was a clear play on Greek tragedies. Especially as Cassandra in the Greek myths, she was a woman cursed to utter the coming of doom.
I'm glad that we have
No one
videos like this
believed her.
because I
With it
definitely
being
do
over the
not go
theatre,
in
it
depth
also
like
lingers
this
over
with
a
the
lot of the
game or
characters
any
and the
TV
events
show.
that
So
happen in the
it's
game,
pretty cool with
such
all
as
the work that
Jesse's
they
death.
do,
The
man.
theatre
Big
plays a
credit to
bigger
them.
part with Ellie and
Definitely
Abby,
gonna give
and
them a like.
Cassandra can
Already
be applied in
subscribed. I'm
several
definitely gonna
ways.
give them a like.
Season 1, of course, had several flashbacks where people warned of the coming doom and so on and so forth. You also have people in this story who constantly warn of bad things coming, but
Gotta
it
go
always
tell you later I
falls on
said
deaf
hi and
ears.
bye.
It was
Annette,
also thought
thank you so
Cassandra
much for
might
hanging
be
out. I
setting up
really
Naughty
appreciate
Dog's
you.
next
Don't
Uncharted
be a
game,
stranger.
and
I
that
know
was
The
due
Last of
next
Us is
summer
over, but we're
being
gonna be
called
watching
Cassie.
more
But
shows, so
alas,
I'm sure
as
you'll
of
catch
this
me for
video,
another
we
stream.
haven't
But
heard
yeah,
anything.
hope you have a great
Going
week.
into the lobby,
Thanks for
we
coming
then
by.
see as Jesse fishes out the arrow from Dina's leg. In the game, it was Ellie who was struck with this, and you just removed it by holding down R1. Simple, no surgery needed. Dina had been at the theater the whole time in the game because she was resting up due to her pregnancy. Having her go out and be attacked by the scars, it actually gives her and Jesse a moment together, saying, "I got you." He then helps to remove it, and yeah, the pair are gonna live happily ever after.
Yeah, not so much.
Oh, either way, he manages to get it out, but this means Dina has to recover. It also makes returning to Jackson much more urgent as she needs medical attention. In the game, they just kind of did that with the pregnancy, but for the show, yeah, they don't really seem to care she's pregnant. Let's go find some stalkers. This part sort of mirrors Mel wanting her child to be cut out at the end, as we've got two pregnant characters that are both needing surgery. Does that make sense? In the game, Dina's also puking up and struggling with her pregnancy when Jesse returns with Ellie. However, the show is changing things up a fair bit, and in that's how he works out Dina's pregnant. We then see as Ellie arrives, having just returned from the hospital. In the game, she was completely shaken up and sort of wrestling with what she'd just done. Jesse also asks the name of her horse before letting her in. In the game, Shimmer was dead at this point as he'd been taken out by one of Jordan and Mike's traps. They've been absent from the show, and Shimmer didn't get killed, and I do hope my boy is just off living his best life, making hay. They do alter things beyond that though. Upon arriving, Ellie immediately got out the map and said where Abby was hiding. It showed how focused she was on revenge, and that's all that really mattered. You even got Dina giving worried looks to Jesse because she was clearly seeing this was destroying Ellie. Here, Ellie goes to Dina first because the show version values her more, which sort of highlights how they're differentiating things. What it did was also immediately confirm Nora gave up her friend. Ellie promised either a quick or slow death, which played off how Abby wanted to give Joel the ladder. Ellie knew being left infected down there would be a horrendous fate, and she could also torture her as well. So in the end, Nora gave up Abby and Owen's hideout so she could be spared that. With the spores in and the addition of Leon, it makes the fate much worse. Ellie admits that she beat her and left her there, and she'll now likely suffer until she withers and dies. Which yeah, really messed up, and basically you get turned into a way to spread spores while you sit in darkness for years and years. Yay! Going to the dressing room, we then get a new scene for the show. The place is adorned with posters for bands including Van Morrison, what looks like festival poster from the game and universe band Vital Castle, the Sonics who are both a real life band and have a game poster, Feral Pit who are an in-universe band, Green Day, also what looks like the late Chris Cornell who was in the legendary Seattle band Soundgarden, and we even get some writing that says Slipknot. The change from the theatre showing a play to a music venue also works really well here. This is because we've seen how much Ellie is into music. In another life, away from this and no outbreak, she probably would be outside queuing up to see her favourite band. She's here telling Dina how she left someone to a grim fate in a place that should be her dream, surrounded by echoes of past bands that visited it. Just highlights how she's lost herself. Segueing into a scene from the game, we then see as Dina sorts the cuts on Ellie's back. Back shots like this.
Say that again?
Often show how much someone's losing themselves, and it's been used in Batman a lot. The Dark Knight did it in the makeshift Batcave, and we also had the famous piece by Alex Ross.
I said 2 words. Whale and then wheel. Arms up. Arms up. 3, 2, 1.
I made her talk.
Found her. Found Nora.
Now, in this scene, Ellie divulges that Nora talked, but that she only said 2 words. In the game, she completely brushes over how she got the info, whereas here she's pretty open. Talking about the wheel, this is something that was actually hinted to us in the map they find in the game. Ellie admits to making her talk, and that she found it easy. We've seen how Ellie has a weird fascination with death and misery, as in Season 1 she cut that trapped infected. They also mention on the companion podcast how she has an interest in violence and suffering. So it all plays into that. We then get cuts to her swinging the pipe, much like what
is that what they're
happened
gonna
to
call it? An
Ellie
interest?
also admitting she left Nora down there breathing is something we weren't privy to in the game. I don't know if they're trying to make Ellie more sympathetic because her body count is much lower in the season as well. I think they're trying to keep her innocence, but also making this lack of wanting to be brutal even more devastating for the person involved. However, I do think it will pay off, or at least what happens with the character and her showing mercy to people. Ellie then divulges to Dina exactly why Abby killed Joel. This is told to us through dialogue, whereas in the game we got a scene. In that the pair go down to sleep and we cut to 2 years prior. In the game, every night Ellie goes down to bed and we then get a flashback. Those were just all combined for last week, so it made sense to handle it that way when you're dealing with a show. The game though, that takes us to St. Mary's Hospital where Ellie's gone looking for the truth. She then discovers the recordings from the Fireflies, namely one from Marlene, revealing what they really wanted Ellie for, how there were no other immune people. You know, it completely destroys Joel's lies. Outside she sits playing it over and over, and then Joel finally arrives. The pair then have their conversation, which they basically brought across to the porch scene last week. Though that's in the game as well, they kind of combine the 2 scenes. Revealing Joel killed Abby's dad, the doctor, to save her, you can really see this weighing on Dina. After going through it all, Dina doesn't even really acknowledge it and just says,
"We need to go home."
Which, kind of shows her feelings anyway. In the game, Ellie didn't admit this, and instead the pair just woke up the next day, which is what we cut to next. Going to day 3, this framing device is then brought up again with Abby. I actually really liked how that was a mic drop moment of like setting up what we're gonna see. I feel like with everything going on here, it's also handled a bit better in the show. Ellie came to Seattle with the intent of getting revenge, and so did Dina. But now the characters are starting to realize that from Abby's point of view, she might have had a point, and they're very much doing the same thing that she did. And that sort of journey of going out for revenge. We can also see the pinnacle board which says Sick Habit. As mentioned in our other breakdowns, this was a ban in the game. However, Neil Druckmann revealed on the official show podcast that this was actually the name of his first website. So they managed to bring it across to the game and then bring it over to this. We then see the gang packing up, which is different to how they handle it in the game. There Ellie comes down and we see Jesse sat in a chair. This is where he's later killed at. So it's a nice full circle thing with a day beginning where it ends, for him at least. Dina's then passed out on the sofa and the pair then go up to the balcony. Here she comes limping in though. On the balcony, Jesse asks Ellie if she's pregnant, whereas Dina gives her a bracelet. We see this happen in the game, which is a really nice touch. Now, we have mentioned previously how the hand on it's a Hamza symbol. It's used in the Middle East and Judaism to bring luck and protection. Dina was Jewish in the game, which was mentioned heavily in the synagogue section. However, all mention of her religion appears to be cut from the show. There is a brilliant
Yeah,
video
they
on
haven't
YouTube
touched
by
on her
Trace
religion
Explores
at
the
all
Last
in
of
the
Us 2
show.
that goes through this moment and how it's almost like a symbolic marriage. We even have 2 hands coming together, and then Dina places some jewelry on Ellie. She then kisses her. The bracelet basically symbolizes the formation of their relationship, and there is a turn in which it's absent down the line, so pay attention to its usage. It clearly gets to Jesse though, and he even offers to go alone so the pair can stay. Getting Tommy is all that they care. Well, Ellie doesn't care that much about that, but yeah, getting to Tommy
Right.
at this point, it's what they say they care about, and thus they head to the rendezvous. We also get a moment with Dina locking
Again, it
the
makes
door,
no
which
sense
is
for
the
them to
last
have
thing Ellie and
separated
Dina
like
talk
that.
about before Ellie leaves.
I need you to lock the door for us.
You okay to barricade?
Yeah. Go.
Seeing Ellie and Jesse heading out, this scene plays off the one from episode 2. There the pair were just talking about Joel and what was going on. Ellie's just as guarded this time though, with her refusing to divulge what happened with Nora. Jesse talks about how they found them at the theater and how they figured out they'd head to the radio tower. Those big WLF letters were there for a reason. He said there's also been a lot of close calls. And
Doing
I
a
do
bit
wonder
of a
if we learn
recap
more
on
about them
episode
from
7. The
season.
episode
Maybe
ended
hear
about
rumors
10
of
minutes ago,
trespassers
so we
and
are
how
watching heavy
someone's causing
spoilers
issues
right
in the
now as
city.
a
This
review of the
Tommy
episode and a
and
breakdown.
might be something they explore
Please
next
let me
time.
know what you
It's
thought
here
of the
that Jesse
episode.
guesses
If you
Dean is
watched
pregnant
it,
because she
please
refused
share your
alcohol when he was
comments.
pulling out the arrow, especially as she downed his drink at the New Year's party. The bird loves the sauce. Ellie's reaction just confirms it though. This happens at the theater in the game as opposed to in the streets on the show. Jesse then sets up some guilt for Ellie later.
I'm gonna be a father, which means I can't die.
The dynamic here is much more interesting than in the game though, as Jesse wants to survive for the child, but yeah, gets shot. Ellie's selfish revenge journey leads to him being killed and the child having no father, marking him the third dad to die in the story after Joel and Abby's dad. But at least there's Ellie.
I'm gonna be a dad.
They then hit up an overgrown street, which are things you'd often encounter.
Every time
in the
I hear
game.
that, I'm
You also
gonna be
see
a
the
dad
Feel
thing.
Her
It's
love
like
sign,
so
which pulls
cringe.
directly from the source
So cringe.
material. We see a similar one high up on a building with Abby and Lev as they go back to the aquarium, but there it said she is eternal. Now, if you want to support the channel and get some Last of Us inspired merch, then definitely
support
check
the
out
channel.
our merch store
Support
below.
my channel first, though.
A bit of continuity set up here. Seattle is very bleak, and we even get a quick cut of some syringes in the ground to hammer this home. Now, the pair then head into a car park, which is where they witness something horrible. You can actually go to a car park with Jesse in the game, which is where you find the garage note artifact. Seeing a young scarboy getting caught by the rookie, you might remember this guy from the start of episode 4. There he was wet behind the ears, hearing how Pedro had been oppressing the citizens. He then popped up later in the episode and described the scars as animals. That idea of oppression and how they had to overthrow Pedro because they were the bad guys, in the end, he's now doing the exact same thing. They don't view them as people, and beyond that, they don't even use their true names, which is of course the Seraphites. It shows that he doesn't respect them at all. Isaac even tried to put in place a rule that you don't hurt people who can't defend themselves. However, he of course tortured someone, and the rookie smacks the kid like the like button. Highlights how war can make you a monster, and they completely demean him, even stripping him naked. They likely took him off to hang, which is what the scars have been doing to the wolves. The soldier asks how the scars got behind their lines, and they're sort of like insurgents that are waging guerrilla warfare. Lev explains in the game how they use cranes to get around, and these act as bridges between the skyscrapers. In the end, it's just an eye for an eye thing where everyone loses. You also see the conflict this causes in Jesse and Ellie. The latter wants to help, whereas
That was one of the
Jesse's
worst
happy
parts,
staying out of
man.
it. He's
Like,
about
yo,
protecting his own, whereas
protect
Ellie
yourself.
thinks she should try and help everyone.
Just be
It's
out
obviously
here.
stuff you can apply to real life and wars and the conflicts we have worldwide. Neil Druckmann comes from Israel, and he also grew up on the West Bank. So I think you'd be remiss for not seeing the metaphors there, which were intentionally put into the game. It's just a cycle of violence with no real end in sight. His refusal to help others except his own can also be seen to mirror Joel at the start of the season. Joel didn't want to accept more refugees as they were over capacity. Food and resources, that would become stretched too thin, and thus Jackson might collapse. Joel wanted to protect his own, and so does Jesse. We then see Parks from episode 5 arriving and body bags being piled up. This is not too dissimilar from the ones you witness as Abby when you're at the base. Parks is urging caution, and we of course know she lost her son. All Isaac really cares about though is Abby, who in the game we hear is like a daughter. You could see that as almost a sort of Joel and Ellie metaphor. Owen and Mel are missing too, and we see they're at the aquarium. Manny is still at the base though, and I'll talk later about what's going on with him. Isaac only views Abby as being important though. He sees the storm on Scars Island as a one-way ticket, and now they have to look to the future. Abby was going to be the one to shepherd the wolves, and Parks hits him with the truth that Abby has left, and yeah, all coming season 3. I did like seeing Isaac expanded upon though beyond what we get in the game. I do hope that we see more of the origins of the WF in the game, sort of building upon how Isaac turned on Pedro, because it is all really interesting and he basically becomes the thing that he hated. Isaac seeing Abby as his successor also mirrors the conversation later with Jesse. He's seen as the next leader of Jackson, but of course he ends up being brown bread. Now from here we then cut to a location pulled directly from the game. For the show, this is where they're supposed to be doing a rendezvous with Tommy. In the game though, it was just a location.
If you
where
watched
they
the
passed
episode,
through.
please
They
drop
intended
your
just to wait
comments
for
right
Tommy
now.
at the
Let's talk about
aquarium
it.
As Nora told her where Abby was, as opposed to the show where she just said 2
Tried to
words.
give it a rating,
think
I
this
give
whole
it
bit
a-
plays nicely off the Blizzard scene though.
Here again. You and me in bad fucking weather.
This reflects episode 2, which then culminated in a death at the hands of Abby. This happens here too, and it's sort of like poetry they rhyme. This moment is sort of also like Eugene's stash, as it gives the pair a chance to rest up. Ellie also comes across a story called The Monster at the end of this book. Come the end of the episode,
great book,
she
too.
shot and killed not only Owen, but also a pregnant woman in Mel. Mel, of course, reflects Dina, who is at the mercy of Abby come the end. Ellie is somewhat becoming a monster herself, though, as she's so fixated on revenge. Revenge is bad.
If you are enjoying this and enjoying this channel, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, more importantly, man.
Which comes from the library in the game. Subtext that, mate. That's subtext for you. Now back to the monster at the end of this book. That's a Sesame Street one with Grover on the cover. In it, Grover tries to stop the reader from seeing a monster at the end of the story, only to find out that Grover is the monster. It thematically lines up with his season, as Ellie slowly becoming a monster herself. Quite literally says turn back, and she's now at a crossroads. As her going to find Abby leads to Jesse's death. We also have the Alice in Wonderland mural from the game. It's a shame they never commented on the mushrooms and how they must have had a different meaning in the before times. Now in the show, Jesse says he voted against going out. However, in the game here, Jesse says he would have gone with them if they'd asked. So it's a stark contrast. Upstairs, you then find some scars that have been put against the wall and brutally executed. It's not too dissimilar from the site that Ellie and Dina found earlier in the season. They then decide to leave, whereas in the show, Jesse talks about his love for Dina. It's more of a friendship and respect.
Jesse is my favorite character on the entire show. I'm sorry.
Down, you might also notice
at least at this point.
Giraffe toy. This is something that Sarah had no
I guess I should say was my favorite character.
Popped up during season 1. Giraffes symbolize innocence and a detachment from what the humans are going through. The animal kingdom's unaffected by viruses, and thus it's detached. Jesse talks about the girl he actually felt love for and that feeling of falling.
Best 2 weeks of my life.
Now I see Jesse and Dina as friends with benefits. Jesse really wanted to go with this girl and was even invited to join her. However, he felt a debt to Jackson and the community. This is why he goes to find Tommy, whereas Ellie goes off to do her own thing. She somewhat reflects...
Yeah, man. Jesse is exactly what you want in a leading character. Like he makes his decisions make sense. He thinks about the larger whole as opposed to being selfish like Ellie is. So yeah, I've said it so many times, just not feeling Ellie.
Abby, who has fled the wolves as well.
Because I was taught to put other people first.
Which in this world is a big thing. Survival is obviously something people focus on a lot, and that's all about self-interest. Joel even started off season 1 like that, and I think, yeah, there are times early on that he might have ditched Ellie if he had to do it. However, as he said at the end, he found someone to survive for. Jesse tries to show Ellie that had he been selfish and gone with a girl, that he couldn't have helped Ellie and Dina. This is obviously a big thing, but I don't know how far it goes in as we get some chatter over the radio. Turns out there's a sniper, which is of course Tommy. In the game, you constantly hear of these attacks, especially when you're playing as Abby. That voice on the radio, that might even be something that we'll talk about later in the Beyond the Spoilers verse section. Anyway, in the game, you then head out and get to this place infested with wolves. It's an old mall that's got 3 levels to it. It's a fantastic section in which you can
hit that like button, please.
Take to the higher levels and take out the baddies. At the center of it is a boat that will let you get to the aquarium. Before that though, Jesse and Ellie decide to split up, and we get a scene that they play off in the episode.
You don't know that.
Who else is it gonna be?
You don't know that's him.
Yes, we do.
I really hope you make it.
I really hope you make it.
Ultimately, Ellie chooses to go to the aquarium, which is when
Selfish.
Jesse reveals that he voted not to go. Again, he's all about the community, whereas everything Ellie does is for herself. Ellie doesn't care though, and she sees the fault on his side. He let the Scar die today, so he's not even the hero and saint that people see him as. Ellie says her community died in front of her, and it's quite a harrowing moment. We also cut to Isaac, who's about to head out on his own mission. I do think the stuff with him will play better in the hindsight of season 3 because, yeah, right now, you don't really know what's going on, unless you know the game. With Ellie, we then see her make it to the coastline, which is when she comes across a boat. Seeing people on the shore, we watch as all the wolves' boats are headed out. It's very reminiscent of the game when you're on Scar Island, island and you see them coming in. It's a last assault on the island to wipe them out once and for all. But again, I'm not sure how well they set this up, because in the game, you mainly see this from Abby's side and actually understand what's going on. Here, I'm not sure if it works in the context if you don't know what the story is, but let me know if you haven't played it and you think that it does. Either way, in both the game and show, Ellie then heads out on a boat. In the game, you actually move through the flooded streets and have a couple of different sections. There's a moment where you come across a collapsed train line that has some of the carriages creating a tower. You climb up it and can snipe the scars from it before continuing your journey. Ellie then comes across an abandoned arcade that has a blocked exit. You end up fighting a bloater and the infected before then heading across to the aquarium. The storm then gets worse and a giant wave arrives which capsizes the boat. You then have to swim to the aquarium and have to dodge the waves as they come piling in. The show throws a curveball low as Ellie washes up on the shore of what I believe is Scar Island. Spotting a Scar kid, the whistling then starts. I'd be like, hey, try to save one of your kids earlier, mate. It was Jesse. We then see their hanging ritual, which is something that's new for Ellie. However, it does happen with Abby and the scenes along the same lines, including the woman with the black hair inside. It's the kid who calls for her to be killed though, which shows how much everything's being poisoned by the higher-ups. It's a brutal scene, but I'll talk about what happens with Abby later. I do kind of wonder why they did it with Ellie, but I think in the end they're just trying to show that the pair are similar. Normally I'd try and save that hanging with Abby for the heavy Paula's section, but you can see the noose mark around Abby's neck at the end, and I'll probably use that image as the thumbnail. So yeah, that's why she has the mark. They do a similar scene, and I want to apologize. I ruined the show for everyone. I'm sorry. We then hear a horn, which makes them drop what they're doing. Ellie then leaves and watches an explosion on the island, which Season 3, Day 3, Seattle, mate. The game kind of shows us all the inner workings of the island though, and exploring it as Abby, it lets you see how the society's built. Gets more populated as you work your way in, and you see where the inner sanctum of the haven is. I even wonder if this scene's going to play off later in there, and we might see these characters returning, especially that little kid. So the little kid. There's lots of things they can do with the scars though, you know, show all their relationships.
That part of the game with Abby and the scars is pretty fun to play, so I can't wait to see how they actually do it
you see a couple bonding
in the show.
And then things slowly falling apart. What it is though is sort of a long way around to take us to where Ellie gets to the aquarium. In the game, she just went straight there, so yeah, not sure how much they really needed this. What it leads to though is a game that plays off almost exactly what they do in the source material. Now why I say almost is because after Ellie drops in the roof, she's then attacked by a dog. Ellie ends up killing this, which is a pretty big scene. They cut that though because again, I think they're trying to make her seem more sympathetic. I'll talk about that in my review section later, and why I think in holding her back, it also makes the brutality she has to do seem less believable. They do recapture the room and inside of the place perfectly though. It's really eerie and also has an operating table on it with fresh bandages in the saw. Which Paul, you spoil me section coming soon. The game keeps things really quiet, as does the show, and you then go through as Ellie or follow Ellie as she moves through the corridors. In the show, Ellie then comes across one of the exhibits which has a model of a shark hanging from the ceiling. This is similar to where you play fetch with the dog, and there you can see the shark exhibit with a pooch. Which just made you feel bad because it's like right where Ellie killed a dog. But yeah, it's absent from the show again because I think they just want to keep Ellie as likable as possible. Coming across Owen and Mel, we then see them arguing. Mel has clearly had enough of him, and we also see she's carrying his child. So it just shows how distant they've grown because of Abby's actions. You later see the other side of this conversation and learn about what the context is. Here though, we are kept out of it.
People don't come back from that island.
Do you even understand what's going on? Fuck you, Owen. Fuck you, Owen. Hands up.
Hands up.
Where's Abby?
Where's Abby?
You. Come here.
You, bring me that map.
Point to where she is on this map. And then you.
You're gonna point to where Abby is. And then you're gonna do it.
It better fucking match up.
It better fucking match.
Fucking Christ!
Slater Studios, what's going on? comedy horror film titled Freddy Fazbear's Massacre is in the works.
Wanting to find Abby,
Okay.
Ellie wants them to do the old map technique that Joel taught her. In the game, this is something we saw Tommy had also done to Nick. That was one of Abby's crew who's missing from the show. And both Owen tries to get smart and then Ellie shoots him. In the game, Mel then attacks her with a knife which Ellie jams into her throat. So it's like Ellie was defending herself. Here it's more of an accident with Mel catching a stray. The wound is in her neck though, and this then causes her to bleed to death. Yay! The scene in the show kind of takes things beyond that though, because she wants Ellie to remove her baby, but Ellie's completely out her depth. Thought it was just a really messed up scene, because like, yeah, what can you even do? In the game, Ellie then goes over to get answers out of Owen, which is when he says she's pregnant. Ellie then goes back over and sees it for herself, and the audio just breaks down and turns into a dull drone.
Man. Yeah, it meant so much more in the game. God, so much more.
The camera for the show just remains there, and she just sits there numb. She didn't get the answers and doesn't know what's going on. In the show, she gets more of a moment to sit there and think, whereas in the game, Tommy and Jesse arrive right away. It's a really messed up scene though, and Tommy and Jesse also end up on the floor, just like Owen and Mel. Now in the game, we then pan down to the map which Ellie left behind. I don't know if they cut that because it made her look stupid, but yeah, that's how Abby follows them to the theater. Whereas in the show, they don't really explain it. Back there though, we see Tommy and Jesse marking up the map before Ellie joins them. In the game, Ellie rests up with Dina and the pair sit out in the dressing room. Ellie then heads to the stage, which is when she sees the pair. In the game, Tommy then says they got what they deserved, to which Ellie replies,
But she gets to live.
But Abby gets to live.
Yeah. Is that okay?
Are you able to make your peace with that?
It has to be.
Guess I'll have to.
I like this moment though, as Mel and Owen were collateral damage due to Abby's quest for revenge, while in Ellie's story, Jesse is that. As well as Tommy and Dina, who are kind of getting brought into this too, so everyone around these two central characters is just getting their life messed up because of them. In the game, we then hear as Tommy's found a nice bit of gold jewelry to take to Maria. It's sort of a make good, and hey, everything will be forgiven, yay! The dialogue changes quite a bit though. In the game, he says he's doing it for his friends, whereas here he's doing it because of how Ellie is. Going back to the council meeting, he talks about what she brought up there. If anything happened to someone she was friends with, she'd set the world on fire to make things right. And Jesse is slowly starting to see why that's an admirable trait too. So he's gonna take that lesson with him for the rest of his life, for the rest of his very long life.
Very short life.
Oof. Yep, just as brutal as it is in the game, and I remember this coming out of nowhere, and it completely blew me away.
Shit.
Yeah, I remember that in the game.
Stand up! Hands in the air, I shoot this one too.
Stand up! Hands in the air or I shoot this one too.
Right there!
Shut the fuck up! Fuck. All right?
Shut the fuck up! Stop!
We then see Abby, who's come back like a vengeful spirit. As you can see though, they do some dialogue changes. Abby initially said Tommy's who did it, but Ellie said it was her. In the game, he'd obviously been on a rampage, so yeah, no need to deny it. It ends with Abby saying Ellie wasted it because she let her live, and we then cut to black, which is exactly how they played in the game. In that though, we then pick up with Abby in a flashback in which she went out with her dad as a kid. They came across a zebra which they ended up freeing, and then Owen showed up and told them about Joel and Ellie. It kind of played up as a positive and a miracle that they made it this far, and now Abby's dad's got to go and get ready to prep. We then cut to her coming across her dad dead in the hospital, which sort of plays off the scene they did at the start of episode 2.
We get all that next year, I guess.
Day 1, and at this point in the game, you then play as Abby. We catch her at the stadium, and then Manny enters just like the game. In the show, she's in a library with a book called Thieves of the City, which is by the author Ben Davidoff. I did look this up, but every search just brought up City of Thieves. That's the book she's reading in the game, so I did wonder if they had a rights issue or something, though I'm not sure if there's rights like that around books. The book in the game, though, is actually by David Benioff. He wrote that book before starting on a little show called Game of Thrones. That's obviously made by HBO, and I do wonder, like, why they couldn't just get it. Why change it? Please let me know if it's been said on the podcast or something. And that book was also sort of inspiration for The Last of Us. It follows a character called Lev, who's a Jew in Soviet Leningrad during World War II. Lev ends up coming across a German paratrooper. They then get taken to prison, and in this time they also have to work with someone who's not exactly aligned with them from a certain point of view. Which I'm dancing around it, but yeah, if you've played the game, you'll know how that all ties together. Either way, you then go through the stadium where the Wolves have made their base. In this, you go past a school, a gym, and also see more of the world. You also go to Abby's room, which is one of the boxes that she enters in the show. They recapture that look perfectly, including the view as you look over the edge. Manny then says how Isaac wants to see them in 5 minutes, so we might skip the whole section with Mel as they head to the FOB. Closing out to Burden in My Hand by Soundgarden, we then see as this is day one. Now, I don't know what the response to this is going to be like, because it's a big cliffhanger, but when you know the story, this is also like a natural way to break things up. I think people who played it are going to be fine with it, because it's like, we know where it's going. For a show though, I don't know, because it just kind of cuts off as it gets going. Again though, let me know below, because it's impossible for me to put myself in that.
Yeah, man. I'm going to switch over to my ending. Yeah. Unfortunately, average at best. Like I said, as a person who played the game, it does make sense where it's ended, but it's not fun. It's not entertaining as a show. And I really hope that they're able to do some things in the next season to make things a little bit more entertaining. We need somebody to cheer for in the show, and at this point we have no one, and because of that, that makes the show a drag to watch and very difficult to find any enthusiasm to keep going with it. So I don't know exactly how they're going to do that if they just continue with the source material that they do have, without making any drastic changes. So yeah, I really appreciate everybody for checking out this stream tonight. Please, on your way out, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, drop a comment below, and hit that notification bell so that you're notified each and every time we go live in 2025. Now that this show is over with, I will be picking up some other show. I don't know exactly what it's going to be at this point. We have a bunch of trailer reviews dropping this week and pretty much every day for the next 2 weeks. So be sure to check those out if you enjoy that type of thing. Obviously you do if you're watching this channel. So yeah, I really appreciate you guys for hanging out with us. My name is JD, and I will see you when I see you. Peace.